something that all the girls want. All the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Sometimes, don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you're living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, no, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Celebrate like we never had. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. No, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world.
breath.
Of hell, maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate.
Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death, I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again.
Either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This round I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like a comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, turn it 2 to 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. It's
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line. Too many times I've been burned. I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far. Expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. 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 To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. To reality, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 지새워 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 judge you can't change. 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised, what's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. If I never win, I'll never fly. Win or sacrifice, Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back, you wonderful people. Today we will crown our first LAN final team, and this is the penultimate day of the Game Changers EMEA playoffs for stage 3. I am, or at least I hope I still am, Affinity, and this is still Echo as far as I am aware, and we are super excited to be back, and I'd argue we have got an absolute banger of a game today.
The stage 2 finals are back here today, but now it's only the upper finals, right? This is the first time this team has faced in the playoffs, not in the grand finals, not for that first place position, which means that the stakes are actually a bit lower for this game than they were in their previous matchup in the stage 2 playoffs. They've obviously faced in the group stages, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, but I'm incredibly excited to see how these two teams have improved, have progressed from stage 2. And obviously we only saw 3 maps in that grand final, in that best of 5. Now I'm expecting we'll see 3 maps again, but that means that we'll be seeing not just a X and O score.
I think that you might be right there. Now, today's matches, it's not just Gentlemates versus SK Nebula. We've also got G2 Gozen versus Focus Sakura. Now, important things to note about today. Both of these teams in this first match have already qualified to Game Changers Champions later in the year. That's set, that's done. There is nothing they can do right or wrong that will change that now. However, that G2 Gozen Focus Sakura game means everything. G2 now just have to deny Focus Sakura winning the whole thing. They have secured themselves going there on victory, on points alone, as long as Gentlemates, SK Nebula, or they themselves as G2 Gozen win. If Focus Sakura win the whole stage 3, they automatically get that qualification through to GCC, and no matter how many points G2 Gozen have, it will not be enough.
That's why you've got to stick around. Watch this game as well. You know it's going to be a banger. A lot of people are saying this might be the grand finals again, but you've got to stick around for that second one, because if G2 win, that is them confirmed for GCC. If Focus win, they get a chance to continue the fight all the way there. But as you've already said, both of the teams that we're seeing in this first matchup have already qualified for GCC. This is for Istanbul, a place where one player from SK Nebula have been, but a few more from Gentlemates have been themselves. So they want to go back there, they want to fight, and they want to win it, because it's only been Gozen that have won it so far.
It is, but we got a quick little game show ready for you guys. We play some higher or low, and we've got that ready for you right now. All right, question number 1. Lower or higher? In 2024, Jolina was statistically Giant X's best player at GC Championship with a first kill, first death ratio of 1.22.
1.22. I feel like her first kill, first death ratio this stage is higher than that, so I'm gonna go higher.
You know what? I'll go lower just to be contrarian.
Okay, sure.
Higher. Okay. 1.67.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, we knew it. Yeah.
I mean, that's just incredible. I mean, that's my bad for being a doubter. I think, yeah. Right. Question 2.
Didn't do very well. Anyway.
Question 2. Moving on. At the 2024 GC Championship, Rescue got 100 first kills in 243 rounds while playing under G2.
I would believe it, for sure. She didn't perform at her best on G2, but I think I'm going to go lower, but I think it's like 90.
I'm going to go higher. I trust her.
Okay.
Lower, she got 35 first kills.
Oh, 45,
I think I'm just awful at game shows. I think this is what this stage of Game Changers has established here, really. All right, let's get ready for question number 3. Question number 3. At 2023 Game Changers Championships with BBL, Wenz had a relatively low rating and a cast of 60%.
Oh, I'm going to say higher. I'm
going to go higher as well.
Yeah, I think Wenz was good, but I feel like obviously BBL didn't do great, but they did well enough. Yeah.
Higher, yeah, there we go. Her cast was 70%. We got one right. Well, I got one right.
Because like 60 is really hard to get. Like, if 60 is quite low, it's really difficult to get that low of a cast.
Yeah, it is, well, lower or higher? Question 4. Vanya was the player with the best stats in EMEA at the 2025 GC Championship. In 168 rounds, she got 158 kills.
That would be incredible. I struggled to believe it because Gozen didn't do incredible. I'm going to say lower.
I'm going to say higher because I feel like I can't agree with you on everything. So I'm going to go higher. Lower, she got 136 kills. I need to just stop being good cop, bad cop here. I think I just need to agree with everything that you say from now on.
I'm just going to let you do the answers first. That's
okay. Do you want to read a question out then? You read this one
sure.
out.
Lower or higher, the 3 EMEA teams at the 2025 GC Championship had a combined map win rate of 65%.
Wait, combined?
Yeah, I'm going lower. Champs 25 was not a good year.
It was not great for EMEA.
Yeah. Lower.
Okay, I'll go lower as well. I'm sorry, I was about to answer first.
You can't switch.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I was right. So I made a good call switching, actually. I was trying to figure out what combined map win rate meant.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
All right. That's it. It looks like GC EMEA is ready to prime these teams to go above and beyond. We've ever seen this region perform in GCC. Echo, congratulations. A sort of flawless sweep there. How do you feel?
Oh, incredible. I'm ready. I want to go to GCC now.
Well, unfortunately, we've got a couple more GC EMEA matches to get through first, and we're going to resume the game now. Don't say it. Don't even.
I won.
No.
I won. Yeah. I did.
I just suck at game shows. I just suck at quizzes. This is
You can
what I'm
host them
learning
next
about
time.
myself.
You can just
I
host
was
it next
hosting that one as well. That's the worst part. Anyway, moving on here. Let's talk about the teams that we will be seeing moving on to GCC, but most importantly, playing here today. Let's take a look at Gentlemates GC first and foremost. Now, this team came into stage 1, a reformed roster, and they stole the show.
Oh, they really did. A few people were shocked. A few people saw the roster and immediately were expecting them to win everything. And well, they were close. Stage 1, they were right. Stage 2, they did falter. They stumbled a little bit against SK Nebula in that grand finals. And stage 3, I'll be honest, has been their weakest group stage yet. They've had a couple of really difficult matches that they've struggled with. But this team, throughout the entirety of this year, despite the struggles they've had, have been improving consistently. And I now believe that with the work that they've put on, they've got the bootcamp buff as well, that it would be no surprise to me if we do see them make the run to Istanbul cleanly and win it out there again.
Yeah, both of these teams are teams that really excel when they are on LAN together and when they're playing together. And Gentlemates are a team that, I believe they've been playing the whole of playoffs together. Lovely little mini vlog went out of their first couple of matches of playoffs where they actually secured themselves GCC fairly early on here. I think it was their first victory in playoffs that pretty much confirmed them that they were going all the way to Sao Paulo. And so this is a team that is now playing with only the pressure that they put on themselves here. There's no further qualification. They want to play in Istanbul. For a lot of these players, that's home turf. That's their home country, right? But for a lot of these players, the main goal was champs. They've now secured it. A stage 3 first place finish would be just a cherry on top, but they are also just content that they are there.
Exactly. That is the point, is they've got this level of contentness now for 2 players, for Marty and Toka, right? They went to Istanbul last year and they lost there with Twisted Minds in the finals against G2 Gozen, and that was the failing point. That was where they couldn't make it to GCC. Now they don't have to worry about it. Kind of, you know, the training wheels are off, all the pressure's off. They can now get to Istanbul. There's no pressure of GCC qualification on that match, and they are just able to play their own game. Nice and simply, they know what they're doing, and it means that when they get there, if they get to Istanbul, I'm expecting we'll be seeing the Gentlemates that we saw in the Stage 1 Grand Finals, rather than the one we saw in Stage 2.
Exactly, but we do this every time. I promise you an interview, and I've got you 2 of them actually, but I got to speak with Marty earlier and get her thoughts and feelings on all things GC EMEA, GCC, and all things Gentlemate. I am here with the magnificent Marty. Firstly, huge congratulations, not only for the qualification to GCC, but for being the first Polish player to go. How does that feel, and do you think this will inspire more Polish women to grind the Game Changer circuit?
First of all, thank you and hi. I mean, obviously, it's feeling incredible, to be honest, and I didn't even know. I thought that Speedówka was like the first one or something, but I heard that she wasn't on champs, so obviously I'm feeling really, like, I wouldn't say honored, but really like happy that I'm here and like I'm gonna be the first one going to champs. And obviously I would like to see more Polish girls going to champs also, or even committing to the GC, because there's a lot, but you know, not in VCT, like the main stage, and like I'm missing that I'm always the one Polish one, and I need some company. So yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll see some more players rise up and join you in the future years. Now, the loss against SK in stage 2, you said was a bit of a wake-up call. However, you came into this stage, you beat them in groups, and now this matchup today feels like a clash of the titans. Do you think that SK are the scariest team to go up against now?
I mean, obviously, like last stage we lost against them. but we didn't play our best. I think we a bit lost ourselves at the end of the stage. So it kind of learned us. I'm actually, I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm happy because we lost that, but obviously like it woke us a bit and showed us that it's actually, you know, possible, and we need to step up and work even harder. And I wouldn't say that they are the hardest opponents, but I'm not gonna underestimate anyone. Like we are still coming to the game, respecting them, playing what we can, like doing everything what we can to win, and yeah, we will see who's gonna win.
Well, we will indeed. Now, I saw a mini vlog that you guys put out about your time on boot camp so far. What have been some of the best part about playing with the ladies and playing together in person again?
I mean, obviously, like it's insane, you know, like you are spending with these people 24/7, and finally I can see them in person. Like it's giving the motivation, like giving the energy. Like with Berry X, we are like running around like little monkeys all the time, like trying to, you know, give the energy to others and stuff. Like it's really nice to see them again and play.
I mean, we can feel that energy coming through the screens, but I'm going to let you go get ready for the game ahead. We're looking forward to the matchup, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
What you don't see in that interview is Berry X runs up to her literally after we cut recording and bounds on over. But talking of bounding through, the energy that Berry X brings to the server is electrifying in more ways than one. Her neon gameplay is just otherworldly.
It absolutely is. You can see the stats. She is fighting for the top 4 in everything. Damage per round is right up at the top as well. She has been on fire. She is usually incredibly good, right? We've seen a consistency from Berry X that you don't get to see from many players. And the fact that she's managed to get this going through here to stage 3, all the way into the upper finals. If she performs as her stats show today, it feels like SK don't have a chance of fighting against her.
I would agree. I think that, you know, when Berry X is as switched on as we know she can be, there's very few people that have found ways to actually stop that oncoming storm. And it's inevitable, isn't it? You know it's coming, and there's still nothing you can do but sit and watch her decimate the front lines, the back lines, the mid lines, the side, all of it. You just watch her run through. Anyway, we've done a lot of talking here about gentlemen. Let's take a look at SK here quickly, have a look at some highlights, talk about the team here. Now, SK, a team that was relegated in stage 1, had LAN together, played promo Relo on LAN, came into stage 2, and my god did they shine.
It felt like that was the exact spark they needed, right? Just to turn them around as a team, to come back with the full force of the Nebula that we have seen in stage 2 and again in stage 3, at least in playoffs. It feels like their group stages are never consistent. The pressure on each of those matches maybe just a little bit too much, but as soon as we got into playoffs, it looked like they absolutely came back online again. Some may argue they had the slightly easier side of the bracket. They didn't have to face Mates or G2 just yet, but now they are here ready to prove that they can continue what they did in stage 2 once again.
Exactly. And this is a team of so many individuals who are just so noteworthy, right? And that's what makes this team so special, is Fluxy at the helm calling here has self-admitted she kind of is a bit hands-off in the mid-round. She trusts in each of her teammates innately to make these calls, to pitch in, to do what needs to be done. So this is a team of individual parts that, without even saying a word, moves together so synergistically.
They have the experience together. We've talked a lot about the boot camp buff over the course of this entire year, right? And I think you can really see it in the synergy. For all of the 3 teams, except for Focus is the 4th, all of them are on boot camp right now, right? It's only Focus that isn't. And I think you can see that it is working so much for their synergy. You get that kind of personal connection. And when you're sat next to someone, it's so much easier to fix issues on the fly. You can look them in the eye and say, let's just try this slightly different next round. and it fixes it. The synergy is there. SK's improvement over the course of the year has been incredible, and they are vying for the second crown because they want to prove that it wasn't just a fluke. They are here fighting, and they are going to go to GCC, and they want to roll through it.
Exactly, but talking to GCC and veterans of such a tournament,
True.
I got the chance to speak to Rescue earlier. I am here with the absolutely marvelous Rescue. First up, as the flex player of the team, in this meta that is always shifting, how have you found this stage and how do you always manage to keep adapting?
It gets really hard sometimes, to be honest. It needs a lot of practice. And when we don't have a lot of practice, it can be really hard because, you know, I'm playing a different agent on most of the maps. And of course, like, it's hard to play this at a level like ours.
I can imagine. Now, you are 1 win away from qualifying for the LAN Grand Finals. When you found out that it'd be in Turkey, how did you react?
I honestly, ever since I found out, like, my main goal was not even champions, but just like to go to Istanbul, you know, because 2 years ago I won there with G2, and you know, it's been a dream of mine to win there again.
Well, now talking of G2 and champs and all that you've mentioned, you've actually had the chance to play in champs previously in 2024. What did you get out of that experience, and how do you feel about going back now with this SK roster?
I mean, to be honest, we're just gonna, you know, try our best there, and one of my main regrets on champs in 2024 is that I felt a lot of pressure, and I feel like I needed to do like so good and stuff, and like I wasn't playing like myself, and I have like a lot of regrets about that. Today, like this year, when I go, I just want to like play like myself and not be scared to actually, you know, take fights, just play like myself.
And do what you do best, because you have been absolutely killing it this stage. Now, my last question for you. How did the team celebrate the night after the victory that confirmed you through to GCC? Did you like go out somewhere? Did you party? What was the sort of celebration?
We just ordered some burgers in, and we were just chilling. There was like not a lot of celebration because we worked for the Gentleman's game.
Yeah, that's very fair. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me, Rescue. Always a pleasure to speak to you. I'm going to let you go and get ready for the game, and I'm wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you.
I love getting to chat to the players and getting this insight as well. And you can just see how genuinely enthusiastic SK are to be here and to still be fighting and pushing the upper echelon here. Every time I speak to anybody on that team, it is nothing but honestly pure dopamine. Straight into the bloodstream. Anyway, I believe we have a map veto to have a little bit of a look at here. And well, I don't want to say that I spoiled myself with it, but I accidentally got some leaks earlier. But what are we kind of expecting?
I'm a bit upset about it, but I'm thinking we'll be seeing pretty much standard from both of these teams. I expect Split is going to be a strong part of SK Nebula's look into this map veto because they're good at the map, right? And if they are comfortable, we saw how they've been on it the last couple of times they've played. They look really, really good. And it's had moments of weakness maybe, but they look good. So I'm expecting Split. I'm very excited to see what mates pick though, because their pickers have been a little bit more varied. They kind of try and pick into their strengths and their opponent's weaknesses. And I want to know what they think SK's weakness is, because there's a few maps that aren't perfect, but I don't think they're weak on anything.
I've got the perfect solution for you. I've got a present right here on a silver platter. I've got the map veto. Let's take a look and see. And as you predicted, Split's gone out. Breeze is where Gentlemates are looking to head. Now, the funny thing about these two maps is that both of these teams, and I feel like the word competent is underselling it here, both of these teams have good showings on both Split and Breeze. Summit being the decider. I am perked up when I saw this, because we saw SK Nebula Summit for the first time ever yesterday.
The day before.
The day before, sorry. When we last saw SK, we saw it versus Giant X. That's who it was. It was versus Giant X. They pulled it out for the first time. We were like, oh, it's map 3. It's a decider. We've never seen it before. And now we're looking at it and going, every team needs to be so cautious of playing Summit against SK because they look so strong. But Gentlemates, when given the option of Haven or Summit, they've chosen to go with Summit.
Which I think is a really interesting point, because if I was going to go for any of SK's maps that I think is weak, it would have been Haven. Obviously, their sunset's statistically bad, but we've only seen it once, and that was against Twisted Mind, so we know have a pretty good sunset. So I would probably put their Haven up there. So Gentlemates feel like that maybe there's something they might not be able to control. My guess is it's Jolina on the Jet, but they're still having to face that on the Breeze, most likely. So you can't really avoid Jolina and the Operator on the Jet, regardless of where you go. So we'll have to see. Obviously, the Phoenix does a lot of work on Breeze, and especially on the attack side, this is going to allow Gentlemates to get a lot of Ult Orbs and to kind of cycle these Phoenix ults very quickly, because Marty is so incredibly good. But split up first, I don't think we'll see any changes, right? Surely not. No, nothing at all.
I wouldn't expect any, and I don't think we're seeing any coming on through here. No, we are not. And I like that. We've seen a lot of teams switching it up very last minute, even so far in the playoffs as sort of yesterday, the day before. Giant X, you know, choosing to switch their comp against SK on this very map as well. I like to see a little bit of stability. These are comps that are working. And to be fair, both of these teams are teams that came into this series, this tournament, with a pretty solid idea of what they were wanting to run and haven't really experimented all too much.
Yeah, they're comfortable, right? You put Rescue onto the Sky. This allows her to support Jolina or to play for herself, and it's very similar with Marty. The one thing mates are lacking is that true info, right? The scan, the recon. Obviously, you get the binary pings from the Flash, and you get the Dog to go a little bit further than the Prowlers can, and you get true near sight with that as well. So there's things here for Gentlemates to get the info on the defense, but on the attack side, what we're going to be looking at is how they play around with the Sky, because I think that's going to be the most important thing of maximizing their information there.
Well, talk of the most important things. Let's talk win conditions here. SK's win condition is to stall Gentlemate's initial hit and waste Utel, draw it all out as much as they can and force these contact plays. That's the win condition. You know what? I've done one. Do you want to do the other one?
Yeah, sure. I'll do the other. For mates, what they want to be doing, they want to make sure that they keep the duelist core together, because especially on maps like Split and Breeze, SK are often having their anchors alone on sites. This allows them, between Marty and Berriex, regardless of what role Marty is really on, she's still that second entry, make sure that they keep together, isolate the anchors before the rest of SK can flood onto site to protect whoever is there. Because, you know, mates do often run a hard sentinel, right? And this means that you often have Wens in a very isolated position, but it's the same for SK when they do. The Viper's in a very similar spot. What I'm looking at on Split is going to be seeing how we play around the skies, because both teams have one, but they have different other initiators working with them.
I think that's part of what's been so successful for SK against some of these stronger teams in the playoffs. Giant X, they isolated Dora, especially on that B site. They cut her off from the rest of the team. And yeah, sure, occasionally Jabemar would throw a flash or something in to support her, but they were able to isolate her as a player so far. And there was just nothing that could really be done about it. And Giant X really struggled there. So I'm expecting SK to try be cutting Berriex off at the knees like that too.
They'll have to try too. They don't really have a lot of tools. That we're mostly going to be seeing the flashes and the Viper stall to be able to do that. Gentlemate's hiding, waiting for the flash ping to come out from SK, maybe the Haunt, but actually SK just holding the high-low. As the Dog clears up mid, this should trigger SK to try and find some information out towards A, but they've not fallen for it, which means mates have to slowly creep forward, and now the flash ping did spot them.
It has indeed. They're rushing on forward. Fault line to support. Spamming away. Rescue's found the first. Lisa immediately a second. This is a shutdown. Now Berriex has managed to get fairly far into the backlines, working her way around. Now she's caught try off guard there. But Jolina and Rescue aren't going to let any funny business go here. And Gentlemates shut down pretty quickly there. And SK just bunkering down, holding on and weathering the storm.
Yeah, what a pistol from SK. That was unexpected, to say the least, for me, like how they were playing that. It was absolute perfection. They managed to get into sight before mates had any chance to really get any purchase, any stick on the site. And now SK have a lead, which is not how they often start a lot of these matches, right? They are very often starting from behind, losing out on a lot of their pistol rounds, but Jelena, Marshall online, going to be so lethal against every one of Mates. And Mates are just going to walk up mid, see if they can find anything.
The waiting round the corner, just ducking and weaving, judge in hand, pushes on forward. Luckily, Twy has got everything sorted. However, the pistols, they start raining in picks here. Paint shells go on in counter flash as well. Jalena's just throwing everything she can at them to stop them pushing her. Toka, oh, I was going to say, lines up with Nami, and Rescue will take them both down in one foul swoop.
Almost. Mates almost pulled that over the line. Rescue, the hero so far from SK, 5-0, and this is what you need to see if you're an SK Nebula fan right now, right? Rescue popping off, starting strong to be able to use that momentum later on. Mates have got a couple of nice kills though. Sadly for them, most of them are on Nami, so from the shadows, not really a powerful ultimate. You really want to be leaning into, you know, Marty, Toka, someone with a bigger, powerful ultimate, but they've got guns now. Flash did hit Fluxy, so Berrex now has the line, and Fluxy just recalls the smoke, puts a little pressure on, and Mates immediately withdraw.
Go, go, go. Yep, that's it. All they can really do is fall back. Now, they've had Wens watching the whole time. Tripwire is spotted. Waiting with the fault line here, but actually SK said something is up, heard a footstep or anything. Re-clear through with the dog there. Berrex looking to chase this on up. You can hear the footsteps, but nothing really much more than that. And they're just waiting for an opponent they know is marching towards them. They're just not sure how far up they've got. Now having to try re-clear through tower. The dog goes on in. It's not going to spot Twy on the ropes, however. Peek on out. Twy's going to deal with Berrex immediately. Snakebite stops the paranoia from giving them the opportunity to rush on forward, but knows that footsteps were heard. The run through the molly, not going to stop them. And Twy's good for another one. Now only 35 seconds, and they've not even stepped foot on site. Jelena chooses the wrong time to get the paint shells out. Flash around the corner. She's fighting for her life, but the flash is perfect. She gets one. Twy from up top is still helping out from aerial support. And now it's just Wens. Hard anchor needs to anchor this site like never before. Spots two players up in tower. Gets one. Gets a couple of bullets off for the transfer, but it's not quite enough. SK find the bonus.
Securing the bonus with such weaker weaponry. Berrex was all alone. Mates usually have better trading than that, but there wasn't even util to support. They just figured the dog would have cleared the line enough, but the wall protected Toy, and she managed to shut that down. And then one by one, Gentlemates trickled into the site, and one by one they fell. This is now looking like it's going to be very difficult for Mates already. They've got kills across everyone now, so while it's slowly building up, but SK is so much further ahead. Viper's pit 1 away, same with Seekers on 2. Very, very close to coming online. Mates are going aggressive. Classics up close, but they're just going to go main.
Why wouldn't you? Oh, Fluxy peek round the corner is perfection. They're pushing through the smoke, and between her and Rescue, they massacre the onslaught. And now Gentlemate staring at, well, what was coming in with not really all that much, but it's still a flawless round for SK.
And this now shows how Fluxy uses the Astra, right? You might expect a lot of the time these stars to turn into full smokes or on the choke, but no, she pulls them back because Gentlemates then think they're safe in the smoke so they can pop out of it with their own flashes. But actually, it's a 1 second, it drops, they're left out in the open. And the same thing happened on B, but Fluxy wasn't there trying to shut it down because she was blinded. Keep an eye out for how she uses these stars in the future, and if Mates start to work against them, playing a little bit safer. But now though, mid control. Mates want it, but a lot of stall utility. Both Prowlers used very early by Lisa.
Oh, and Jelena's got that up online. It's been such a big proponent of this team, and she's making it worth its weight in gold already. And that's it. Gentlemate shut down early. Don't want to push either of the extremities and mid. While Twy, I can't even name how many multi-kills she's got, and it's only the 4th round. gets smoked off, but immediately puts the snake bite out to stop them trying to capitalize on her having to fall back. Seeker's going out. Floxy is a little bit of something going on in towards Garage. She's on high alert, but she's getting proactive with this. She's ready, she's waiting. Smoke goes out to try, well, so the Paranoia goes out to try allow her teammates to get up into tower, and Lisa's in a risky position here. So much on her shoulders here, needs to keep Floxy safe, but to be fair, Lisa's there to help, and Floxy's no slacker, and SK Nebula up to 5 already.
Floxy doesn't need someone to keep her safe. She saves her team with a 3k in that round. What work? And we saw again on the minimap, we missed the kill itself, but Nami fell victim to the pullback smoke once again. Floxy really maximizing the use of Astra, and now Gentlemates. You're a team that likes to call your timeouts late in the buy phases when you're on the attack side, but it's not coming through yet. It's an eco round, so the coaches trust in the team to try and pull something out the bag with these sheriffs, with these bandits. Ultimate's coming online finally for the side of Mates on the next round at the very least, but maybe they can find Fluxy.
More bizarre things have happened. Fluxy spray through the smoke has already done so much damage on so many of these players. There is a heal to try and get some of these players back up. Unfortunately, Tokamite has to just sit back with her 26 health, can get the rest of them up to scratch, but not herself. And look at this, a little bit of a re-clear going on through B. The Prowler through Garage isn't going to spot anything, but the rest of the team slowly creeping on over towards A. Just Nami here, left to try distract. She finds a headshot. That might be a recovered weapon as well.
Yeah, she's on the lurk though. She's got a roll to get over towards A, so this does allow her to rejoin with the rest of the team. She picks up the weapon, causes a little bit of noise, and you can see Lisa's stuck down, but Jelena holding the line. The cage blocks her off. She's got to back off.
Takes another long sightline though. Last of the healing used up because more chip damage just coming on through. DP on over. Wenz is here. They're really trying to sell and convince this fake towards B. Jelena undeterred, unbothered by this. Miss first shot, switches to the sidearm. Lovely headshot. The aftershock and the stun go on to force her off of this hard line in. And now Spike's gonna go down. Rescue's looking to try get ahead of all of this, but Wenz's position could be devastating. Nami with that recovered weapon is making it pay dividends. Twy around the corner, waiting needs to be perfect. There's a flash hovering. Head of it though, Rolling Thunder even invested into this. Twy gets one, but immediately traded on out. Now it's just Jelena with that op. They know where she is. They know they can just throw utility at the issue and she won't be able to get round the corner. Jelena finds the first round the corner with the bandit, looking just to try close the gap as much as personal. Pit shots go on in while she recovers her ability to walk again. And round the side waiting. Wentz has just tucked on in. They haven't even had to show themselves. And Marty ducks in and out. And a Moda Thrifty is how Gentlemates get themselves back into this game. And it is a perfect way to do so.
What a thrifty. The Rolling Thunder coming online off the back of the all pick up on B. She just survives the spam and then gets the plant on A. Uses it to convert the round, and that is so incredibly worth it.
You said at the start, is the coach is just going to trust them on this eco. Now the timeout is getting called after the eco round here. We said they like to call it pretty late into the buy phase here.
Yep.
Now it's coming on through. We trusted them to get the eco, they did. And this means this timeout, even more endless possibilities to work with and to mold.
And the most important thing about this timeout being called with 9 seconds left on the round when mates are on the attack side is they can call a quick switch up, a change of tempo, a change of pace. But SK, they won't have chance to move around the map and position themselves into new positions based on what the coaches think Mates' coaches are going to say in this round. Right? It's a very clever tactic that I think we're seeing come out from Mates a lot of the time when they're on the attack is the very late timeouts. But it's working. They've now also got the Seekers online. This should help them identify the weaker parts of site. But SK have an abundance of ults as well. Viper's Pit, most importantly. Wouldn't be surprised to see that lock down just B site itself. You don't usually see the Viper going too far advanced unless that is the case, but maybe she's just going to go mid. We've seen that from SK more than a few times.
Exactly. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Immediately, Viper's Pit goes on into mid. And actually, Gentlemates have a bit of a look. They see a wall of green and they want no part of this whatsoever. Well, at least initially. Looks like they do want to brace the idea of going on in. They have the flash. They've got the util on the side of Rescue to try force her out of her own smoke, but one flash goes in. They're not content. Still hovering, though, waiting to see if the extremities can find anything. Dog goes in, doesn't quite clear out Wens, but they know that she's always hiding here. Tripwire gets caught. Fault line goes on in, fires in the shot, manages to catch Wens, and Wens is probably wondering why she got robbed there. So Nami's got another pick here. They're trying to keep it even. Nightfall now online. Send it into mid to try force them away, force them out of this position. Now that Viper's Pit has gone down, Twy needs something to get her out of this corner. They don't clear it out. Finds one. Stuns go on in, and Marty will swing off the back of them. And that stops the retrade coming on through. Barry X waiting. Has a look into tower, doesn't spot anything. Gives them a bit of security as they push in towards Vent here. But Jelina's waiting. Drop one down to being spotted. That spike gone on down. She can call that over. And now Barry X tries some fancy movement. Jelina says, not on my watch. And SK back to their winning ways. They got thriftied, but they have nothing but momentum still in their sails.
The movement take there from Barry X was a really nice attempt. I don't know how that showstopper got that kill. That is absurd placement from Jelina. Pixel perfect. No other way that works. And then she closes out with this 3K as well. The adaptation, the movement onto Barry X with the crosshair, perfect. And our mates have a broken by 3 rifles, a bulldog, and a sheriff. Barry X also has the overdrive, so Rescue, watch out.
Dog's gonna get shot here. Stuns go on forward. Overdrive has been popped and Rescue's just looking to try escape. Flash goes on in. Anything she could do to stop Barry X, to deny this overdrive from finding anything to wear it on down. But Marty and Tokamita swing out and they are lethal. They are primed. And now they have the player advantage here as well. Spike goes on down. Heal on up comes through for Marty as well, as if there wasn't enough going in their favor. And now Twy slowly creeping down ramp, but so aware is Barry X, holding for this exact angle. Wall goes up, makes this awkward push on through. Barry X spots it. I don't know why puts her own wall up for that, but alas, Fluxy left in a 1 versus 3. Fault line goes on out, swing out from Barry X is perfect, and this is a Gentlemate special. You can see the timing, how they play off of each other is perfection.
Despite the fact we had the Sky Flash come on through to try and find multiple members of Mates Blind, they were ready for it now. They know that SK are wanting to interrupt. I've got a question why Twy thought putting the wall up there was good. I guess it helped her advance up in case Mates were watching main from other angles, but she's still got to peek it out into the open by herself. Marty's almost got another Rolling Thunder online. Now we're going to see this Gentlemates core building up that momentum. The engine's online, it's working. Jelina backs off from the guiding light immediately, but look at where the spike is. It's over towards B. This is just a fake.
It's a heavy fake. And now
this is what I do in my ranked games.
I mean, this is what my teammates do in ranked games, and I lose my mind in it, because if Wens goes down here... Now, Fluxy is not an aggressive B anchor, right? Fluxy hasn't been pushing Garage, so Wens is pretty sure that she's not going to get massacred immediately. But if anyone had been having a look, takes her down, well, that spike isolated. Alas, that's not the world we live in. Barry X finds one. Lisa, however, keeps the numbers even. And look at this, Fluxy's been drawn on over. Now, the question is, Wens, does she plant immediately? Judge goes on out, Marty falls there, but they're probably wondering why they've not heard the spike even so much as tap there. I think Wen's just looking to plant, but she's not going to have any support to help her on over. Nami needs one more for her ult to TP over, but she falls, and that means Wen's was going to be doing this solo. Now she's got to hope that Barry X can whittle down the numbers. They're probably wondering what on earth has gone on there, because Spike's gone down, but they're watching sight. They're now rushing on over. They're conscious that Barry X always going to be this flank. Little bit messy there. They're both out in the open, but twice, spots are running away. Knows they've got all the time in the world. They just have to deal with Wen's on site because BerryX has taken the long scenic route. Wen's has got one there. They're trusting her for so much more. They know they've got the timing here. The running coming on over. BerryX has to get there. It is planted for her if she can get round this corner. She goes on out, finds the first, and now Twy needs to get this. It is already halved, but BerryX going to be unmoving, tucking in as far as she can, draws her out, finds the pick. It's going to be a matter of milliseconds, but Twy dances in the fine margins, and SK put a halt to this weird, wacky solo site plant.
I'm not exactly sure what mates thought the plan would be there in the late round. Maybe it was just trusting Nami to get a kill so she could from the shadows over to B, is what I imagine the plan was. I don't think I'd want to be running that round unless you already have the from the shadows online, right?
It's a bit of a gamble, and that's the thing, is sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. This time they lost. But, you know, I like a little bit of anarchy. I love a set play, so...
Sure.
I'm going to be remembering that round for time to come.
And now, mates, again, over towards A. Rescue just doing a little bit of damage, but mates just want to hard exec this because they know the A site is weak.
Oh, lovely punish from Rescue on the BerryX slide, read like a book, but Nami gets two, and suddenly the tides have turned twice. Spamming from the heavens gets one of her own, and that stops the spike going down. But Nami, this is what she needed a round ago, just one more kill, and now she's found three of them. Leads around the corner, is not going to be able to stop the plant going down. Spots the weapons getting chucked and upgraded here. Flash goes on out, Nami stunned momentarily, but that's enough. And now just Fluxy left. Corner, waiting. Fluxy's taken down Nami. That denies the ace, but Wen's the bodyguard holds on and keeps this round alive for them. Gentlemates up to 3, but there's still a road to go to get back into this.
The hard execs and the fundamentals whilst they're scaling are good for mates. When they just exec, they win the round. When they do these little unusual plays, let's call them, that's when it seems to be overthought, overcooked. Yes, peculiarities. That I can't even say it right. But SK now down to an eco round. Bucky, Sheriffs, Bandits. Ultimates are plenty for round 12, though, if they can get a couple of kills here. That'll set themselves up nicely to try and end this on 8 if they can't win this first. And these weak weapons, you need the attackers to walk into you. But mates are playing passive, waiting for a mistake from SK first.
Knows that the money is probably not going to be all that great, so the longer they can draw this out, the better. The more range fights they can take. It's only to their benefit. Round the corner, slowly. Toka's got the dog ready to be followed in by what I'm assuming is the hunting pack of BerryX and Marty, but the scout gets destroyed before they get any real info, and that's enough for them to not be confident, to not be sure in pulling the trigger on this one.
I mean, you hear the Bucky ring out, and you're like, okay, no, I don't want none of that. I'm not going to risk it. Like, even a breach stun doesn't really affect the Bucky's first shot massively, right? If you're up close and personal, the extra spread you get from the stun doesn't really matter. So a B split it is to try and find their way around the Bucky.
Rolling Thunder gets infested very early on here, and oh, Twy, exactly what we worried about. Fluxy found one of her own, and they don't clear Lisa. Overdrive gets pumped, and it's a massacre! Amoda Thrifty rings out loud and proud, and that's a beautiful round from SK Nebula. They say, yeah, you got your Thrifty, it's our turn to save our little Dosh.
Incredible, the Bucky works out. Nami was not expecting to be up close and personal there, and then Lisa's shots. I mean, come on, that is absurd. And now, SK, ultimates are plenty. Not really matched by anything powerful from the side of mates, just some information gathering in terms of the from the shadows and the neural theft. That's it. I'd just say go for another hard exec. It's been working.
Might as well. BerryX jumping on forwards, being heard by Rescue, looking to re-clear this, but actually doesn't want to push through the wall here. Gonna drop further back, use the dog to re-clear. The dog's not gonna spot anything at all because they've already vacated. And once again, they're running the same round with the Viper's Pit in mid. And it's just this time completely dissuaded Gentlemates.
Yeah, they've got to go back, wait for the cooldowns to come back in. The stun was used at the beginning of the round, so that'll be back relatively soon, but It's all going to come down to their exec once again. Jalena's holding the aggressive line. Rescue can peek off a timing maybe, but she thinks better of it. Has to re-clear mid because maybe they snuck past Try in mid.
There's always that worry. Wenz gets the opening pick. Jalena, all stunned, blinded, everything. Slide on forward. Berry X misses her shots, and that's the problem. It's all or nothing, and this time she gets gnawed. Spike goes on down. Nightfall comes on out. Nami just waiting round the corner. Fault line goes out. And now they're just looking to hold on. They've dug their claws in. Can they keep them there? Nami with one, Wenz with another, and Toka cleans up the last. And that's going to be an 8-4 half with SK leading.
Switching sides.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is where we left off the half, and is where we're picking back up here. Now, these pistol win rates are very polar opposites here.
Yeah, they really are. Mates is second, only beaten out by, I think it was Twisted Minds. But SK down in 10th. In terms of the teams from main event, not including the Cash Cup teams from play-ins. But they won the first pistol. It set them up incredibly strong in their defense to get that up online on round 4. To help that snowball at the start. Now on the attack side, can they find another? Mates are set up across the map, split, anchoring down. 3 on B, 2 on A, but you've got the Cypher set up there as well to assist. SK's purely exploring mid. Eventually, Mates are going to get antsy. Or do they have that discipline?
You'd hope they have that discipline. They're a team renowned for it, but we'll find out slowly. SK creeping on forward, up into heaven, unseen, unnoticed. Twice being left here as a pivot point, as an anchor to cut off, rotates, but no one's going to be coming their way. Tapping away, a lot of damage has been done early onto Toka. It's Jalena with the opening pick here now, ducking into the smoke. Flash to go around the corner, but Flux is already in the smoke. They completely neglect Berry X. Luckily, Jalena spins around just about in time to save her teammate's life. Now, Marty has to push on forward. They don't know how close she is, but they've spotted a shoulder, they've spotted something. And Twy there, we talked about it, this divot in mid that they can just pivot off of, finds a beautiful pick into the backs, and now just Marty left. They chip away. Her health was low anyway, and SK Nebula, another pistol round, puts them up to 9.
They're 2-0 currently right now in this map, setting themselves up to try and close it as quick as possible, because SK's full buy round win rate is almost as good as Mates'. Not there yet, but almost. So if they can win these pistols, that really sets them up into that advantage. Look at the 5-round streak they got in the first half. They're looking to mirror that here. Now, Berry X, a Bucky. It was used by the side of SK. Took Nami out in B main. Well, she's going to have to try and find something to sell. She's just holding off ramps. Scared of the dog to start with. Oh, it did spot her. The damage from there was good.
It does, and now just tapping away, hoping to stop Berry X from repositioning, and Berry X on the Bucky, looking to re-clear. Twy on the other side, just a couple more bullets, finalizes the job she'd already started. Flash goes on round, spots nothing backside, allows them a little bit of confidence to push on forward, but so wary of screens here. Wens, spots the legs twice, not any the wiser. Then she's got a problem. Manages to turn back in time still to find Wens. Does get traded on out, but still player disadvantage hanging over Gentlemates' heads.
Yeah, but the SK team aren't fully here. It's only 2 on site, so actually mates are worried that it could be going back to B. They don't know. The stun finds nothing. I think she might have heard Fluxy jumping away and she sees them there. Here's the plant spike. So they know it's happening on A. But this is going to be a difficult retake to happen.
Is indeed. Marty just waiting, hoping they try and re-clear ramp, but SK, they've already got such established post-part positions, they don't need that one bit of land you happen to be standing on. Jelena waiting for it, P comes on out, Marty, it's a grim headshot, gives them a way back into this if they want it. Have to be careful because Marty's still here. Aftershock goes into the corner, forces them into the fight with her, the flash is perfect, Nami puts bullets in the backs of both of their heads, now it's just Rescue left, Paranoia goes on over from one side, Flash from the other, she's fully blind. She just needs to cling on for a couple more seconds, but it's not long enough. And Tokamite should just about have time to get the defuse on through. No! She missed the timing! And it's a Red Bull clutch to hang on in. SK got 10, but the setup she can't help but feel for Gentlemates. It felt like it had aligned so perfectly.
They had the perfect retake. They realized SK were playing multiple people off of site. And the flash here, the setup was perfect for Nami to play off of. Look at that timing. But it wasn't quick enough. The rotates had to come through and Nami had to be silent on that flank, otherwise that would have had no chance of working. Taiba actually brought this gun up but sent it over to Jelena, allowed the entry of the gun to try and find the space on B as SK have an awfully weak bonus. But maybe, as they hear Nami TP away, they might be able to find something. She swings and is spotted.
Flashes go on over and Gentlemates, the synergy on the utility, it's a little messier this time. Fluxy's got one, but Nami immediately to trade. Beric steps on up, but SK are bringing the fight. 1-for-1 leaves us in a 2 versus 2. Marty drops on down, gets another, but Twi trades on out, and the trade game's perfect. Twi's picked up a weapon now and knows that Wens has got to come from one of these 2 directions. All goes out from one side. Worried a little bit about Garage. She keeps just missing the timing here. Round the corner, waiting, spots the swing on out, and Wens finds it, hangs on for dear life, but gets the round. But SK, considering what they came into this bonus with, I would not be walking away disappointed.
They're going to be very happy. So much damage done there to make sure that this next round for mates is going to be weak. They've got Bulldog, lighter shields, and, well, they might even be lacking a little bit of utility. Yeah, they are. It's weaker for mates, but they still have a chance. The Rolling Thunder is going to be a big, big tool for them here. Potential to use it. Try and stop SK from getting to a site or for the retake if they're playing on again. Which they might want to after how they played in round 1. Might want to all anchor on sites, because I'd be scared of Nami's flanks forever now.
I mean, you've got to be. They absolutely destroyed you with them. Berryx waiting. Here's a flash go on out. Flash on the corner. Spots that she's there. And now, what a hold on. There's a lot of bodies being thrown at the issue. Now, the dog's already ahead of the smoke. But that smoke will stop them from pushing so quickly. I say that actually, they just wanted to throw Util at the issue. Tokamita is being pressured all the way down. Had to drop off of heaven here. Now falling back, waiting. Drop on down. Gets caught by Nami. Rescue here as well. Tokamita looking for the re-clear. Not quite sure somebody's pushed as far left as they have. And Marty's not gone for the clear just yet either. So they have a problem in their midst. Nami's probably wondering, where was the top cover? I thought you were watching it. And Rescue's got one. Now goes to try deal with the player she knows is behind her. But the issue is the rotates while they're in between sites there. They're in Flux and Limbo. And Berry X is both too far and too close for comfort.
This is chaos. Absolute pandemonium. And Toka finds the pick on Fluxy off the back of it. Is that the Rolling Thunder setup? But it doesn't matter. Lisa finds one. Now Rescue's over the top. The dunk onto Toka. Berry X, you can't be peeking this. You want to wait for Wens for the retake of 2 versus 2.
Spike planted. I've got your trail.
Oh, the Seekers come out because of it as well. They know that somebody's back alley and they know how close they are. So they're just going to tuck back, draw back as much space as possible and try to create this crossfire between backside and garage. Here's the slide on out. Lisa's found one. Haunt goes out immediately. It doesn't catch Berry X, but Rescue will instead. SK push themselves up to an 11th. And now that end game, their own map pick, looking so secure already.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the timeout come through for Mates here. They want to try and get a handle on this to not allow it to snowball out of control. In the chaos, SK seemed to thrive there, set themselves up so well. Make sure they had the trades, even the damage numbers called. You could see by the crosshair placement that they knew the last two players, Berry X especially, were low. So they just one tap to the body would have been enough, maybe two. But now, SK looking for space on ramps, clearing it up a little bit as they lean in towards the A site. Mates on an eco, explore mid, because SK, they are split across the map once again. The A site's theirs, but they've got to be careful of the quick flank.
Really do indeed tap on the spike, hoping that Twy can provide the cover from up above. Has stopped anybody peeking in so far. Can hear so much presence. For the swing on out. Oh, first goes on out, immediately puts a little bit of util out to stall them from pushing her. They have to reclear all of ramp here to even start looking at heaven as an option. Flashes go on forward. Rescue, Paranoia forces her out behind the screens. Finds one, traded out now, 4 for 4. Look at this position though. They've switched sides now. Defuse starts coming on through. Nami finds the first, and it's not planted for them up here. They need to get back on site. Showstopper goes on forward, fired over the top there. Takes down Berry X. The pinch shots to go over. They're just trying to buy seconds. Every millisecond counts here. And now Marty, there's no time. Finds the 4th. Jelena manages to keep this going. Now just about manages to survive the breadth of the spike, but oh, it's risky.
It was. Planting for that position sent them up into an awful post plant here. They weren't sure of the heaven control when they planted, so they couldn't plant open lest something awful happened to them. And now SK. Map point already. Mates need 7 in a row just to take us to overtime, and that feels like an impossibility. They do have tools for it. The Rolling Thunder and the Overdrive, a nasty combo if most of SK are on site. But this Outlaw is going to be deadly to everyone except for Berry X.
It really is, but funny enough, it's Berry X who's leading the charge, and it's Berry X that's there's the Achilles heel right now. Finds the first, and immediately they retract, they peel back, knowing that SK, they've diverted their attention. Cage ready to go for Wens. Pushes the first, creates the one-way. She's isolated these fights up top, but actually, they don't want this to be their last round. Marty absolutely perfectly sets up Wens for the pick on Jelena. And look at this, the flank from Berry X is perfect. Gentlemate's a flawless round to deny SK that all-important 13.
Where was this SK the last couple of rounds? It felt like they disappeared, and we know that they can play like this most of the time. A nice shot from Berry X onto an airborne rescue. Not sure exactly how that happened, but now SK have an eco. We've seen 2 Emoda Thrifties so far. And with Toy's ultimate, the Viper's Pit, well, that is the eco maker, right? If you can get onto a site, get set up in the post plant, that's going to be difficult for Mates to come back into, especially with the Rolling Thunder gone, but they have guns aplenty, ults aplenty. Cypher set up on A as well. This is going to be difficult for SK to push into, so they go for the split onto ramps. Both through mid and A.
Berry X has found the first here. Here's Jelena escaping up the ropes. Has a bit of a clear, not going to spot anything now. SK now managed to get themselves fairly far established in towards A here, but Wen still backside, plucks one from the air. Good for the transfer. Twy does eventually put an end to the shenanigans, but Marty's trapped by the tether backside. One on down by Fluxy. Stuns go on out. Berry X needing to chase this. Pops the overdrive here, sliding on forward. Fluxy trying to get ready for her. Not quite able to deal with the speed. And there we go, Berry X, one more to the tally, another clutch for the highlight reel. And Gentlemates bring themselves up to 7, trying to close this gap oh so desperately, but any single mistake could signal the end.
Call her Wenji Fishy, the way she was playing around that part of the site. Incredible anchoring. Dancing around screens. It was impossible for SK to find a timing onto her. The flashes and the support were also incredible from Mates, and this is something that they've got an abundance of, right, is these flashes that can really make life so difficult for SK as they're scaling up towards the site. Veryx operator in her hands, but she wasn't quick enough, scared of the dog. And well, now, mates, on map point. Well, let's go map point. One person down, a 4v5 required to stay in this map.
Indeed. They hovering with the fault line in hand, but doesn't want to let it rip too early. Can't even re-clear ramp. The wall goes up. Oh, spot to rescue, but doesn't know how close Twy is. Actually decides to call it off altogether. Does not want to get isolated out here. Relying on Wens to try hold down things as they push out of that choke point. They don't. They wait for the nightfall. Wens caught off guard. Nowhere she could run to escape it. Has to deal with the Prowler chasing her, always hold on her heels. Finds the first there, Paranoid goes on out, adjust, takes down the player up top, Rescue to trade there. Tether on Nami, surely they take it down. Yes, Rescue finds two, now it's just Tokamita, needs two more, finds the first. Here's the defuse coming on through, Seekers coming her way, lights her location up. And now reposition, trying desperately to throw them off her scent. But they know where she's going, they know where she can be, and they're holding for her, waiting. And it's going to be Fluxy on the long sight line, taken down. Now 1 versus 1. Rescue swings out, and it's so little health left. And all it takes is one bullet. SK Nebula take map number 1, 13-7.
A clean finish there from SK Nebula. They set themselves up to close it out nicely so they don't get exhausted before Breeze. They don't expend too much energy before we go to that map 2. And that is where SK are going to be looking to close it out. So well done by SK. But you got to say, there was some really nice rounds in there from mates, and if we see more of those nice rounds, everything could change.
Yeah, exactly, but that is only map number 1. Potentially 2 maps still to return here. Twy, I think, was just so incredible. Multi-kill after multi-kill, especially in that first half. I mean, I don't think I can count on one hand the number of 3Ks we saw her get. And just holding on to this mid-control on that defense side so tactfully, so masterfully.
Exactly. I couldn't have put it that better myself. And as we see here, that one clutch, only one clutch coming through, and that was a post-mortem clutch as well, right? That was the time whittled away. That was so important for SK. If they lost that round, the Rescue just managed to stall out for. It feels like the map could have flipped the entire way to mates, but well, SK secured it. And now as we look ahead towards Breeze, Affinity, my question becomes, can we see SK close this out without losing a map like they did in Stage 2 finals?
Oh, we will have to find out. Breeze, it comes down to it. And whilst it's Gentlemate's pick, it's a map that SK are particularly strong on as well. However, we are going to head to a short little bit of a break. We'll be back for Breeze very soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed. Before I make you bleed, pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put with the put, get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite being my pow, 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo, how about now, bruh? จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now, out. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิดด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พอแม่คือความจริง Summer from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. When the hook don't sleep, don't yeah yeah don't. When the hook don't sleep, don't yeah yeah.
Welcome back everybody. Map number 1 done and dusted, and SK, well, they want to go back to their winning ways from the stage 2 grand finals. Now gentlemates, they want to go back to their winning ways from the group stage game versus SK Nebula here. However, SK have taken their own map pick. We now head on to Breeze, where actually SK have decided to start on attack side. Now Echo, you had some strong thoughts about this, let's say.
I wouldn't call them strong thoughts, but I think definitely thoughts, because one of the most important things, and we've talked of this to death over the course of this stage, but Jalena's operator is the most important tool for the side of SK, and that is obviously more potent on the defense side, right? But they picked the attack. This does allow, you know, Rescue to work that little bit better on the KO, assuming that she'll go with that. And, you know, the set plans, the set executes are going to be good. But I think what they're banking on here is hoping that they can find some kind of weakness. Because when this was played in the group stage, Mates got a flawless 6-0 defense against SK. That's my concern. Is they're starting on the attack and Mates got a flawless defense. What has changed? What have the SK Nebula coaches and Fluxy put together to make this attack side so strong?
I think that you're right. It's going to need a bit of a fundamental upheaval here.
Yeah.
However, I do raise you the fact that technically their attack side is a couple of % better.
Sure.
So, you know, swings and roundabouts, really. But let's take a look at Jolena. You mentioned her. It's the season of the ops and game changers, EMEA Stage 3. And Jolena has been in no small way a part of this.
And she's leveled up since the groups, which I didn't think would be possible. She was popping off during the group stage so much. But since we came into playoffs, she's looked so much more comfortable. And I feel as if the team maybe are working that little bit better with her. The boot camp buff for the synergy, I think, has really come into play. Because although we saw a couple of rounds on split, maybe, where Rescue wasn't supporting Jelena enough and was dying alone a couple of times, trying to get that exec interrupt whilst Mates were scaling, they usually work together as a duo so well. And Breeze, as we're looking ahead to this map, is going to be another situation where we expect that to happen. KO and Jet is such a timeless pairing, not always on this map, but at the very least how they play together on maps like Ascent in history, sometimes on Breeze, many other places as well. But I'm now looking at this as a chance for SK to continue what I'm going to call a domination on the first map coming on to the second.
Well, let's take a look and see if anything has been switched up. We're not really expecting to see a switch up here because it's so late in the tournament, and I don't believe we've seen anything new or interesting here. Well, it's interesting, but it's not.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah.
I wouldn't call it not interesting. I think both compositions have very similar aspects to it. But again, we see SK leaning into the Viper, right? Viper has been an incredibly strong agent for such a long time now. They play her wherever they can because the stall potential that you get out of this character is incredibly strong. And on the attack side, you can use the walls either as a bait or to basically get utility out of the side of mates. Because especially on this composition, mates are going to have to be contact re-clearing a lot of space because all they have is a drone and a recon every 50 seconds. And that's it for info, other than Wenz's Cypher. But on the defense, I don't know if there's anything more lethal other than Jelena's op than Wenz on the Cypher.
I think that you are right, and Wenz is, I think on this map she really comes alive as an anchor. I think when she's, especially when they leave her solo B, which is a difficult job at the best of times, she just levels up in a way that is awe-inspiring.
It's incredible, it's scary, it's the kind of thing I tried to emulate in my own games and absolutely fail. Yeah. Hey!
I'm no better.
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, well, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We'll leave it. We'll leave that there.
But what we will be leaving here as well is the agent select screen. And once we head into the pistols, we're looking pretty significantly here at the pistol round win rates, right? Is that SK have really struggled with them, whereas Gentlemates have soared and excelled like never before.
Yeah, it's a huge differential between the two of them. So to see SK run away with both pistols on the first map is a huge component of why they were able to get a 13-7, right? That's a big part of it. 6-round difference already. And now as we head on to Breeze, Mates and SK both have 3 sheriffs, 2 ghosts. Barely any util. We're going all out for the bloodbath, for the fighting. SK on the attack side, looking like an A split, but Mates, I think, want to challenge the mid portion of that. We're probably going to see some aggression, a fight. You can see Berryex getting the run up, getting the speed to charge down mid.
Oh, here she goes. Knife's not going to scan anything early on. Fluxy immediately falling back there has made a little bit of noise, and they're cautious of doors here now. They all clear through here. Nothing to be seen. They're trusting the camera over on B for any information. And it is an immaculate read. And then some.
It's the most perfect read. They've got most people here. Now, the pause from SK has put a bit of doubt in Mates' mind, but they're still going here.
Oh, and here's the first peek. Nami with the first immediately smoke around the corner. Gives her a little bit of space to work with, but she's going to tuck in. Play inside the smoke in case Juliana tries to dash on in. They don't clear out Twy, though. Tokamita and Marte spam away, and Gentlemates finally secure themselves a pistol round. They say split is over. We want no repeats of our behavior there, and they kick off this map strong.
What more could you ask for if your mates are flawless? Sure, but they got the right read. Nami got the opening pick, and that allowed the rest of mates to flood through the Viper wall of SK with no fears. It looks like they've made the right read once again. The Cypher setup with Berryex's Marshall, a one-tap against everyone from Nebula. Mates are looking to roll this as much as they can. 3 Bulldogs. We saw some Thrifties on the first map. Well, SK somehow find another.
Smoke goes out early, the cope to try and cover them, wall goes up, and they're throwing so much util, but somehow Gentlemates are able to keep calm amidst the hurricane. Berryex with 2 and Wenz with another, leaves just Berryex here for now, but they've pulled over teammates. That wall still up is a little bit pesky, but as it drops, drone goes over the top there. It's gonna spot, I was gonna say it spots Marty. Caught by the edge of the wall. Tokamita swings out, finds the last Gentlemate to convert, and it is a beautiful way to find your second.
They keep their Bulldogs. They've got the operator for Barriex coming into round 3. This is something we've seen from mates a fair amount of time, but they have often gone for the retakes with this op when they don't need to on the defense. So it's a little bit of a risk. But if Barriex can find the picks, you know it's going to change how the rest of this map looks. She's leaning over towards mid. I expect her to go towards Hall here once she's sure there's no early aggression through mid. And SK can't break the camera. Wenz is going to keep that there. Actually, that's going to be so useful in the late round for the information. It means mates can rotate off a little bit if they want.
Mates' proactivity in mid needs to be studied because it gives them so much information to work with here. Whilst the smoke goes up and forces them back in towards doors, I don't think they're discontent with the amount of room they've got just with this position alone. Drone goes out, is clearing through the halls. It's just about going to spot Fluxy at the end there.
Where's Barriex going? Is she going to go to top mid and trying to find a peek there? Maybe. As we see again, the proactivity mid.
We saw them in halls, so maybe they're expecting them to push out in towards mid, so they're stacking it. But, well, actually, they're looking just to hit towards A, and now actually this mid controller, Serendipity. They haven't checked twice, though. And she's a sleeper agent, always in the back lines, biding her time. Barriex, long range, gets one, ready for the next. Lisa falls down. And now they're trying to push on forward. Fluxy's got one, but Wen's isolating these jewels. Fluxy clinging on, trying to find something, anything in this round. Unable to take any more down with her. And Gentlemates take 3. And the prophecy about these flawless defense side halves from Gentlemates is starting to be realized once again.
It's a nice first pick, but revealing herself there means the Viper Wall doesn't come through, and the Viper Wall is the closer one, the one you really want to be using for the execute itself. But then, because they have to rely on the Harbor Wall, Barriex gets the entirety of the sightline to spam down, to farm with the operator. A weakness in the attack side. SK need to be more flexible with their Harbor Walls in the future if Toy goes down on the lurk again.
Nami, wall goes up pretty quickly, but both walls, and actually, it's not going to deter SK in the slightest. They're already trying to push further ahead. Marty round the corner, rescue swings wide, and Jelena tries to get the trade, but they're both gonna fall. And one by one, the dominoes topple, and it's flawless from Gentlemates in every facet of the word.
They're floating through this map so easily so far. SK, I think they need a timeout soon to fix the mistakes they're having, because as I'm looking at this, they are making mistakes. And yeah, we get the timeout to come through. And as we see here from Marty, that loss, it was the wake-up call, right? It was the moment that set them up to win, to come back to strength that they had in game 1, or in stage 1.
I think another thing to note here is I know we're only going into round 5, but the fact that one player is on 1 kill and 2 players are on 0 kills is a little bit of a worry, because part of why Breeze was so one-sided, when I say one-sided, it was a 13-5 to Gentlemates in the group stage, right?
Yep.
None of these players went positive. The most kills that was, found was Rescue and Jolena both got 11, which is still tying with, it was bottom on the scoreboard for Gentlemates. It was a domination mechanically for Gentlemates. So I'm worried that we're going to start seeing this again, especially with Jolena and this op. There's been such an investment into it. We need to see it pay itself back at the bare minimum.
We need to see SK do what mates did after that loss in stage 2 grand finals. Switch up from that mindset. And instead of playing to not lose, playing to win. You could see that on Split, right? They were playing to win on that map. Whereas here, I'm not sure we've seen that confidence from them yet. But Jelena's up. Very powerful. We talked to death about how good it is. But it's on the attack side. She's going to have to be poking and prodding a little bit. Spotted by the drone, has to back off. Barriex is holding down the A line. So what can SK find once they've taken this mid control?
Been left behind as they continue pursuing mid. sent Fluxy round so they can have a little bit of goal, potentially move on over later. Smoke goes out for Nest, allows them to escape unseen, unheard, and look to head in towards A. But the trip set up here, Wenz has got this site, ironclad lockdown. The camera's going to spot the legs. Tag goes on out, and once the camera gets taken down, there's still a tripwire in the way, and they've still got to contend with Wenz. They've even moved Tokamite on over, so the rotate is immensely quick. Lisa's drone gets immediately spotted. Wenz is spotted backside yellow, or orange, depending on, you know, whether I'm colorblind or not. Reckoning goes on through. Wenz has found one immediately there. Makes it a double. Shots ring on out. The up by Jelena. Tagging up Wenz through the box. Goes for third. Falls as well. Now Wenz does get traded on out, but still 2 versus 2. Spike still needs to go down. There's only 13 seconds. And Nami's looking to close the space here.
10 seconds left.
Round the corner, the stun goes out, forces Lisa to reevaluate. Spike gets dropped, Twy needs to grab it, but there's not enough time to start planting. And the Molly goes in as well, needs to take this fight, and Twy's got nothing she could do. Has to sit there in futility, and even loses her life at the end.
Once again, SK's execute just lacking the punch that we saw on Split. I think they're expecting there to be space, expecting Gentlemates to give them the space that they want, just from the pure, hey, we beat you in the playoffs. But actually, Mates have 3 victories. All games that they've played in the group stage went the way of Gentlemates. There's no reason for them to be respectful even, right? If Mates are playing to win, not playing to lose, if they are fighting, that's going to be it. SK exec towards A again, but Gentlemates are not giving anything up.
No, they are not. Toka gets the double kill to kick us off here. Marty pounces on opportunity. Fluxy and Lisa both find one, but it is pitiful. It is meager pennies compared to the pounds that they have been blown.
I think SK need another timeout, and quick. They need to fix this. It was 6-0 half, which was their loss last time in the group stage. That was it. It was over at this point. And if they can't get around, if SK can't start to get on the board soon, well, we could see this being their loss once again. Part of me fears this might have been lost in the veto. Picking the attack side with what looks like an unfinished playbook is maybe a mistake. SK have tools for the attack side again. Hunter's Fury, 1 away. Now they've got the null command online. But Berryx is going peeking. She takes rescue out. Now there's no null command.
And now this falls apart at the seams. Well, even if the seams were holding it together to begin with, drone's going to go out from Toka. It's not going to spot anything. Twy actually going to be unbeknownst to them, but Berry X has sent something. The drone didn't go deep enough. She's going to hold this down herself. Good for 1. Peeking 1 by 1. Jolena goes down 2. Now, 3rd time's the charm. No, it's not, because it's the 4K for Berry X. Now just Fluxy remains the last player left alive and about to walk face first into a Marty that is primed and poised. Finds her, and Berry X is coming on forward. She's running for it. She wants the ace. Flash on round the corner. They're desperately trying to stun her. Stop her coming on round. Now she's fully blind. The stun as well, doing its job. Round the corner. Spots her, needs to get a little bit closer. 2 pumps with the shorty. And Berry X has found the 5th.
The ace. The salt in the wounds for SK. As Berry X just picks them apart. Absolute domination. I don't know what SK were expecting, but the timeout to come through, well, a lot has to be picked up here. And as we hear from Berry X, the player that got the ace in the previous, if you're thinking about entering her site twice, or think twice, this is about Wenz. She's the best Sentinel. And hey, I'm not going to disagree. She is one of the only people that we still see playing the hard Sentinel role, other than maybe Anva on Giant X. And she is incredible at it.
But play goes down with the ship, you know?
But what I want to see is, I want to see more hype about Berry X. That round is incredible from her, but it's something we've seen a million times. She's just this good.
Absolutely. And, you know, she's talking about having the best sentinel. I think we've got to have conversations about the best duelist as well.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
a
for
lot
sure.
of people in the conversation, but Berry X this year, even though they didn't win last stage, was in that conversation. She's always in that conversation. The fact that she's making the Neon look this good after all of the nerfs, I mean, that is another caliber, another level of player.
And the thing is, her stage 2 was probably her worst stage since she joined GC. It was rough for her.
And if
Marty
that's her
was the star
rough,
player. Yeah,
you know,
yeah, right? Getting second place, is that rough?
I mean, oh, God forbid. But
Yeah.
here we go. SK trying something new. Gentlemates' mid controllers being immaculate this time. Well, there's nobody in mid, but maybe it's a little bit of a Trojan horse here. It seems too good to be true, and it probably is. That's because they're waiting for you on the other side. Now, doesn't spot Jolina over the top here, but Wen's waiting for rescue. They've got all of the entrances and exits on lock. Down. Marty waiting, knowing that they're in tunnel. She doesn't have to make a move. She's not here alone. Nobody is. Every fight has 2 players watching, with the exception of Wen's here.
Yep. Rescue could try and find something, but it's unlikely. The drone gets broken, spots out Nami now. That's surely the trigger. She tries to slow it down, and Rescue loses the fight. That was so important.
The jump on out there before the neural theft can even pop, and now they know where all of these players are, and it makes the kills even easier, even freer. Fluxy finds one and is desperately trying to find anything else, but is going to be denied. And now that's Gentlemates. 8 rounds on the trot, and still, I hearken my point. We haven't seen Rescue get a kill. We haven't seen Jolina get a kill either. At what point do Gentlemates have they just won already?
It feels like this is over. I say GG, go next, go Summit. SK have to pull something magical out of the bag in this round if they want a chance of winning this map and closing out here. I want to see the next 4 rounds in a row. They've got the ultimates for it. There is hope. Jolina's knife, she's so good with these. The anime battle style. It works wonders. And now everything thrown in this round for SK. They know that this is a must-win.
Wen's just being
What a
caught.
shot!
She still manages to take one down. She's blocking them out of the sky like she's shooting clay pigeons. Nami hasn't even been cleared, finds 2 of her own, and it's Twy who immediately popped the Viper's pit. It goes nowhere. It finds nothing. And Lisa, the last one left to find anything for this team. The wall goes up. They're going to flash on through it. The recon goes out as well. She's managed to just about be dodged by the scan, but it doesn't matter because there's 4 players waiting on this side. They've got Spike in their graphs, and Berry X has got the line of sight on you.
What is it with Breeze and these one-sided halves? Wen's got a beautiful shot, but once again, SK's attack side just feels unfinished. Like they have pieces that are just not coming out. And those mistakes are being punished, exploited by the side of Gentlemates at every turn. It feels like they've got the perfect timing, the perfect read, the understanding. SK threw 4 ultimates into that round of round 9 because they knew it was so important. And they lost it. Now the reckoning for Fluxy, that's the only one left probably for the half. And they have to find something. Mates are playing back, playing passive. We see 2 kind of setups from them, right? The one where they like to contact reclear space, usually towards mid, but sometimes B. And then this one, the passive setup. Let SK walk into us whilst we mow them down. That's what mates want to do.
Well, they're going to be given the chance. I mean, look at the money on these players. They're set for the rest of the half, if nothing else. And it's just looking flawless. Lokomita already cleared through main. Now, a little bit early. Now they're starting to fill in the gaps here, but got a good handle on it. X waiting on the other side with the op is going to have to get herself on over quickly to be involved in the conversation. But now that the flash has gone on out, she's going to start moving. Toka does get caught by the recon, but not necessarily too fast. The wall comes directly at her face, and she's just desperately trying to find some safe haven. Marty's popped the run it back to be the bodyguard. Does get taken down, but Toka trades it on out immediately. It's a life for something that wasn't even a life. Toka gets another. The stun is perfect on Fluxy. She's just praying and hoping for it to be over. They're throwing so much util her way. She will not be allowed to leave this bubble alive. There's the swing out from Nami, and Berry X gets her second amidst all of this as well. Double digits. And Gentlemates look unstoppable. This is not the same team we saw on Split. This is a team unleashed.
They just look immaculate. Jelena and Rescue still yet to find anything. Rescue feels like she got a kill, right? She took away the run it back from Marty, but that's the only value she got. Immediately traded out. We're not going to see these ultimates. Lisa didn't get enough kills, and she's the closest to coming back online. I liked the execute idea there from SK, but they didn't go far enough. They allowed mates the entirety of the back of site as soon as Rescue fell, and that meant that they could come back in for the pre-take. And now Jelena, she just avoids death, dashes away from the molly. But Marty wants to re-peek. She wants to go for the fight, but she's forced away. And now Berry X.
Berry X out in the open. Ooh, actually not a miss first shot because the shot does never ring out. Stun goes forward, trying to just give her teammates as much advance notice as possible. That spiked out first thing. Marty finds herself a little bit there. Nami, however, hoping to keep a handle on this and keep the lid from boiling over, but Twice found a second, locked them out of sight, but that wall's gone down already. It was used early and it took them a while. It was laborious to get onto site here. And Jelena's so low. A single shock dart could be the end. Goes forward and takes her down, lands right at her feet, and it's inevitable. And now 3 versus 2, they're whittling their way back into this. Fluxy and Twy, they're getting it done. Just Wen's left now. This is usually her side. Can she clutch this up? Time's already starting to get a little bit lower than is comfortable. She's given away a location with the footsteps, but they're looking to swing together. She jumps over the top. Now she's spotted both of them, has to run on forward. Isolates the fight, but Twy gets a 4K, and sometimes you need that individual spark to reignite the brilliance buried deep beneath.
They stop the flawless half. That's all that can be said so far. A great round from Toy because everybody else on the team is still struggling. The exec was nice and the pathing over towards the left side of B was what they needed. As soon as those shock darts killed out Jelena, I was fearful that mates would just continue on this march to summit, to the top of stage 3 to get to Istanbul. And now as SK looking to exec back over towards A, Rescue's further ahead than everybody else and watching for Marty to peek on through, but the flash is there and she avoids death.
Marty gets the first as well. She's ready for some more, but Rescue pounces on top. Berry X finds one, always avenging her teammates. Twice got a battle in mid. Now they're starting to win these ones. Isolate these fights a little bit better. But goes on out. Berry X jumping on forward, switched on over to the Vandal a little bit more easy to wield in these situations. Jolena tight round the corner. 2 of them going to be swinging her. Berry X takes first contact, but it's Wens that gets the kills. Wens gets traded on out. Berry X to pounce on top, however. The trades have been good. And look at this position. Snakebite goes on over, looking just to try and stick it here as well. Has managed to half it. Twy, is she aware? Round the corner, gun barrel spotted out, and Twy clutches on up again. And just about a tiny pocket of breathing room. SK get 2 to try work within the next half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The only person to really drag them over the line. As mates now on the attack side. If SK can get Jalena's op online, you can start to see hope for them. But that is a pistol required for it. As mates are pushing into her to start with. The walls come out. You know they're about to start the exec. The stun is good, but Lisa got a headshot.
And Jalena's clinging on for this as well. Nami finds one, and they've whittled Jalena's health down, not insubstantially. One bullet through the smoke will do the trick. Now the numbers are tied back up. Wall falls back sight, and that gives them some more worries because, well, Fluxy's now got clear line of sight on all of this land. Pushing on forward, left pyramid. Forward. Now Nami is ahead of this. Are going to clear it on out. Shoulder spotted. That spike dropped as well. Smoke will go out to main as well, which makes it harder for Tokomita, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't need to be harder. She's just going into the next round.
Hey, SK get the pistol. 3-1 currently. They set themselves up to start a comeback. It'd be an odyssey to get there. A journey for the ages. I don't know if we've seen a 10-2 comeback succeed in GC even this year. We've seen many 10-2s, but the comeback's where I'm doubting it. Now on the attack side, Gentlemates, weaker weaponry. Looking like a B split, most likely. Fast, pacey. Jalena's got the Marshall. Whoa, nice shots to open it up. A double kill.
I mean, Jolena does eventually get punished for such brazen kills, but immediately rescue right back on the case, and, well, only Jolena goes down, and what a beautiful way for SK to convert that round.
Yeah, clean. Clinical. Sets them up as well for Jalena's knives early. Should help supplement the economy if they start to lose a round or two. But that's all they can really afford to lose. Now the bonus. Guardians across the board. Fluxy's got enough to buy the op for Jalena in the next. So they don't mind if they lose this, but they really want to get the conversion. We saw it happen for both mates on this first half and split on the first half for SK, right? The bonus conversions. It's been happening, especially with Jalena and a Vandal, revealed by the spy cam. Not sure where that was, but now mates want to exec, and Jalena's out the round immediately.
Ferris found one rescue. The flash is perfect, and she gets taken down. Fluxy, they're tapping away at her through the cage here. She's just about able to escape. Another cage goes on forward. The stun goes on out, and Nami's just going to spray her down. Completely blind, completely unarmed. And now Lise has to fight her ways out of doors. She's alone. She's waiting for Twy to get here, trying to duck the drone. But the thing is, the drone already knows where you are, because the rest of the team knows where you are. Drone to go out for Twy to follow, but it gets shot down immediately. And Twy gets shot down even quicker. Lisa doesn't even get a chance to look outside of doors. And that's Gentlemates up to 11.
Stopping the bonus conversion to stop SK from starting this with the strength that we saw on the first half of Split. They've even got the Reckoning online for Nami. The way that they were playing together in that post plant as well, you could see the fundamentals, the discipline for this mates team that we've seen be incredible in stage 1, really good in stage 2, but it feels like it has been improving here. They're now playing to win, to make it to Istanbul, to make it to Summit first. And now as they look to lean over towards B, no operator bought for Jalena. She's just got a Guardian. So SK's biggest win condition is out the window for this round. Probably for the next 2 as well. They need to win it on other ways. And Lisa's up first. The flash is gorgeous.
Lisa, beautiful. Good job to hold on for the first 2. Now they have let one player slip through the net. Wen's back on her home site. Now the recon is going to scan her. They know that she's there. Needs Nami to get into position to help. And Nami's caught up in a battle with Jolena right now. Managed to dodge the drone. They actually don't know where she is. Swings on now. Does spot 2 players, but is not able to take down either of them. And Fluxy, a long range shot, allows them to get a flawless round to keep Gentlemates' hands off of map point.
So important. They managed to get it. What shots. Fluxy's quick flank was noted there. The push through might be something Gentlemates get worried about. The trip's down this time. But hey, if Wen's dies early, then maybe there's a chance for another push through to surprise Gentlemates. They've got a buy, but it's relatively weak. Some ultimates to help that out. As they're looking towards mid to start with. Likely a slower round with where the spike is going, or the classic fake that we saw on Split. Try and pull the rotates over towards A.
Oh, I feel like that knife might have got caught on the edge there, was meant to go a little bit deeper, and that's a problem because it was going to disrupt the execute, except it doesn't. It's over towards B, and they've got some problems. Jolina, what a sequence. Jumps over the top, smoke goes out, she ducks back as well, and it's absolutely diabolical. The movement allows her to get out alive and keeps hold of their side. Needs Lisa to step on up, but with both of them going down, now the tides turn once more. Spike gets planted, and Gentle Mates, this 12th round, free for the picking, surely. We see a very slow flank from Fluxy, doesn't want to give anything away. No footsteps from either side, hoping to crunch down on this side. But both of these teams primed and ready to go. Nami's got the headshot on one now. 3 players all with their attention. All they have to worry about is Fluxy. And she might be able to isolate one fight, but Marty's dancing around that corner, and I don't like your chances against her. Well, Fluxy gets one. Spam through the boxes is good, but it's not enough to take down Nami. She swings out, and she takes you down. And now that's Gentlemates up to 12. 7 in a row would be needed for SK. And, well, we're really starting to question this choice to start on the attack side now.
Absolutely. This defense is looking better, but still mistakes made. 1v1s taken. A 4 versus 3 loss there from SK because of 2 individual fights taken. Jelena on B, you can't blame her, right? That was a 1v1, but in mid, you're peeking into 2 players. You fall. And that opens up the round for Mates to take away. Map point, but there's ultimates against them. Reckoning, Hunter's Fury, Jelena's knives as well. Tools for SK. Jelena's aggressive to start with, but Mates are looking like they don't care about any part of the map except for the A site. Stall required here to stop them getting there.
Good stuns backside displaced Twy, and that means she's only good for 1. A player advantage. Lisa rips the Hunter's Fury early. They've not even tapped the spike, just trying to whittle them down, get any sort of information possible. Cage cuts off Jolena, and the neural theft as well just tries to get out behind safe cover. Toka's got a Hunter's Fury of her own, over 7 for the post, but they're so confident. Flux and Jolena go down now. It's just Lisa kicking. Overdrive gets popped, and it's Berry X. Of course, it's Berry X to close out the map. And Gentlemates, they have that 7-13. They raise you one better. 13-5. It is absolutely perfect. And Gentlemates, what a way to get back into this series. And we're going the full distance, Echo.
Yeah, going all the way. What a performance from Mates. It looked like the 12-0, maybe the 13-0 could have come through with how they were performing. Those 2 rounds from SK at the end of the start of the first half, so important. And you've got to thank Thoy for that, because she just performed. She overperformed, I think, honestly, with the way she was playing. But it does come back to the veto for me. The choice to start on attack seemed to be the demise of SK, and now that brings questions for me into this veto, because SK picked attack on Summit as well. And I trust them, they usually make the right calls, but what if this was wrong as well?
It does bring that level of caution to whatever we say next here. Berry X going to be the MVP of the map, to the surprise of, I'd argue, absolutely nobody who was watching that map there.
0 first deaths.
0 first deaths is crazy.
What?
And
how?
I mean, 17% first bloods is not her usual standard, to be fair, but that's because everybody else was pitching on and everybody else was getting their fair share here as well. But it's the fact that she's playing Neon, and not once does she go down first. But I think that harkens back to the issue that we said is fundamentally SK in that first half just did not get enough kills.
No, not at all. You could see 2 players, Jelena and Rescue, down so low for, what, the first 7 rounds before they got their first kill? And you've got to think that's a big reason why SK just didn't find anything to start with. And, well, when you're coming back from something like that, no kind of effort can bring you in to such a dominant half from another team. And now they go to Summit. The attack side, as SK is starting on, was incredibly good. If you remember back to the Giant X game, right, 2 days ago, 10-2 for SK there. But the question is, can they do that against a team of the caliber of Gentlemates?
That is the big question. Is Giant X, we've had, you know, maybe our doubts about where their performance has been this stage. Now, playoffs was, you know, historically pretty good for them and was this time around as well, but it did weigh on our minds a little bit. And the question is what can now we see on Summit, a map that we've only seen come out from officials once. Do they have that experience? Do they have that innate ability to be a team like Gentlemates, who are a step above mechanically right now, who have more practice, more rounds, more iterations on this map than you? That's the real question, but the only way to answer that question is on Summit. But before that, we've got a short little bit of a break to allow you to go stretch your legs, fill up with your water, get some snacks, the whole shebang. I would recommend some popcorn, because quite honestly, this final game is going to be cinema, and you won't want to won't want to miss it. So be back here in a couple of minutes time. Summit will be starting very soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Hopped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They knowin' the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you... I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link and I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Ken and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you... I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing.
This LAN final, one win away, would mean so much to both of these teams, but for one of these teams, it's a chance at revenge, Echo.
It is for two players. They have a chance at redemption from last year. For Toka and Marty, They fought on Twisted Minds against G2 at Istanbul, and they lost out there in the finals. It was emotional. You could see the disappointment. It was a fight for GCC. So now, as we look back at the loss that Toka suffered there, that Marty suffered there, we're thinking for these two players, this is their chance to get back and now to win with a team around them ready for it. All they've got to do now is win Summit, and this could be them. It could be the Mates logo on that screen there.
It could very well be indeed. And I know they are favourites to win the whole damn thing. I know that you're pretty confident, and I'm sorry if I'm kind of, throwing you in the deep end with this one. I believe it was you that said earlier, Mates to win GCC.
Yeah, they are looking incredibly strong. The fundamentals that they have and the way they're playing most of these maps, obviously the map pool does change a bit. They do lose, I think it's Breeze in favour of Abyss. And the Breeze does look very strong, but I think their map pool is so good anyway. They'll have chance to work Abyss in the off-season. They've got more off-seasons than most regions do for GC as well. But as we head towards Summit, SK on the attack side, Gentlemates on the defense, Wen's on the Cypher.
They've switched up this comp. Gentlemates.
Oh.
The Neon's making an appearance now, because previously we saw Berry X on the Raze, I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
So now they've headed on over. They're keeping Berry X on that Neon.
And they've gone for the Harbor as well. This makes it seem like they're going for a very, especially without the Viper, they're going for a very exec heavy composition, right? You can mid-round a little bit with the Harbor, but without a second smokes to supplement, it makes it that lot harder. And in a similar aspect, what we saw from SK against Giantex, the way that they won that 10-2 half the other day was through set plays. It was ultimates, it was combos. They made sure that they flooded sites with utility, but although they were powerful, impactful, they won them so many rounds, those set plays are now going to have been seen by the side of Gentlemates.
Touche. And whilst there is only one map to go on, Gentlemates have played this map 5 times, right? But under a different composition. So it looks like maybe a little bit of a change in approach. So whilst you've got loads of information to go on, a lot of that information is going to be maybe old, outdated. They're going to be trying some new stuff here as well. And maybe because you know that you've qualified for GCC, because you're in a pretty confident position here, maybe you're using this as an opportunity to try out something whilst you still have officials to play in.
It's a good attempt. You know you've qualified, right? The pressure is off. You don't want to ease off the gas, really, but you can relax a little bit in comparison to how you were playing before. Ease off the gas? You mean ease off the accelerator?
We're British.
Yeah, sorry, we are. That's my bad.
Okay, I'm messing
sorry,
I'm
everyone.
teasing you. But let's get into the pistol round. Let's get ready and raring to go. And if we can see if SK have got any new tricks up their sleeves here.
Because rewriting a whole playbook, drilling set plays and execs is not easy, right? That's not really something you can do in a 2-day turnaround, less than 48-hour turnaround from the end of the Giant X match, because that went on a very long time.
It did.
But now, we'll have to see if they can. The Pistols have gone their way, 3-1 right now. It's Ghosts across the board, utility bought for a fair few people, SK wanting mid-control to start with. Where they go from here, that's where the question doesn't have an answer just yet. Mates just playing passive, not making any mistakes yet. They hear the Prowlers over towards a link. Berry X, you up first.
Actually is. Saturate goes on in, but it's not going to catch anybody. Forces them back, but gives them an idea of where they're heading. You can already see the rotates coming on over. Rescue trying to put the speed on. Counter Phoenix gameplay here, but Marty's the one that comes out on top. And not only does she get one, she gets the better of Fluxy too. Wens gets a double pick of her own. And then meaning to start this off exactly how they started Breeze. Toy gets one, but it's now fully stunned. And Berry X is going to take the most of this situation. There's even a little bit of body spray going on. Gentlemates, that confidence is positively flowing.
Hey, start the map like that and, well, I'm looking back at Breeze already with the confidence here. Almost a flawless. Jelena just able to take Nami out and Toy got one of her own, but now this is the buy that we've seen from Gentlemates most of the time on round 2 on the defense side, right? 3 Bulldogs, a Spectre and a Marshall. Trying to cause damage, have a good bonus. and looking for the operator round 3, maybe 4, because it's unlikely to come in soon.
There.
But SK have nothing. They've not bought into this. A little piece of utility to saturate for Jelena. Some stars for Fluxy. One of them already used. Over towards B just to get Toy set up. The Prowler didn't spot her. Maybe she can find a pick, but SK's all the way over on A.
Gonna be picked on up here, and that'll be enough for them right now. Why was one immediately backing away here?
Plant the spike.
Forward in towards the site.
Planted.
Now, smokes go on out when hiding, trying to play in the smokes ahead of the saturate. Gets one Berry X to supplement with the second bodyguard and keeping her safe here. Marty gets 2 there with the molly, and now it's just Twy wondering where her teammates melted to. So much damage in the early round, there is nothing they could do but burn. And Gentlemates, this is more than just a flash in the pan for them.
That's what both of these teams are trying to prove, right? That they can both win 2 stages, but well, only one of them can. I mean, that Molly, I don't know how that got 2 people, and 2 kills going over to Marty is meaning she's 1 away from the run it back. Berry X did manage to save enough money for the operator on this round as well. Consider this the confidence from mates that they can do what they did on Breeze defense. Bring it over here as well. As this bonus, mates are poised to take it with both hands. SK need to try and find something special. They've got the better guns, but no ultimates to help. Marty's already got the run it back. Mates took control of B with only 2 members. And Berry X, the first kill missed. Uncharacteristic.
Just getting the missing out the way early so that every shot from now on can be perfect. Wens gets ducked out onto the flashes here to supplement SK. Looking really good. Nami to peek on out. A couple of rounds let loose, but none of them connecting. Rescue's going to be finding her first as well. That's a 2-player advantage. Spike going down. Door is shut as well, which makes this incredibly uncomfortable for mates. And they might just choose to back it up and save a heavy investment into this one.
Yes, Marty can find something. She's poised, ready to try. The flash is good. Fluxy probably gets blinded. Ducks behind is spammed, but the damage doesn't close her out. And now Toka yet to find a kill, because the rest of the team is just doing all the damage for her. Start building up towards that nightfall would be good. Spotted by the Haunt. Fluxy and Rescue are both very low, but the timing is good for them to escape with their lives as Toka just misses out. She dies to the spike. She'll get the Vandal in the next round. She's not worried about that. SK get there first. They don't allow what happened on Breeze to repeat itself here.
And it's good. I like to see that, because that's the worry, is once Gentlemates buy that much of a buffer, no matter how good your second half is going to be, is it going to be enough? And now they're keeping it humble fairly early on. They saw their mistakes. They're rectifying it. They deal with an op early rounds as well. And that's dispatched above. So basically, SK setting themselves up nicely to rectify the mistakes of Mapton.
But mates still have a chance to bring this back. Okay, they lost 2 rounds on Breeze on the first half, right? They've lost 1 now. Maybe they can try and close it out with only 1. They've got the run it back still. They've got the operator for Berry X. Nami's pushed back by the Prowler. But SK concede that space immediately. Both sides, they don't want to fight yet. Door is dropped. So you can see Marty having to rotate over to try and keep control. The pressure over towards B, a little bit scarier. But SK is not committed to spike anyway yet. They're still prodding and poking, trying to find a mistake.
Don't blink.
Okay, smoke goes out, looking for the one-way, hoping anybody will show just a slither, but they're not. And Gentlemates, this discipline, this patience, going to be rewarded. Now, SK, they've been given the whole and mid to work with, but they're pushing onto a site that is heavily armed. Berry X around the corner, she's had a couple of misses, and now this will not be added to the tally. Ducking around the corner, she's got a bit of pressure being applied on all frontage. Jalena's managed to get further ahead than they could ever have imagined, and Rescue and Fluxy to come pushing on in after Jolena's death. Nami trying to stabilize the ship, start bailing out the water. Lisa peeks on out, had nowhere really to go but to fight her way out, and unfortunately that's a fight you're losing. Bluntseek fully blind. Marty swings out, and Gentlemates, they let SK get one, but that will be all they allow for now.
Eric's opening that up. As soon as she takes down the player pushing out of A main, that's pretty much it. The round feels over because Mates are able to just isolate fights from there on out. Obviously, Jalena's waylay does find value, right? The quick, aggressive peeks forward get her into advanced positions to surprise Gentlemates. Both of the fades still yet to get kills. At least Lisa's got some ult orbs from dying. Toka's still not found any on round 5, which sounds absurd. The flash is good. Marty, sorry, forced back. Berryx dies, and now what was that dash? The Convergent Paths comes on through, and now Marty's still got the operator. Jalena finds her. The site is now open, and Mates, 2 people for the retake.
Spike goes on down here. It's awkward. It's uncomfortable. Jalena's watching this. It's a tight slither of an angle, and that's exactly where Wens was heading, just Tokameter left. And I think you're right, some weird things in this round. The Jalena dash, I think, just an attempt to live, if nothing else. And it works, it pays off. She does, in fact, live, and all 3 of them get to continue on their party.
And now, Jalena's got the operator. I wouldn't be surprised if she keeps this in her hand. She's got rescue to create the space on the Phoenix. So maybe we see Jalena just play with the op. It looks like it. I mean, it's the gun she's most comfortable with. She didn't have to invest into it. So this is a free weapon for her, essentially.
Yeah, and Jalena is... I mean, this is what shut down Giant X on this very map. As a decider as well. Because SK only like playing this map when it comes down to the wire, it would seem. And here we go. Get to relive all of these moments. And Gentlemates, they put up a good fight, but by the time that spike went down, there was nothing they could do. And SK's so good at converting these postcards. Tactical timeout coming out incredibly early here from Gentlemates.
Yeah, they're worried. Not sure what this one is about, really. I don't think they've been playing too wrong, but the money's quite low. So I guess maybe it's just stopping them before they get to sight a little bit more. The retakes over towards B are easy enough. I think A could be a struggle for Mates. It really depends on if Berryx and Marty is still alive. But as we see here, the quote from Wens, Nami is so supportive. Everything, any issue, she's there to help. She's the real captain, right? The words "she's real captain," like, to me, that shows the respect that these players have for her, but the way that she earns that respect. You can even see it, I think, on the vlog that they put forward for their first day on boot camp when they beat Focus. The respect that all of these players have for her, and she was like offering to set up people's monitors, I think it was, but she said that one player could do it themselves because they like weird settings, right? It's these little things, these little relationships that you see in this team that make them so likable, but also such an incredibly strong team.
And that's someone you can follow into battle. It's part of why they're so good as a unit, is they have a strong leader to rally behind. And Nami is no slacker individually in the server. She's cool and she's hitting shots here. Unfortunately for Mates, though, Jalena's hitting shots as well, straight into the heart of Berryx, and that's the opening pick. Now, Marty, a lot of space taken in towards mid. Worry is that Twy is on the other side here, pushing on forwards. Gotta be oh so careful because she's great in these little close quarters moments. And there's one just there. Run it back to clear through all of A site, pushing a little bit further as well. Doesn't spot anything. Wens just falls back, denies them, robs them of the information.
These trips, they need to be broken. SK need to try and take them out. You can see rescue hunting, put pressure on Cave. But Mates might not even be going for this. I think they're just leaving. They're saving.
They are indeed. Corner, Twy. Ooh, that could have been a little bit of a messy one. There's a weapon upgrade for Nami, but that's about all they're going to find. Everyone now just scuttling backwards, hiding away.
And SK get another off the back of a timeout from Mates as well. Often quite frugal with them. trying to save them as much as possible. Toka, somehow, by the way, going into round 7, she's had 6 rounds.
Yeah.
Not died, not got a kill.
I mean...
How does that happen?
See, the thing is, usually when we're going into round 6, we'll be like, no kill, that's a little bit of a problem. But when you're not dying either, I mean...
She's not in 2.
002, I'd argue that's 5 promotions better than James Bond, you know?
Wait, so the lower number's better?
I don't know, I assumed so. I assumed that was like a hierarchy thing. That
Oh,
number
okay.
1 is the head honcho. I'm not sure.
I don't know how it
I'm
works.
not great with my pop culture references, but I mean, this is the thing, right? Is that Toka's been doing exactly what she needs to set the team up realistically. Yes, she's not been getting the kills, but she hasn't been dying. She's been sending in the Prowlers, case in point here, gets them that little bit of information to decide whether they want to play further in or not off the back of it.
Yeah, that was a setup for Marty to get another Old Torb on B. If that Prowler spotted nothing, you know they were going to go aggressive, but it did, so they back off, wait together as a team. The protocol's on point. Marty's got the high ground available. Might look for a flash peek here when the exec happens. Oh, Jelena finds her. The op again.
Jelena's unstoppable with this. Oh, and that's the thing, the Horn's allowed to scan because Toka's so continuously focused on this op. Twice managed to get a 2k in the midst of all of this, and suddenly Gentlemates is nowhere to be seen. Berry X on the other side waiting, nothing but a Guardian in hand, and well, with so many bodies, it's not exactly a spray transfer weapon when it's one at a time. And now, Berry X hoping for something, anything to swing on out. It's a firing squad to execute her. And Wenz just slowly puts her hands up, walks away and goes, nope, no thank you, I shall pass.
I don't blame her.
Neither do I.
The way SK's playing this, though, it's so different to how they were playing against Giant X, right? They were fast-paced, tempo-heavy, set executes with ultimates and kind of combo pieces together everywhere. But as soon as they got this op on Jelena's hands, they've played slower so that they can maximize the potential of Jelena with this weapon. And I mean, I don't blame them. She's incredible with it. But it does show that SK have more than one plan here. I was worried coming into this that it might be one-dimensional. It might just be a set play kind of comp. And, you know, with the Waylay, you are often playing for set plays. But Jelena's been so adaptive. The dashes behind the boxes to then peek with the operator off the back of a Horn. That's probably not planned, which makes me very excited to see how the rest of this map goes. Because mates, they called that timeout after 1 loss. And while they've not found anything since.
No, they have not. That timeout must have been magical. And this is a much better look for SK here. Leading now. Going up by a round and a chance to really extend it given the buy they're up against here. Toka has now unfortunately died, so...
Yeah, not as clean.
The perfectly 0-0 KD no more. However, a chance to rectify that now that that's off and now the chance for a world record is off the table means that we can now see her activate a little bit more, hopefully.
Only pistols online though for mates. Berry X could get the overdrive. They are playing together, right? This is how they should be playing. Berry X could get a pick here with the Sheriff. We've seen her do it. Get their overdrive online, and maybe the round can be converted easier. As the exec comes through, the Nightfall invested even from SK. They want to clear this site out, but Berry X has backfilled the space.
Oh, expected Jelena to jump further than she did. Twy just trying to lure them on in. Nothing really to be done there. They're not going to bite. However, over towards A, a bloodbath as SK have no option but to push her site, and now they've decided that it's A site's time. Now, wall drops. Gets a little bit messier. One way goes on out, but it doesn't matter because by the time it's popped, well, there's nobody left to defend this site. With Nami gets one and done. Now it's just Wenz remaining. Picked up Phantom, and that's going to be all she wrote. 1 kill is it. And SK establish a lead. They extend it, and they're trying to really give themselves that buffer. This is a far better attack side.
Yeah, this is maybe what they were expecting they could put across on Breeze. That round itself was only against an eco. Mate's now able to buy up. Operator on Berry X. So we get the Jelena Berry X battle, and this is something I've been waiting for. We saw I don't think we saw them actually battle with the ops on Breeze. if I'm remembering right. Not when they both had one at the very least. So this will be a lot of fun to see. Growler from Toka. Not to set up Marty's orb this time, just to put a little bit of pressure, find some space. But SK take the entrance to site. They don't have any ultimates to lock down B. So it's just going to be a pop together as a team. Fundamentals required.
Right. Toka knows that they're a little bit closer than as comfortable. Is called over Nami to come assist. And actually, Marty has heard that everything's a little bit too quiet in mid. She's getting ready as well. Flash goes on over. This is the call to action. Wall to go up here. Body goes on over. They can't get past this wall though. So much utility invested. And they just have to wait. Stalled out beautifully by Gentlemates.
Yeah, Jolina's still got the refract and dash. That's the main crosshair displacement. Haunt online as well now. The exec has to come through.
He does indeed jump over, gets punished. Toka ready for a battle. It's up close, it's personal. And Nami gets one immediately. Head blown off by Fluxy's sidearm. Spike going down, and this was a good start for Gentlemates playing with the rounds, but now it's all flipped on its head. Player disadvantage, and they've got to start retaking. And Berry X has an op, there's no chance to pick up a different weapon.
Overdrive.
That's going to make this cumbersome. The overdrive is here if they need it. Wentz has found one. That's the neural theft online. Berry X actually choosing just a rocket with the op. Overdrive pop, slides face first into danger, and they've cleaned out the site. Bang! It's done!
The retake comes through. Finally, mates, stop the drought. Get back into this map. The execute towards site there was nice. You could see Nami and Wenz both going for things, but by the time this retake came on, Wenz and Berriex just looked absolutely unstoppable. And SK were playing in this post-plant setup that was really far apart, right? They weren't playing off each other. They couldn't trade. I want to see that be fixed for the future if they want to get any more rounds. Lest mates just keep running away. Momentum on their side on Breeze. Trying to get it back here. Marty's got the run it back online again. Nothing really to match it from SK's rescue. Same setup, same execute. This is the same round.
It is indeed. And are they expecting a different result? Well, ooh, Marty's flashes around these corners haven't always been great, been blinding her teammates as much as they have her opponents. Run it back, gets popped, doesn't really find anything. Finally, the tether wears out here. And this time, SK, I say these fights are getting it done. Fluxy needs to reload here, allows Marty and Nami to do their best work. Now just Fluxy remains, they know where she is. Cold kill onto Marty, now just Nami. Reckoning invested, up close, gets it done with the shorty. And that's it, 5-5 and SK. The definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Mates were able to get back in again. If SK's doing the same thing, it makes me worried, right? It makes me consider what we saw against Giant X, where they did look incredibly strong. They did look powerful.
I can see this. Twy is the kind of person that whenever I do interviews with her is an absolute sweetie, but does give that slight chaos gremlin vibe.
Oh yeah. Calling Fluxy a bot though is kind of crazy when Fluxy's stats have been so high the last two stages. Very,
very true. Fluxy has been just killing it, and we said this when we watched the Giant X game, is that she's IGLing as well, which means that not only is she having to be this mastermind, but she's able to put up these numbers. Now it helps a little bit that in the mid round she gives her players the freedom to not really do as they please, but to call a little bit more freely here. And so yeah, I think far from a bot there, but it's all fun and games in Love and War.
Absolutely. And on bootcamp, it becomes a lot more fun to call your teammates a bot, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can look them in the eye when you say it. A lot more fun. But
this is why we're only online casters.
Yeah. Wait, what would you say to me when we're casting? Wait a minute.
Yeah, wouldn't you like to know? Anyway, we're back into the action. Moving quickly on now. Before I get in any trouble and I end up duoless and alone. Now, Prowler goes in towards B, trying to lure in, scare Wens that maybe they run the same thing again. And actually, Marty's been called over just to reinforce, bolster this site a little bit. Nothing happens of it and nothing comes of it. It's over towards A. It's a little bit far out of the way for Toka to have heard anything. But Berry X might start hearing footsteps through the walls.
Look at the rotates. They're drawn over towards A already. And the wall, it's a fake. Fluxy's trying to play with mates and the timings, the expectations, but Berry X has mid locked down. She's had it from the beginning of the round. SK cannot walk through mid without going through her crosshair.
Berry X, that crosshair is lethal. It's a poison like no other, and they invest so much into trying to deal with her. The walls go up, Nami comes forward, and she saves the day. She saves her teammate. Berry X still unfortunately goes down, and so does Nami. Now it's a 2 versus 2. It looks so good for a second. Flash doesn't catch Foxy in the slightest. Marty goes down, and now it's just Wens.
30 seconds left.
And the neural theft means that they know exactly where she is or where she's coming from. Out in the open, they both swing. And SK continue to maintain this precious lead.
Oh, if they can keep the lead at the half, maybe as they switch sides, the defense could look stronger. Jelina's gone for the operator. She's picked that up off the dead bodies. We found so much value with it before, but I've got to talk about Fluxy in the end of that round, right? The pullback smoke, once again, we saw it on split. She was playing around with these 1 seconds, these dissipates. And again, it gets them a kill. They played for the double hold of it when it dropped, and it worked perfectly. Now, as SK looking to go towards A fast hit, there's 3 members of mates here. The buy is low for the final round of the half, but the running backs should spot Nami. Oh no, they just go aggressive. They take rescue out.
They take rescue out, and it's a beautiful opening bit of an aggression. Jolina's not able to find a trade because the Mori goes out in front of her. And look at that. There's loads of players on site. Reclear through mid with the Prowler. Doesn't spot anything at all. And now SK just kind of have to sit on their hands for a second. The player down. And that's a bit of a worry. Jolina creeping on forward with this op here. The Nami jump peak could be everything. Or it could get very swiftly punished. Smoke goes out. They're not going to respect it, I fear.
They have to. They don't have the flashes to get through, though.
Sitting, waiting. Nami on the other side. Hoping they give us something. And that's it. Immediately Nightfall goes out. Stun goes on forward. Berry X is fully deafened and unfortunately falls to Jolina there. Nami to find the trade, and that wall is everything. They are reactive. They are responsive. And Gentlemates only have 1 more left to deal with. Twy in the back lines, and you can see Toka scurrying onto site to meet up with her team. Doesn't want to give her another isolated fight, doesn't want to make this easier, but actually hanging around. Gun barrel spotted. Twy's allowed another pick. Now only 13 seconds, there's nothing she can do. It's futile. She's just got to watch the timer tick down. 9, 8, 7, and these footsteps have heard. There's a crossfire. Marty swings out and puts an end to her misery soon. We end the half at even.
Switching sides. One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
On me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me, keep your eyes on 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 me. And in time, you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never find it. You keep on breathing when you're in it.
couldn't have ended more, even if we had tried. Third map, and this is for the grand finals. This is for a spot on stage at Istanbul.
Both teams want it. You can tell you don't get a 6-6 if they're not putting everything in. And despite SK's streak of 4 rounds in the middle, mates were able to stabilize. Now, as we go onto the attack side for this team, the new composition starts to become the question in my mind. How do they play with the Harbor here? It's a good pick. You see it across regions. But with only that one smoke in the mid round, the high tide for the exec. For this round, it doesn't matter much. An exec towards B, the call.
And they're already ahead of the choke point. Gentlemates turn up the heat. They turn up the pace. Berry X1 and gets traded out. Marty and Wenstow come flooding in. The site crumbles beneath their might. And the spike goes down now. Only 2 players remain to try cling on to this pistol round to try gain some semblance of an advantage. And it's looking unlikely because this defense is solid. Crossfires upon crossfires. Every player tucked in. And now Fluxy trying to isolate a couple of these angles, give her a little bit of a clearer path on in, a couple less angles to have to clear. And it's just not going to work because Marty's popped her head on out. And now 3 people appear. Flash around the corner is quite frankly unnecessary. Marty's going for the knife because, well, I mean, the confidence is flowing. 3 of them stack up. Twice able to get another one, which is a little bit more damage than otherwise would have happened. But I mean, if that attempt at a knife from Marty doesn't speak about their confidence, I don't know what does.
Hey, go for the knife. The mental damage that does is worth the death in Wonders if it could have worked. I understand that. And now, mates, pretty much the same buy-up we've seen before, but instead of the Marshall, they go for the rifle on Barry X. Let her farm with this weapon. We're on the attack. She wants to dash in, but it looks like to start with mates and SK, a battle in B. SK hear this. They back off a little bit. They think it might only be the Cypher.
Waiting. Lines up the first, and Marty rains hell down upon them. Lisa gets one amidst the chaos, but it is a very short momentary victory. There's still a round to be played, guys. You can shoot bodies when it's over. You still gotta find Fluxy.
I mean, can she do this?
I mean, Fluxy can do anything, but they are already on the prowl for this. Flash round the corner again. Don't quite clear her initially. Fluxy's able to find one, but I don't even think they're going to let her recover that weapon. Happen through the smoke? Yeah, absolutely not.
It's only a Bulldog. She doesn't want to save that. She wants to go and cause some damage. They've got to drop door, surely. No? They're just going to take the fight and, well, okay, Nami wins it. They convert that round. They need it. Now, as they head into the bonus, they lost 1 gun. But they'll be able to buy up because they had a ghost. So actually, this bonus is going to be incredibly strong from mates.
It really, really is. And that's the kind of worry that we have coming in here. As Gentlemates win this, they get up to 9, and SK's bicycle starts again.
It does. But Marty's already got the run it back. I'm assuming, yeah, thank you. A gun to be dropped to her. So she can make the most of this on the attack side. Clear some space. Heading over towards site. There's Cypher set up here. So the run it back might get caught in the trips. They've got to use it, right? I'm assuming they'll use it here for the exec. If they go, they might not. They're not. They're just getting the orb and they're leaving. This mates team is so confident.
They really are, and can you blame them? They've got the results to back it up as well. And now we see a re-clear in towards mid. Hesitant to do so, actually. Pausing for just a second. Smoke to cover top mid, or bottom mid. I can never really remember. And now pushing on through. Now there is Jolina waiting on the other side, but this time it's not with the top. She's got to be just as good though. Saturate goes on in, tries to stop them, and actually it's going to slow down Marty, but the rest of the team is just at the pace they were at previously. Berry dies to the door. We finally get a door kill. Fans rejoice. Marty gets one. Berry X gets another. Says the door doesn't really count. It wasn't my gun barrel doing the work, so I don't want it. And gets another one for her tally. Now 2 players remain, wondering what on earth they could even do, and the answer is cling on to these weapons for dear, dear life.
And now, SK losing to the bonus, losing to the door drop. Marty's running back found value in terms of space. And as SK are trying to save these weapons, mates are hunting them down. They want them for themselves.
We go round the corner, Twy. Bit of a tussle on her hands. Out the side, able to live just long enough. But that's the thing, the pressure that's being applied here by Marty's position. Now, time is going to be the real factor here, and unfortunately for Marty, she's not going to be able to find anybody else. She's really hunting there, but is going to be denied the pick onto Twy.
This does mean SK keep 2 rifles into this round. It sets them up to do as much damage as they can to mates, but mates are looking comfortable with the way this is going, and if it keeps going this way, it'll be the first LAN for Nami and Berryex, which is unbelievable considering how good these 2 players are. But hey, if they can make it there with the way they've been performing this stage, last stage, stage 1, the history of this year, you can see it happening. Fluxy, a sheriff, up against everyone, blinded, shot down the A site, open, and SK have to go for a flank, but Wenz is there and watching it.
Oh, exactly. Wenz around the side. Oh, lines up the first headshot. Jolina good for the trade there, but Nami bites right back at them. And now 4 versus 2, and SK haven't found themselves in a numbers advantage this entire half, I fear. Lisa gets 1, but now needs to push on forward, needs to find something, anything, and they will not give her an inch. She shall not be allowed to take a mile. Toke around the corner, arm gets spotted. Tether hovered, waiting. It's a little bit shallow, and oh, the bounce back. The util has been messy. Marty gets 1, Berryex the other. And that's Gentlemates up to double digits, slowly but surely creeping on forward.
And now, as we see SK struggling on the defense side now, we start to understand why they picked attack. The timeout comes through from SK. 4 rounds on the trot. And that's enough. They've got a buy up, but they've not had the money to get Jolina's operator online. And they probably won't if they lose this. Maybe not for the rest of this map. They might have to go down to the lower finals, a BO5 tomorrow. But for the loser here, winning is much preferred. You get an extra day off. You get to watch the lower finals and see who you're going to face before you even worry about Istanbul. But for mates, they're looking comfortable, confident. The money's a little bit skewed. Maybe Berryex could be buying her teammates up here, hoarding all the cash for herself, Scrooge McDuck kind of thing. But hey, they're winning anyway. Does it matter?
No, I guess not at the end of the day. And now...
She did it! Yeah, okay, good. She's sharing the wealth. That's more like it.
I was going to say, it'd be a shame not to. I wouldn't put it past... I wouldn't put it past it to accidentally have it slip through the net, you know. Sometimes you just forget to buy for your teammates. Is what it is. Not at this point. We really want to be seeing perfection and refinement at this point, but, you know.
Exactly.
Happens to the best of us. And now Berryex leading the charge on forward. MVP of that second map without a shadow of a doubt. And now... Actually, they've gone forward, they've got the orb, and they want nothing more to do with it. Heading back in towards mid. Spotted nothing with the Prowler. However, it's everything behind this smoke. We're starting to see Jolina get into position. She spots a leg. Berryex says that is more than enough information. You've seen too much. I must put you in the grave. And now running back immediately off that contact. Need to deal with the camera. Lisa's got 1. And this is good because it cuts off Wenz from being able to join the team as well.
Unless she can find this pick, Lisa was out in the open. She's managed to secure herself a comfortable corner, a safe angle, as the team rejoins. And now, as the hat goes past Lisa's face, she's got to go and fight, and she falls. And now SK, another numbers disadvantage. Rescue, you're all alone, and BerryX with the slide.
What a shot! Absolutely stellar. And now Spike goes down. There's nothing that SK can do to stop this. And Marty's already pushed so deep that if they even remotely look at this site, then they are going down. And they're going down in style.
SK another save. Fluxy was spotted there, I think, by Marty, and she falls as Marty builds towards another run it back. The flash onto her own teammates. Hunting for the kill, greedy for it. Toy in a spot she might survive in. Depends really where Marty goes hunting. She's got the right idea.
Oh, there's just too many angles. Isolates the first, but BerryX says absolutely not. You killed my teammate and you will suffer. And suffer they are. 5 rounds they need to even claw back to even here. And Gentlemates are just pushing the extremities further and further of what we know is possible.
Now SK have got a decision to make. Do we go for the broken buy? Risk an eco for the final round of this map, or the potential final round of this map. As mates, we've not really talked about ultimates on this half much because it's just been mates rolling through. But we've got a fair few coming up online in the next round, so SK wanting to be able to do something then. But mates, just an exec towards A looks like what's on the menu for them. Fluxy's all alone. A sheriff in her hand, and Rescue joins to help, but the stun is perfect.
Oh, and then, the dies to the molly. Marty gets another as well, and Wen's clearing on through mid is going to have the mother of all flanks here. Creeping, crawling, and Jolina knows there's a possibility. You can see her periodically check behind her, but here it comes. Legs spotted. Lisa's gun barrel potentially going to be noticed. There's the first. Clears out Lisa too, and now it's just Twy left. And BerryX says not for long. Goes dealing with the issue. Peeks on out, and a peek is all she needs. Gentlemates, 6 opportunities to close this out. 6 chances to get yourself to LAN, and that's just in regulation.
SK not found a single round on this half, and now Guardians, Sheriffs, the guns they've got to work with. But they've got a lot of ults, right? This is where the SK fans will be looking. If they think there's a chance, if they want to find hope. The Convergent Paths, Astral Divide, Cosmic Divide, Nightfall. Everything they can throw into this round is possible to take it away from mates, but the way mates have been playing, they look unstoppable on the attack side. Jolina's out in the open, getting hunted down. There's 4 members of SK on A.
There are indeed. Jolina, the jump over the top, desperately trying to do whatever she can. Lisa's got one. Marty finds the trade, however, and Wen steps up when needed, and she's still alive. She is still hungry for more here. And look at that. The B-side's completely empty. Nami's bodyguarding. Wen's has got the whole site to herself, and Tokamite comes over to plant. Everything starting to fall into place, and you can see Jolina and Fluxy. They're doing everything they can. Spike's gone down. They know it's on B, but can they even get there? The padding beyond this site, the defense matrix they have put up is unstoppable. And now Wen's waiting, holding. This crossfire is everything, and Nami's going to be the first one to take contact. Smoke, they have to push it. They can't keep waiting. Swing on out. They isolate the first fight here. Wen's waiting around the corner. Lisa... can't do anything, and a Tokamite. Wen's both find their individual marks. Gentlemates hit 13 and send SK to that lower brackets. They've stamped their names on their plane tickets to Istanbul, and it is perfection.
They are ready to fight on LAN, ready to win on LAN. For the first time for a few of these players, we saw them losing last year, right? Think back to Marty and Toka, but now they can go back and fight for victory. They've already secured GCC, but look at Marty. She wants that stage, the MVP of that map. No surprises. Her Phoenix is incredible. And I mean, we're seeing it on fire today.
Oh, absolutely. But I think you could talk about any single one of the Gentlemates players here when you're having the conversation of on fire, right?
Yeah.
Is the whole team looking so cohesive? That first map, yeah, maybe a little bit shaky, but that was 2 maps ago. They've won the battle, they've won the war, and, well, they won 12 of the opening picks here as well.
Yeah, the first blood's incredibly important here for Mates. Obviously, they could have gone for more, right? They played at least some of these rounds from a disadvantage, but the way that SK were playing, it felt like it gave Mates the chance to win out these rounds where maybe they shouldn't have done. No real clutches coming on through. I think that's the biggest surprise, right? Because both of these teams are very well known for clutches, but instead they just played through teamwork. And those fundamentals, when we're looking ahead to GCC later on this year, that is what I think is going to be carrying teams like Mates all the way to the finish of that.
Exactly. Now, you said very early on you expected GCC is Mates' for the taking. And I think this is absolutely a vote of confidence in their favor here. And now, I mean, what more is there to say? I mean, SK commiserations, but it's not over yet. And as we said, there's a very real chance that this was the final before the final. These are two very strong teams. Every time they do battle, it's amazing. But Echo, I hate to break it to you. I gotta say goodbye to you because I have somebody absolutely wonderful I want to speak to here. And it is my pleasure to say hello to Wens. Firstly, how are you feeling? What was the reaction in the prac room when you won?
I mean, we were so excited to play LAN all together. Some of us gonna play first time, and some of us wanted to play again. For example, Toka and Marty, they want to take their revenge from next year, and I want to play also. We were just all happy. We were happy to have. We are happy to have like 10 days in a row. We gonna prepare. We gonna chill. Like we were just so happy and chill.
And I mean, now you get to chill. You've secured yourself that spot in the finals. You get a little bit of a relaxation, some time to yourselves to practice. Now, I've got to ask a little bit. That breeze looked amazing. It was almost flawless. Were there any moments that you had any issues or challenge, or was it just smooth the whole time?
I mean, breeze was so smooth, like you said. I mean, during the map, all of us was like on our 100%. So this is how we look when we are playing our top.
Perfect. Now, there was a little bit of a change of comp on Summit for you guys. What was why did you choose to change up so last minute? What was the reasoning behind having that little switch up?
I think I don't know. Like, we just asked me, are you okay to play Harbor? We tried, it was good, and then we switched.
Yeah, perfect. Now, my last question for you is, are you excited to be back on stage? Because I believe that the LAN finals is in your hometown.
Yeah, my whole family, my whole friends will come from other cities. Like, I'm so excited. I mean, when I played LAN last time, I was 17. Now I'm 20, almost 21. I really miss to play. So we will see.
Well, we will indeed. I'm looking forward to watching you guys on the stage. But I'm going to let you go celebrate with your team. Finally catch a moment to breathe. Thank you so much for joining me, Wens.
Thank you. See you.
I just love it, and you can see how happy they are. I mean, you can hear in the background there, we got a couple of people joining in the front, and that's the thing with Gentlemates, I love it, is that you can never just get one person on their own. Everyone is coming on over to cheer, to celebrate with one another, and that's what makes a team more than just a collection of players. But that's it, that's the series. We've crowned our first grand finalists.
We will be seeing Gentlemates in Istanbul. As we hear there, family from all over for Wens coming in to watch again. And it's so exciting to see them there because this team, right, this organization, their first year in Game Changers, they win stage 1, they get second in stage 2, and now a minimum of second in stage 3. GCC locked, everything is going right for the side of Mates, and for the fans sitting at home, they've got to be rejoicing because this team looks so incredibly good.
They do indeed. And I will just give a quick shout out to the Gentlemates fans who always show up in droves for the ladies. Yeah. We see you. We see the support that you give these wonderful ladies and all of their teams, really. So it's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed the series. However, we aren't done yet. Far from it. Retro and Winter have one more series for you to decide who will be going into that lower bracket final versus SK Nebula. G2 goes in focus. It's all on the line for both of these teams, and we'll see you after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Give me a piece of your heart you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. 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 Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went verbal on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams and she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Mommy, show me love, I don't clap back. Homie, got a catfish face so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. That big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Who are you? Tell me your secrets and let's talk about it. I know what you need. Come on, let me show you, babe. Let us dream about it. Your hands would feel so good on me. I'm falling for that fantasy. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom, Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. We have our second game of today. Of course, it is G2 Gozen versus Focus Sakura Summer. A pleasure to join you as always for this one. A really exciting game, some cool narratives, and it all kind of rounds out here for one of these teams, right? G2 needing a win as we turn our attention to the lower bracket, of course, or sorry, to the bracket in the lowers is where we are today. As I say, for either of these teams, losing does not guarantee a spot in Sao Paulo. It will be the winner of this joining SK, who had just lost out to the Gentlemates side.
Yeah, so you're looking towards Focus. It is a must-win for them if they want to continue this opportunity to get in the dream alive of making it to Sao Paulo. G2, they win this, then they're qualifying it themselves. Focus is just a step in that journey. Obviously, looking towards Gentlemates, they're already having that spot in Istanbul. They'd have to beat them along with beating FK in that lower finals, but you're looking towards the points here. That's why Focus Sakura need to win this stage, because they're so far behind G2 Gozen in the points. Even if they place even 1-2 positions above them, that's not that grand finals victory. They're not going to be making it just due to the points disparity, which you can understand in regards to it's a newer team on the circuit of being able to get the consistency on the deep runs as well. But for G2 Gozen, this is a qualification match.
Yes, of course, we want to talk about the two teams, G2 Gozen, of which up first. Summer. It's kind of poetic that we're at this point, because we've watched G2 Gozen through the lower bracket. We watched them play against the Gentlemates side. We watched them, of course, in yesterday's game. And again, here today, in a really high-pressure situation for them, as you say, to basically get to Sao Paulo, to guarantee that spot. They need to win today's game. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Of course, how they've looked in Stage 3 Summer is kind of almost classic to the G2 Gozen name, right? Really turning up here in Stage 3, have put the show on for us. I'm excited to see what they got in the locker for us today as well.
And I think when you're looking back to not only the matches yesterday that we had against Havas Babos, but also about in the upper bracket against Gentlemates, it's the comment that Mini made in the post-match interview yesterday of, we wanted it more. They don't really know what they want. They haven't been on the international stage. They haven't been on lands in Istanbul. They haven't been fighting for the international appearances. And it's that aspect of things that is always going to be in favour of G2 Gozen in these sort of matchups when you do have, well, a titan in the scene of G2 versus some of the newer and rising stars in the players on Focus, and also Focus as an org in the GC circuit.
Yes, as you say, for G2, a tenured look for them as they head into the most important match, I think, Summer, it's fair to say, match of this year, of course, for them. It is a huge opportunity and book that ticket to Sao Paulo. Of course, I think that the history is super important here for G2, right? Putting the G in GCC. We have never had an appearance, or never had a GCC where G2 goes and haven't made an appearance. So trying to keep up the streak as well, Summer. Almost heritage at this point for G2.
I mean, last year they almost missed out. They had to win that LAN finals back in Istanbul there. So it is showing that the competition is getting a little bit closer, and G2 are having to actually fight for their spots now rather than it being a shoe-in of, oh yeah, G2 playing in this year's season, they're going to be making it. So it's nice to see how competitive it is getting, at least from where we're sitting. For G2, maybe it's a little bit less of a happy thoughts and more of a, okay, we actually need to lock in and win, because that is what we're heading into this matchup with. If it is a necessity for them to beat Focus here.
Yeah, one of the players that I think has kind of been out of the limelight when we've been talking about the G2 goes inside, but someone that definitely deserve their praise is EMEA, of course. And you have a look at the overall rankings here, Summer. Considering the amount of teams and the quality of teams that we've had through Stage 3, you have a look at her stats and her rankings. You've got to consider the roles that she plays. The rankings are extremely high, right? Like having to play that Cypher, majoritively speaking. I think a bit on the Viper, and then I think 1 or 2 games on the Chamber, if I'm not mistaken. But all in all, she doesn't exactly get the limelight. She doesn't get to play the roles of Akita, running around shooting people in the face. Amy does incredibly well at finding efficiency and effectiveness within her role.
Yeah, of course, and I believe you did have an opportunity to speak to Amy earlier in the day today, so we'll see what she has to say ahead of the matchup that could be them qualifying to GCC.
Thank you very much, Amy, for joining me today before today's game. I want to start by talking about yesterday, probably one of the most interesting games that you've played in your time here. What do you think the turnaround was between Ascent and allowing you to win the next 2 maps with ease?
I mean, I think for us, we're just very prepared on the other maps, and we just didn't expect this comp on Ascent. And I think we had a good defense. We just tried to play like we played against a normal comp on Ascent, and that just didn't work out. But I knew that we were more prepared for the other maps and for the way they would play. And yeah.
Going a bit further back this stage, you lost to Focus in the groups. Since then, your only loss this entire tournament has been to that Gentlemate side a couple of days ago. You're on boot camp. Things are looking up on the positive for G2 Gozen. Are you confident that this game will go differently than that of the groups?
Yeah, of course. I think everyone is just more prepared for the match today. And I think we just really, really want to win. So we'll make sure that we're going to do our best. And it's just going to be a different Gozen than the one in group stage.
Obviously, you know, and everyone else knows now that this is a huge game for G2 Gozen in the run to Sao Paulo. Guaranteeing that top 3 space, obviously the ultimate goal for G2 Gozen. I want to ask, obviously, about Istanbul as well, being that at the grand finals. Are you currently focused on just taking it game by game and still trying to go for Istanbul, or was the larger goal just to guarantee your place in Sao Paulo?
I think for now we just take things match by match. Like, we just really want to win the match today, and obviously we want to make it to Sao Paulo and make it to Istanbul, but we just take it match by match, and we just make sure that we show our best selves every day, and whatever comes.
All right, well, thank you very much, Amy. I appreciate your time, and I wish you all the best today.
Thank you.
Game by game is the approach for G2 Gozen, but arguably the biggest hurdle to get over, a team that has really captured the hearts and minds of many during Stage 3. It is Focus Sakura on the other side of the server today, Summer. And, you know, I don't think they need much of an introduction if you've been following the Game Changers scene, especially through Stage 3. This is a team that have come out of the woodwork, and they have surprised so many. I've been really impressed with how they've conducted themselves. They are on the verge of knocking G2 Gozen out and leaving fate in others' hands. It's scary to say this, because Focus, as you saw from the point tally, they were nowhere to be seen, really, in the first 2 stages. Made a couple of playoff appearances, knocked out in the knockout stages. All in all, you know, it's been a fairly neutral season for them. Yet here in Stage 3, they are fighting for the big stage.
And I think one of the main reasons you're looking towards the sort of uptick in performance, as well as not only experience of the core playing together, but the 2 newer additions that we've had coming in for this stage in particular, and especially looking towards players like Habit, it's nice to see how they've been settling in and the uptick in their own personal performance, being on newer roles and slotting into this focus side. It's a team that makes you get excited, I think, is the only way to describe them. Obviously, not necessarily the most underdog team coming forward, but some players and some teams definitely underestimating what this focus side can do, especially when you're looking towards Sammy, ever so consistent from groups in towards playoffs. Doesn't seem like the big stage and the bigger games, the more pressure games are really getting to this player.
Yeah, and as we say, obviously the title of Stage 3 in mind for Focus and wanting to see how they step up, where, you know, you go from a group stage where you're playing everyone to the threat of double elimination. Sammy has not changed one bit in the output that Focus have been getting out of her. A fantastic result in the group stage, and the fact that it's even echoed here in the playoffs is a crazy sentiment to have. I think you look at, you know, even down to the ACS, a really small margin between the 2 numbers. The rating's identical. The KDR, the ADR, it's nearly identical there as well. It's insane to see that even when the odds are stacked against Focus, even when, you know, your chances, your lives are reduced down to 2, this team is still finding so much. I'm really excited to see what they've got for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when you're looking towards, Sammy's also one of the newer players coming in, so slotting in, having a consistent performance throughout is definitely something to watch out for. And when coming in towards this matchup in particular, definitely starts to bring up permutations, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. Should Sammy be able to keep up that performance, have a repeat 2-0 victory over G2, because if you think back to the group stage, it was Focus that got the better of the Gozen side. And for G2 Gozen, you don't necessarily want to leave your fate of championships and appearances in Sao Paulo in other teams' hands, and you really want to take that victory for yourselves here.
Yes, before the game, I had the opportunity to chat with Mali to see what Focus Sakura are thinking ahead of today. Thank you very much, Mali, for joining me. I want to ask about this stage as a whole, firstly. 45 days ago, your time playing in Game Changers EMEA was uncertain. You had to fight through the promotion relegation stage. Now you're in the top 4 of this stage. How has this journey been for you?
It's been insane. Like, from the start, we knew we had potential and we knew our high could be really high, but we also knew there's the possibility of the low being really low. But, I mean, we played, and in the games it just felt so right, and yeah, I think this one made us so good, and it just feels incredible.
Obviously, yesterday you dispatched of a Giant X side 2-0, a side who have had their troubles through Stage 3. As the in-game leader, what do you think the main contributors were for you for that game yesterday?
I think obviously having my prep for the game ahead and having the experience of playing them before, and then like we kind of got to work through all of our problems because there's been a while since we played them last. So I think we gained a lot of confidence for like the week where we played G2 and we played Gentlemates and SK. Like we gained a lot of confidence after these games, and I think that gave people like the trust in themselves to really commit to the plays, or like commit to their own individual plays or calls. And I think even though as IGL I make a lot of calls, like people also use their individual to secure the round, so it's not just me. And I think this is what made the series like very smooth for us.
You talk a little bit about prep there. Like, what does that look like for you in a day? Is it you just look through the demos, you have a watch of what the other team's doing, or is it more focused on yourselves?
We do have a way of looking at the enemy teams, but it's in the way of making sure we keep our game plan, so it's not overwhelming for me or what I bring to the rest of the team. Like, it's not overwhelming, and I think what makes us like the strongest is when we're able to play like how we want, and that we don't go too much into the enemy playstyle. So in our prep, like we make sure it's like not overwhelming at all.
Yeah, obviously for G2, your enemy today, you play against them. The last time you played in the group stage, this stage, you beat them for the first time. talking about that prep, are you well ready for today? And obviously their stakes much higher than yours in the sense of currently above you in the points. You know, can you tell me a little bit about your prep and how you feel about today?
I feel very, very ready for today. Like, obviously it means a lot to them, but it means so much to us as well, like more than people realize. Like, people don't think that we could have come this far, or like we could win it all, you know, but like I feel like we've really showed that we want this, and we're gonna continue to show that we want this, like in the series. Like, we're gonna fight for it, you know, like yeah, it means so much to us.
All right, well, I'll let you go, Mally. Thank you very much for joining me, and I wish you all the best today.
Thank you.
Another hurdle, of course, for the Focus side to get over summer, but to be honest, I've been very sceptical about the games that they've had to play this playoff bracket, and they have exceeded all expectations every step of the way. Of course, they play a G2 side in a best-of-3 series to see if they do make it to the lower finals, and if they do get the opportunity to play at Istanbul. We do have to have a look at the maps as well. Some of the veto, an important piece to this game. Heading into this one, obviously, as I say, we got to watch G2 yesterday and their summit. I was excited to see. Indeed, it does come out. Interestingly enough, it's Focus that pick it. Split our first, Summit our second, Ascent our third, if you are audio enjoyers only today. I'm really excited about this map pool, Summer, because obviously we saw the difficulty for G2 yesterday on Ascent. We saw the dispatchment of Habos Babos on Summit. Split, of course, as of recent, at least, in my mind. I don't think I've watched G2 Gozen on Split in a little while, so it'll be excited to be refreshed as to what they can bring out there.
I mean, when you talk about G2 Gozen and Split, you don't necessarily want to be facing them there. They've played it 7 times in regards to groups and up to now, and each time that they've walked away with a victory. So it's one of G2's strongest maps, and it's why we got to see Summit from them yesterday, because Habos Babos taking that decision to get Split off the board, knowing it's a massive strong point for G2 Gozen in their arsenal. And I really think it does play to their strengths, as not only as individuals, but the agents that they feel comfortable on. So for Focus side of things, it's not a map that they shy away from either, but it's definitely going to be a Gozen home ground to open up this series. But heading into Summit, it's a little bit more of a middle ground for me in regards to how we're going to see these two teams face up against each other on it, given G2 Gozen's newest composition changes. We were talking to Mimi in the interview yesterday. It's something that they've changed for a long time now, but they haven't necessarily had many chances to show it. Not many teams picking it into them.
Yeah, as you say, those two maps obviously looking quite favourable for G2, less so the Summit, which we've only seen a handful of times, of which they've looked very promising on. Ascent as our decider, not to be doom and gloom about G2, but obviously we saw what happened yesterday, Summer. The 4 duelists pick, I saw it everywhere on Twitter after the game. I was like, yeah, I mean, it was crazy, of which they conceded. So they are... I'd say they have gone through the hoops on Ascent as of recent, hoping that today they probably don't want to be facing the 4 duelists and probably don't want to be walking away with a loss, because we know how much is on the line.
I don't know if Focus will be pulling the 4 duelist move either. They'll have probably 2, so I'll draw the line at 2 for the side of Focus, but not expecting too many shenanigans from this side. Again, we're talking about how much of a high-stakes environment this is for both of these teams in regards to not only bragging rights, in regards to living longer in the lower bracket run. Both these teams want to make it to Istanbul, but also it's all building up to the GCC qualification, Sao Paulo, to extend your season, to play on the international stage, to have more LAN experience. So for both of these teams, there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, most definitely. I want to rewind a little bit in this series, right, and speak testament to maybe that G2 split. Obviously for Focus, starting on that defensive side. I'm intrigued to know how they go about this, right, because we saw a G2 side that definitely didn't deal with the pressure on the maps where teams were getting a bit aggressive, right? Like, I'm thinking back to that Ascent yesterday with Habos Babos. You know, when the pressure is put on them, they were a team that kind of fell apart at the seams at times. So hoping that obviously some corrections have been made. We understand that as you were talking to Mimi yesterday about, you know, they got the words of wisdom, the rejuvenating speech from Juice Park. Ahead of today's game, it's got to be the same, right? You've got to come out of the gate swinging. There's no denying the fact that G2 have struggled even when they've had the lead in closing out games. And you know, I don't think that there's any backhandedness to that. I just think that we've seen many a scorelines, even against Gentlemates, right? I think it was 9-3 and 8-4, and they conceded both maps. So I want to see a G2 side that come out of the gates, they deliver good news, but also focus on closing those maps, because we know that has been such a trouble for them as of yet.
Yeah, of course. And you talk about the leads as well. It's something that we've seen G2 on the other side of the coin be really strong in getting those early leads. You think back to the 2 maps, even if you want to talk about Ascent, they had that 8-4 lead at the halftime, and then it just crumbled from there. But given the other 2, you had that mentioned in Spark having the, I don't know if it was a motivational speech or more of a scared them straight kind of speech of what Mimi was alluding to yesterday, but it definitely worked in the way we saw Summit and the final map go, because it was this massive turnaround and it didn't look like they gave Habos Babos any way in. But for the focus side of things, that's kind of what you want to take advantage of find these little gaps and slip ups from the G2 side, because as much as we praise them for being this massive team and the players on there being legacy players and the expectations are high, nobody's perfect in the sense you can't play 100% perfect all at the time. And for the side of focus, being able to take advantage of those slight slip-ups and really push the issue on some of them, whether it's gaps in the defense or gaps in the attacking bled out onto site. So there's definitely options for focus to work with. And when we talk about Mali as well as an IGL, looking to her and some of the quotes that we've had from her over the last couple of days in playoffs specifically on her performance as an IGL, focusing on the macros, focusing on making sure that decisions as a whole of the team is in the right way, it's definitely something I don't think she'll let slip. Of if there's an opportunity, she will grab it and take it.
Yeah, I want to talk about this focus side a little bit more, because while we were murmuring over G2 and the Habos Babos situation, obviously on the other side of the lower bracket, it was the GX side that fell to the Focus Sakura team. And I wanted to just bring up a few numbers, right? Obviously, we talked about Sammy, a 1.31 rating in that series, a 93% cast, which, you know, your belief in cast being good or bad, I think that is an incredible number to have over a BO3 series. 7-1 in the first kill, first death department. Loads of space being created. The other stat that I wanted to bring out, right, and us talking about this focus team and being aggressive and finding those advantages, every single player was in the green in that series when it came to the opening duels, right? I was obviously saying about Sammy 7-1. The lowest, I think, was Cabot 6-5. So even then, like, you look at those numbers, you look at how Focus performed against the GX side, they were nothing short of impressive. They are a team that can definitely take heads, especially the likes of GX, who were also kind of in the similar boat as G2 goes in needing to progress to try and book a slot to Sao Paulo. They've stopped one team in their tracks. Of course, they've got to do it again here today.
Yeah, and I think everybody's had enough of us talking, at least in the pre-game, because we do actually have the agent select for you guys coming through. Finally getting to see if there's going to be any of those major changes, but we're not expecting anything. Still going for the double duelist for both sides, although it's that different look. It's the yellow theme, yellow, oh my gosh, I don't know my colours, blue theme over on the G2 goes and of me on the Euro. Maybe I'm colourblind, I just didn't know. No, blue for G2 goes and of pairing the neon and the Yoru, but then on the other side you have a little bit of a switch up with Focus Sakura with the Waylay and Phoenix. Don't ask me colours, man.
The lots of yellow being seen right now. The clothes are all yellow. No, I think in all seriousness, obviously I was talking about the fact that we're here on Split as our opener, Focus starting on that defense. Let's not forget that GX game that I was talking about. Split was played as the opener there as well. Focus were able to win 13-10. Having a look at the comp, they ran that Waylay there as well, right? Like they are very well attuned to this situation, Summer. See what they can provide today against a well-respected G2 Gozen on this map.
Definitely an important start for Focus Sakura on that defense, right? When we talk about everything in regards to Split, but also for G2 Gozen, it's where they thrive, even though they are running the double duelist. It's the defense where they're putting up the best numbers and the best performances. I am excited to see what sort of shenanigans we're going to see Focus Sakura bring.
Here we are, ladies and gents. A huge, huge matchup in the grand scheme of things. We start here on Split. A true test of time. A Focus Sakura side that has blossomed beautifully through stage 3 and turning head after head. However, in their path today is the G2 Gozen side. A team that has been to every GCC since its inception. And Mimi spending 1,764 days within G2 Gozen, a cornerstone of GC EMEA. She is looking to take her team to the biggest of stages once more. This is do or die. This is Game Changers EMEA. This is G2 Gozen versus Focus Sakura.
And straight in for G2 Gozen. Going to be a similar setup for them majority of the time. Of if any sort of extremity player, it will be Amy on the lonesome, but you can gather the pack of Mimi, Akita, Vanya, and Eva likely to be in close quarters. But other than the wall being put up over towards A, it's a relatively default wall. Amy makes her way over. A nice little stat line on screen. Split was the map on which Vanya broke all records with a 100% cast. Player to watch.
That is mad. Early start, pressuring this B site. Sliding in goes Akita, information on Addy. Damage through the Omen smoke, but nothing more than it. She's able to retreat into safety. G2 Gozen offered some space in towards the site. Question is what they want to do, where they want to press those issues. Hammer joining forces as well with the Omen towards Spawn, but for G2, this is now just focusing on the post plant. Got to deny Focus of the retake. It's a good start for Focus, but quickly the wheels will fall off. This retake needs to get going again, but Akita and Eva here to close out. It will be G2 that draw first blood here on Split.
It's a lovely little setup for G2 Gozen on site. So hard to dismantle. And you can see the position that Amy had near towards Spawn, just pulls the crosses in every direction but where her teammates are. Easiest pickups in the trades. Allows for a pistol win for G2 Gozen. This is the setup that I was talking about, of expecting Amy to be playing relatively on her lonesome, trying to get some space over towards A, giving an opportunity for the rest of the Gozen players to rotate around. Trap play setup. I focus in mid, but Gozen currently bypassing it.
Okay. Venturing out towards the B side, got to be cautious of what's in front of her. The rotation coming in from the heavens. Akita has hit a lovely double. 2 heads roll from the heaven position, put in hell by the Vandal. Addy, one in response. Pistols, weakened response to what G2 are able to output here in round number 2. Bike already going down. Amy waiting in the wings. She explores through heaven. Dammy, while being cautious of these rotations, be an unexpected approach here. Just need to be careful of, and even then, exactly throwing themselves into this site. Summer trying to be calculative in the way damage.
Only issue is with Amy pushing up through mid. You know exactly where these players are going to be retaking from, or at least attempting to go down to the spike. Safe exit. The G2 players through main. And an expected end for Focus. Down the round, send 2 to the spike. Already players like Akita having a punchy start.
And we learned yesterday quite quickly what happens when Akita
scary things.
A good start. You are definitely right. Looking back at that Habos game, it was the middle of the 3, that summit that we were talking about. At least individually for me, Summer, the highest ACS I've seen in an official game. 400. She went 24 and 10. 273 ADR. So you don't particularly want Akita on a good day, because she is one formidable player to play against. Here in round 3, Vandal in hand, cut off quite quickly by the snakebite. Amy dead to rights through Mali's Phantom.
Flash is going out in towards heaven, but it's the kills coming in on site. That's the undoing for G2 here. Or is it?
Hold on a second. Needs to be good, Mimi. 1 on 3. Has found Cabot. The TP. Takes the gun. Bike in hand as well. Takes the tap. The bait focus into these fights. Takes the fake TP back towards main. And oh, this could have baited focusing quite nicely. Mimi damage through the wall. Second towards spawn. Another tap and another isolated fight.
That's the way out.
Takes the TP. And as you say, it's a quick escape for Mimi, who now reduces the focus numbers down to 1.
And with enough time, can make your way over towards A. Shift walking, but the only issue is Mali's ahead of this. Steps will be here.
30 seconds left.
Oh my word, it's so scrappy between these two. Both players damaged, but Mimi, the old guard, delivers in the biggest of ways. A Red Bull clutch in the bonus of Gozen. Sends focus back down to pistols and back to the chalkboard. It is so well played from Mimi.
And it's not even just a 1v1, it's a 1v3, Ryan.
2v5.
Yeah, and a quadra for her in that round. Lovely little outplays with the TPs. You talk about baiting them in, isolating. And being able to make the way over towards A. Catching Mali in transition.
Oh.
Makes sense for Akita to go for the outlaw here. Easy pickups on the players without armor.
The focus trying to get intuitive towards B main. The triple walk. Well held under the watchful eye of Vania. Getting the information, creating some distance between herself and potentially the enemies pushing round. Ping that the smoke's gone out, but in the meantime, Addy in for a surprise. Should have been punished. Flash, stun, everything being held at Addy. Hearing on sight, it's a good start for Cabot. Peter, Eva, both with kills. Mali and Star 2 on 4. 2 in for a scare after the classic found 1, but keep things pretty modest here for the Focus Sakura camp.
Opportunity. Actually picked up by Star.
Enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, Mali gets nothing done on mid. They pick up for the Waylays. They head into site. Classic. It's good for 1, but not really much for the follow-up. And for G2, happy to lose 2 in the process of getting a 4th on the cards.
For my Bucks Summer, it's worth seeing a timeout as we cut back to the game here. Oh, I genuinely did not know that was going to happen, so that's quite fitting that I've explained this point. I was going to say, I think for Focus, right, you don't want the wheels to fall off immediately. You need a bit of space and a bit of time to react to what we've seen from G2 so far. Using it early gives you the most time to react to what we've seen out of this G2 side, of which they have ended that B site quite regularly.
When you talk about regularly, we've only necessarily seen them get those entries over towards B when you're looking at the setup that they tend to run of you have Amy lurking, trying to get behind the wall. It's been shut down a couple of times now by Mali, whether that's with a spam through the smoke, catching Amy off guard, but for G2 with the composition, I find it slightly easier to get those entries on mid and B. But for Focus, reinvestment into round 5, and off the back of a timeout, a bit more of a focus on getting that first round on the board and getting that conversion just to stop G2 running away with things, because we've seen what happens when they do.
Smoke towards B. Vania will know about this play from last round where Focus tried to get aggressive. As you can see, Mimi lining up the flash, flinging it off the floor. It will be punished. Vania, instant reaction. Well, they're playing triple B. There's got to be gaps. It's a huge one towards Spawn that Mali's looking to punish. Spawn sent round the corner, but Vania will still win the fight. 4 on 4, and it isolates Cabot.
Yeah, and especially with 3 other players being spotted over towards B, you know the max that they're going to have defending this A site is 1. There's so much pressure on Cabot right now.
To go nuclear. Comes off the angle just as Akita starts to bear the corner. 1-for-1 trade. It's made things manageable for the G2 goes inside. Addy's taken the TP towards back site, but punished completely by Amy. A huge blunder that puts focus down a player in this retake. Sammy and Star.
One enemy remaining.
Fortunately, Vania is having quite the round as she makes it 3. Turns her back to the last. It is Star now. Has to win out a clutch identical to that of Mimi's. A 1 versus 3 to put focus on the board here on Split. And unfortunately, Amy, close to the corner, takes the swing at the right time. And it is G2 5 from 5.
A lot of focus on Cabot in that situation. You almost want to say, even going 1-for-1 just isn't good enough. Same goes for Addy getting the TP onto site, unfortunately missing a crucial kill. For G2, it was a red carpet laid out for the spike plant. For 5 rounds on the trot. You talk about them being direct over towards B. Now taking the chances on A yet again. The dimensional drift to help, punching out the positions.
Have the Yoru ultimate, it does become easier. Amy, good start, has to retreat. The recall from Star, Sammy still in sight, and the damage is brutal. Vania left against 4. Safeguard of the flank instead. She's got everything to do in this round. Left on the clock to work with here for Vania. She'll move through heaven. Violent approach taken. Piece left of G2 puzzle in this round. It's always going to be tricky. And Start. Pen to paper for Focus Sakura's defense. They're first on the board inside the first 6.
Yeah, there's a lovely ultimate coming in from Sammy. Support from Star in heaven. It's double. No risk to her own life, obviously, with the run it back. Forces G2 to fall flat in the 6th. And surprisingly, not up for going for a direct A hit for the 3rd time in a row. So look back over towards B main. It's not something Focus shy away from either. Addy and Sammy playing forward.
Interesting that this reaction for Focus is, since the timeout, getting aggressive every round. We saw it in the eco, which, you know, you'd argue trying something new, different, sort of out of the norm. The way that you win those eco rounds for G2, the anti-eco was a success. However, in these gun buys, hold here for Focus, it's going to be quite hard to route out, especially when Addy has TP into safety.
And Sammy holding a flash off a contact. You see it come through. Flash is great for Akita. It's just better. A double for her, dismantling the crossfire setup. Now Focus on Star, out in the heaven position. Good refract.
Is a good start. Brought back into cover. Cabot moving forward. This is going to be tricky. Clears up high. So Vania just TP'd down low. The pit being used as well. That's out of the hands of Amy. This is just to lock in. A 6th for G2 here on the attack. Dominant in this round. Much to the aid of Akita, as you say, Summer. Just walks in, breaks apart both legs of this crossfire. Nowhere to run. Focus face the music. And for the 2 remaining players, damage is a requirement.
I mean, it's also on the fact that there was a flash in the mix as well, Ryan. It was off the contact of Addy tucked in the corner. Sammy sends the curveball, sends the flash out. Not only has Akita managed to avoid it, gets the kill on Addy, flicks, secures the kill on Sammy, and carries on like it was nothing. And for the side of G2, it's the same tune for them. The lost round, nothing to them if they can get their own answer straight back on the board, and that's exactly what they've done. Sure, a couple of ults invested in regards to Amy just to secure the round FKS had no intention of sticking around with when that Viper's Pit went down.
X1, a staggering lead for G2 Gozen. Pressure really being applied. The Haru clone eating the Prowler. Spam as well. Pretty basic here for G2 Gozen as they turn their attention back towards A.
There's a possibility though, Cabot, considering them having crossed on timing.
Being made, but for focus. Hearing much back, G2 playing passive. The Prowler is huge info for Mali. She'll understand that G2 are looking to pressure through the heavens. It's Star that will be forced out. Akita's just having a round and a half here on a rampage. Heather will find another. Spike palmed over to Mimi as she works towards the ult once more for the Yoru. Addy left in another 1vx, this time a 4-piece required, excuse me. Spike already down, putting a timer on this retake.
Yeah, not only 4 players to get through, but like you said, 6th man working in favour of the Ghost inside, Spike ticking, and you know, I was thinking nothing has been found so far. Might want to tuck tail and run, but Vanya offers up one.
Start. 4 here, Addy, same angle, Mimi swings behind the screen's position, nearly lined up at the end there for the Smokes player, but for focus, another round that kind of felt lost before the spike went down, a retake too tall of an order for Addy to find.
But also, for Addy, you're looking at that situation, you're 1v4, you're already out of position, it's not as if you were close by and able to cut those rotates off as they were setting into the post plant, and now you're looking at the money. Sammy and Mali down credits wise. Sure, Addy had enough to reinvest, but you think, should that weapon have been saved and carried over into the next? Something could have been dropped, so it makes a little bit more of a potent buy from Focus, and you can even see Star wanting to bring that operator out, having something new and be more heavy hitting for the G2 Gozen side to have to overcome. You can understand why a second tactical break is being utilised by Focus. It's a dire situation to be in. 1-7 to the worst. Even staring down the barrel and not having the best buy, even though they have the ultimates to work with. They have the weapons to back it up.
And that's the biggest issue, right? Is that you are at the point of no return. You kind of do need the rest to even have a believable scoreline heading into the second half. What Focus can produce is top-heavy buy. Getting aggressive here, smoke immediately towards heaven, and as you can see, Akita dropping the neon wall down to try and create safe passage. Vanya in the meantime taking the TP. It's on A. So Amy's lurk now almost becomes the spearhead of this play. Mimi, now the information given to Mali that she's round the corner. That is a beautiful move from G2. They pour so much into this B play, Summer. You know, the neon wall, they've got the Omen smokes, the flashes are sent in, and then all of a sudden they turn around, they use the Omen ult, and immediately there's 3 people in A ready for this spike to go down.
Well, as much as it was only the classic defend in A initially, now we've got a couple of weapons full focus on the retake. Numbers aren't the worst. I'd take that back. Mimi and Vanya has just made it a lot worse for them.
One enemy remaining.
Mimi finding Cabot to the pain and punishment that Focus are forced to suffer. Sammy will break the eye. Reveal of the Fade. Gunfire alone, enough to compromise her position. She'll swing through and find Eva. Vanya body shotting her way to G2's 8th. All the same to them, a staggering lead here on Split. And while, yes, sure, the argument that you made, Summer, you know, they are a very well-versed team on this map. We know that they are a very strong force here on Split. At the same time, you know, if Focus want to be going down to that 3rd map, we've got to see some fight from them. It's got to come soon.
Well, given the investment in the previous off the back of the timeout was more of a half buy, this is the one that they're putting stocks in. Operator out for Star, posted up towards B. With G2 posturing up for a split in, especially with the dimensional drift going through heaven. This spots out the operator. This is not going to be a surprise.
Yet again, Akita with the entry, Addy with a response, so they're not going to go down without trying to put up a fight. It's another retake that Focus are being invited into. This time, however, Summer, numbers lead in their favour, so a bit more believable. Nightfall, their required investment may be into this round ever. She's found 2. Now all on Akita. Star firepower, but responded with in kind. Sammy's hat trick puts Focus to their second.
It's not even the operator that's the difference maker. It's the retake ultimate from Mali on top of the kill in towards mid on Amy. That one stops any sort of backstab from the G2 side. You can see it here, Cabot. Super impactful kill. Not only getting the numbers in their favor, but destroying any sense of a backstab from the Ghost inside. Fighting forward. Even then, it was only one ultimate that was required to get that across the line for Focus, so they still have the rest of the teams online. Necessarily the worst opportunity to get the last 2. Make it a 4-8 half.
Bam, close. Ball going up, blocking Star's vision further. Very quiet right now for G2, trying to be inconspicuous as possible. The approach made. Snake bite at the feet of Akita, needs an immediate trade, she will find it. But Mali, kill of her own. 2 down to 3, the core pieces needing to make this round stick.
With so many pieces shown from Focus over towards A, not only in heaven, but into his elbow as well now. Necessarily need to put all the defensive line here.
Ian. Round the corner, I thought maybe catching the operator lacking. Instead, it's Sammy, the cavalry, arriving for Focus. Perfectly timed. They will find their 3rd. And while you'd argue some of it, it's going to be an uphill battle even if they find 4. Still a half worth mentioning, and G2, after they will still need to pay some attention to.
Again, it comes from a lovely little play in towards heaven. Pop the snake bite down. Takes Akita out to the initial play off a contact of Amy in the corner. Able to isolate the 3v1s realistically, given how many players were in heaven from Focus. Keeping G2 modest. Now to bring out the operator.
Up, blocks the vision of the scope gun. Make it difficult here. This engagement. Firing off once, but to no avail. Low yet again for G2 goes, and one of these that have been taken a tone or 2 down. Mid, trying to scope in towards Con. Star aggressive, but like the common spot, Akita getting caught out. Positions up through middle, now they split. Containing 4 attackers. Urgent pass ready to be invested by Star. Has to be used at a good time. The paranoia being spotted from main. Now just pushing Addy into the open, ready for fights. She'll take them with flying colours. Focus looking to deliver good news unless Amy can do more. A nice double, but that will be enough. 4 on the defense for Focus. And considering how bleak things look, 3 on the bounce could be enough. A miraculous second half required. G2, 4 to the good. Need this second half to go their way. We'll find out if they can close their pick after this. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
8-4 at the turn of our first half of this series. G2 lead. They move over to the defense of Split. It's attacking half that is going to need to blow everyone's socks off required from Focus if they want to take home G2's map pick. So far, so good, though, for the Gozen side, Summer.
Yeah, absolutely. For both sides, really. You look at the bounce back from Focus, getting those last 3 rounds of the half makes it a lot more believable, given how we thought the first 9 go. But for G2, switching over on towards the defense, the favoured side, this map.
Bring them down.
I was asked, was that for a little too late? For pistol, mean a lot. Setting the tone, especially for Focus on this attack. Look at G2.
So aggressive. Akita's just blasted the head off of Mali. Bike dropped towards Sewer as well, Summer. It's a really compromising kill, Akita. You can't keep getting away with it. Walking everywhere.
Yeah, they need help in sewers for Focus, and you're looking at Shaw. Stars managed to find some space in towards Heaven. Heaven's still alive on site. Now a smoke out to help assist, and Akita.
Okay.
With damage.
Thankful that she doesn't find a third there. Amy's got one with the Sheriff, though. Addy finding one back. Back's turn for Amy and Vanya. Can't be penalised. Addy stuck the spike down in towards the heart of site, though. A retake required out of G2, of which aren't exactly too lopsided in their favour. So, got to be cautious as they make their approach here towards A. Paranoia, Bird, Mimi dead in Heaven. It's now Amy. Finds the trade, all in the hands of Star. 1 versus 2, spotting out the shoulder of the Viper. But Amy, in fact, making it a full house between the 2 Sheriffs. She found 3, Akita the first 2, and G2 will discover their 9th here on the second pistol.
Making it slightly believable from Focus, especially with a couple of picks that they were able to get. Just a bit too much damage taken, and it was a simple body shot for Amy to close that out. No crazy headshots, no heroics needed, but for G2, already set up in prime position with the double kill Akita got down through mid. Not only putting the numbers in their favour, but dropping the spike, making Focus uneasy.
There.
With the 9th on the board, Focus feel the need to force up.
Vanya able to escape it, but the noise already made, so one comes up. Yes, sure, the orb put in Heaven and a snake bite of their own. Focus are going to have to go running through. Flash close. Vanya going to be caught in the slow, but Addy able to help out. The trade is good. The Paranoia, amazing. Vanya with one back. Sammy still fighting here. This round's got legs. As Focus 2-on-1. It is a crazy round towards B. An indescribable approach for Focus, but one that they're able to stop dead in its tracks and watch G2 take the pistol. Focus get the last laugh.
And it's a massive risk for Focus. Forcing up into that, given the scoreline position, but one that pays dividends.
Thanks.
Honestly, one that, if you're in the G2 camp, has definitely shaken and rustled a few feathers. Now down on towards the Pistols themselves, not afforded the same privilege of forcing up or going for a half by with Stingers. Focus still want to make this map competitive, put their best foot forward, and
Watch your eyes.
vision is just what they asked for.
Giggle, keeps up. Welcomed into 4 crosshairs. Focus. Casualty that they're able to create towards middle. A main position under lock and key kind of tells you that this approach very obvious, but it's also one that G2 have read into, Summer. All 3 rotations happening right now. The A site is going to get bolstered here with defenses. Could get messy.
That's when you see Eva's positioning tucked behind flowers. likely to get cleared here. Utility.
Oh, it's going to cost a life. Surprised almost that Amy's within the corner. Spike down, 25 seconds left. Start with the Outlaw, able to hit fire. Mimi's found another. There's 18 seconds left of this round. G2 just got to hold on for a little bit longer. But Addy bursting down G2 with the Bulldog. It is 6-9. Focus only down by 3.
After the shenanigans of round 14, G2 make last round a little bit more costly than you'd expect. Amy taking full advantage of not being cleared by utility, taking one with her to the grave, and heading into this now with the weapons back out. Their turn to get aggressive in towards the B main.
Players sent wide, Prowler sent wide. Mimi has to retreat off the back of the nation being fed to Focus. Barney up quite on the mark, but enough gunfire and enough distraction for Focus to re-evaluate this round instead of going straight towards the B site. Seem more rolled there to rotate back towards middle.
You can also see how concerned Focus were about that mid presence. They had none at the beginning. Slowly clearing their angles, and going to be a bit of a time bleeder for them. Sure, plenty of time left, but look towards G2, what they can do with the stopping power. The paranoias from Vani have been on point, the stuns from Akita. And with G2 now getting active over towards A, you can see the rotation from Amy's not going to be too far away either. Ever and Amy. Dang, it's not a K on B.
30 seconds
The only
left.
gap is middle, but having the control for so long and not seeing Focus make an approach, it seems very obvious that a direct move is about to happen. Paranoia into the heavens. Akita blind! Star caught stunned. Still able to shine bright for the opening frag. Varnia caught in the slow, needing everything right now, but nothing out of G2. Focus move up to 7 here. It really is these one-sided leads that G2 continue to be haunted by. A fantastic first half. Focus have found a way to void it.
It's a lovely little sight hit though from Focus, right? And you're looking towards the utility. Both players, whether that's looking to the player up on rafters or Vanya towards backside, zero real opportunity to get involved into his presence, right? Akita gets blinded out with the paranoia, has to drop down. Doesn't know necessarily where she is, and it's an easy pickup. Or Star. Same goes for Vanya towards backside. Stun comes out. Real nice isolation from the Focus side with regards to utility, isolating those 1v1s. Reasons that we've seen this 3-round streak from them, and an expected tactical break coming in from
Got there in the
G2.
end. Right, I've been there. Hard to speak. Which whose coaching staff can step in, offer up some wisdom. See, this was what I was kind of alluding to, right? Focus on recent record and through this entire stage. Had pieces that really shone. Okay, yes, this is on a group stage game, even not being seen today, but one of many pieces that are able to step up for the Focus Sakura side. Gozen, after conceding the last, gap now reduced to only 2. He afforded the time or the space to continue to lose Summer 3 in a row after winning the pistol, may I add. It was 8-4 at the turn of the half. Game becomes a lot more digestible if you're Focus.
If you want to talk about to leads for G2, it was 8-1 at one point. A lot of work from the Focus side to build their way back into this. looking to stick the landing. 2 saved rifles for G2. Really much invested around it.
Maybe with the opening frag yet again. Ever present on these entry kills. G2 reduced down to 4. They still have 2 rifles to put to work and good use. Ali sending the prowl around the corner. So much gunfire occurring. It's got to be quick here. G2, I mean, in the meat grinder. A couple of kills in the middle of all that carnage, though. Trying to keep the finances modest here. The Focus Sakura bank accounts. They've got plenty to reinvest here, though, Summer. No immediate harm to the damage done in the previous round.
I may be expecting a little bit more, though, from those saved rifles, but 2 kills is all they'll get. And when we're talking about reinvestments into this one, a heavy investment for Akita. Operator being brought out. See what sort of impact she can have on the defense. It's an early pick, but being tethered towards main. Force for the repeat. And so much damage early.
Say that, but it is for both parties, and Akita's regen shield, so she's more or less the same HP as Mali here. A little bit more, in fact. All bad for G2 Gozen. Trade in health. Same time, it doesn't exactly persuade Focus to make their minds up as to where the destination is. It's still a guessing game for G2 Gozen. Huge ultimate invested and a lot of information gathered. Now they know that B is clear. Those numbers starting to rotate towards A, but there's enough time for Focus to backpedal as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a misnomer in the information Varney was able to gather. B main clear, short, no follow-up confirmed by Mimi, and now with the rotations completely out of whack. And 30 seconds left. Vikings are going to make their way in towards B, and for G2,
30 seconds left.
Already posturing up to be a retake required.
Smoke Prowler, everything brought in, so most the alarm bell waking G2 up.
Welcome to my world.
Ready for this round, and the Rifle's Pit invested. That is for the defensive side, though. Mimi also bringing her ult. It's 3 invested in this round, Summer. Barnia's, Mimi's, and now Amy's all brought in. Counter Nightfall deployed. Gives a bit of space. Cabot just to spam the Yoru out, though. 4 on 5. Akita low HP. This becomes tricky. C's brought in. Mali caught by it in the close corner. Half checked by Amy, but she's given the time to readjust. Amy's got nuclear here in round 18. The spike is being started. The reveal sent in. Ever to trade 2 on 1. It now has to be stuck as time starts to tick. Addie's got to come up clutch, and Ever will deny her of any space on the site itself. G2 move to double digits. So much invested, but they finally get their reward.
And so much work from one individual player, and you see it in the replay here, or at least the perspective of her opponents. A triple kill for Amy. Viper's Pit early on to deny any sort of space taken towards spawn, keeps them all modest and on site for Focus in their post plant. G2 denies the equalization for Focus and puts themselves up onto double digits. Operator still out, this time in the hands of Mimi. So even if that tether does hit, can easily get out of dodge.
Cover going out.
Quite a nice little adaptation. Talking about adaptation, look at Vanya's position here. This can get cheeky.
Left. The operator as well, so well fortified look for G2 goes, and Mimi will go searching. The silence will be broke. Start. Oh! That is the most unintentional jiggle peek you'll ever see. Mimi falls for the bait. Be careful here, run it back, engaged by Sammy, quickly removed by Amy. Akita's found one in the middle of sight, but Mali with a rebuttal of her own. Akita finds one back, but Focus. The B site is the gift that keeps on giving. Ever left in the 1 versus 3.
Spike planted.
got so much to do. Peeks in from heaven. Cabot turns at the right time. It is 10-9. G2 Gozen's gap now reduced to just one singular round.
I hope we get to see the jiggle peek because unfortunately we don't. But yeah, like, you're talking about the most unintentional jiggle peek ever. That's just a little salsa onto screen and back out. Not necessarily saying it would have completely changed the outcome of the round, but Mimi definitely nullifies her position.
Of course, this is a call back to the group stage as we head into a tactical break. Plus 11 in first kills. I'm very intrigued to see the stats afterwards, Summer, because we know that they are a team. Love finding the early kills, love putting the pressure on their opponents by forcing them to play 4v5, and we definitely have been in that space a few times already. Who goes in that burned their second tactical timeout, so no more breaks between now and the end of regulation. This moment in time, it is still anyone's game to win.
A lot of the engagements for both teams on their attack has been over towards that B main position. That's been deciding a lot of these rounds. I'm curious to see what happens with the G2 game plan. Obviously, low on money. You want to go aggressive down mid. You send Akita.
Gonna be quick. Just so tilted that the op is holding the flank there, Summer. Like
From
it
spawn.
Is in spawn. Holding this over aggression. Akita's ult voided. Dink onto Amy as well. Pressure mounting for G2. Vania and Amy might have impact. Of which dead, the other low HP. Amy, the only other left alive. It's a nice shot from Cabot. 1 on 3. The IGL of G2 Gozen. Unfortunately, Cabot is on a tear. A hat-trick on the anti-eco. Penalty applied to G2 while you have a good start in the first half. We're all tied up after 20.
Now you have to feel for Akita. You go around that corner, you don't necessarily expect an operator from Cabot. By the way, it's right position, right time for her. Focus. Maybe denied opportunity to equalise a couple ago, but won't let a second opportunity squander. Double digits now for both.
Bring them down.
Lever's ult online. Decides not to necessarily play on towards site. Wants to hold in towards the heaven position. Likely teeing up for an A retake.
Yet again, focus with this very direct approach towards A. The Waylay util just gets dumped instantly into site, clears all of the space. G2 already acknowledged in the idea that a retake is the most likely candidate to win this round. Slide, that's ridiculous from Cabot. A moving Akita deleted in A main. And yet again, the pieces start to fall apart. Evers found the response. Cabot dead to rights, and no more Viper for the focus side. Nightfall invested, but this attack, it has layers to deny the retake for G2. Sammy's found one, Amy with another. Mimi and Amy left 2 on 3, and this round is over. There will be no further approach into the spike site. And for the first time, I do believe this entire map, Summer, we find ourselves where it is focus in front of the G2 side. Their selection of split now put at the ultimate price.
Oh man, it's the missed shot on the operator into an absolute belter of a sheriff shot. So Amy able to read into the fact that it's normally an extra player in towards main. It's normally the controller player of Addy deals with her, but too much time passed. Have to keep those weapons alive and hoping to make the difference here. Aggressive in towards main and punished by Addy.
Disgusting! Star with another. Half buy of G2, also crumbling here on the B site. Mimi keeping warm on the other end of the Phoenix wall, but could be for a short moment. It drops down and it does allow a space to find Sammy. Nightfall invested by Mali to try and lock in number 11. Star lining them up. And it's all in the hands of Eva. Dinked, possibly dead, as Star makes it 4. 2 chances to close map 1. G2's pick. A superficial start, but it is all starting to crumble.
Given the performance in the previous, that stat line isn't necessarily the most surprising. One of the heavy hitters in the group stage matchup, Start repeating similar performances, tied with Addy. Not to deny her flowers. G2. This is the map. Convergence path out on towards B. It's direct from Focus.
Wanting to attack the issue immediately. Star already with the close space towards site. Akita's drawn first blood. But a response out of Sammy, that second duelist. It's allowed Mimi to activate. Flash to go round. Ever caught by it. Sammy's got another in the meantime. Mimi, she does not want to give up on this map, and neither do the rest of G2 Gozen. 24 required between these two teams. We thought it was a blowout in the first half, but boy do we have a game on our hands. We go the distance here in map 1.
You almost want to excuse Mimi catching Eva with that flash, doing so much work in that backside position. Keeping Focus at the door of B main, not allowing the scale up, which is one of the main things that they've been using to overrun that B site of the scale up with the Waylay utility, the paranoias, the TPs in from Addy.
Prowler catching Mimi, has to back away. A vision impaired. Creeps towards site, Focus. Diligence, excuse me. Out towards A. You hear the run it back being invested. It's Sammy that's still yet to let go of the shift key. Now she'll try and make the move towards site. The information on Heaven still unknown as Amy laid within the smoke. G2 have got 3 players, now 4 stacked across towards A. Vania's aggression has kind of paid dividends.
And they were hoping Sammy might have found something with that runner back, but no kill coming through means they kind of stunted in this direct attack. Cut noise, but still, no one from G2 really biting in regards to this rotation. Like you said, 3 players still on site. Vanya TP available, so reinforcements not far away either, and time ticking down. 35 left on the clock. They have to make a move.
Yeah, there is such little time for Focus that it's going to be a very direct play towards A. Great shot out of Star. A second as well from the Waylay. All in the hands of Eva, who can only find 1. The ult cancelled. Akita finds Star. Viper's Pit now activated for Focus on this site. A 2 versus 3 retake to keep G2 in the contest on their pick. Akita and Vania now need to step up to the plate.
Majority of the players inside the Viper's Pit. Akita able to clear out a lot of this site.
Like it. Goes Addy, she'll find 1. All in the hands of Vania, and G2 crumble under the pressure of Focus Sakura. 13-11. It is a huge win for Focus, and find themselves 13 rounds away from knocking out G2 Gozen.
And it's on their home map as well. I don't think we can gloss over that point. This is G2's map. It's one of the ones that they have the most reps on in this stage. 7 times, 7 victories. First loss at the hands of Focus, and in one of the most important games so far. And you look towards MVP for the side of Focus Sakura. Sammy, I don't think there's much that we can say. We were highlighting them before in regards to consistency in both playoffs, in groups, and even against G2. Being able to put up these numbers incredibly impressive.
Yes, the MVP of the map, and of course for G2 and Knife to the Heart, a real issue, Sammy, was for the G2 Gozen side. And of course, as you alluded to, Summer, it's kind of speaking to the rest of this series, a very dull tone now to be taken, as G2 13 rounds away from being eliminated and leaving faith in other teams' hands.
And I think you can see how close this matchup was just in regards to the stats that you can see on the screen. Equal in regards to first bloods. Post plants, relatively similar, but it's the couple of clutches for G2. But either way, it's the direct attack from Focus that we really saw them shine in regards to the utility layering, the teamwork that we saw from them. That has meant that they were able to get this across the board. And we'll have a look at the veto so far, as dire situation for the G2 camp. That was their map pick. Suffered a loss. Now focus on towards Summit to do something similar, hopefully, that they were able to do yesterday. Have a massive turnaround between the map 1 and 2, but for Focus, carry on the same trajectory.
Yes, a really nice second half from Focus puts them one ahead in this series. Summit next, the Focus selection. G2 getting to start on that defense, but there's still so many questions to answer, of course. For G2 Gozen, they are a map away from being eliminated and leave fate into other teams' hands. However, for Focus Sakura, their run in the lower bracket still continues on. Will they be able to deliver on Summit? We'll find all of that out right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you're living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Celebrate like we never had. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world.
A chilling sentiment for G2 Gozen as they stand a map down in this series, Summer. A really disappointing result, I think, for them, considering the lead that we saw. You know, at least mine and your belief is that we thought after the first half that it was going to be very tricky for Focus to get back into. But here we are, 13-11 in the first map. Summit next, and G2's life on the line.
Yeah, and for G2, it's surprisingly not a situation that they're unfamiliar with, of going down in the first map. A lot of these victories being a 2-1 for them in the recent times. They definitely don't count them out of the fight just yet, but heading in towards Summit, you definitely have to be looking towards Focus on their intentions to be able to close this out to 0, given the treatment that they've just given G2 on a map that they haven't necessarily been challenged on, have that flawless win rate on it. Well, until recently.
Yeah, Summit, of course, a map that we saw from G2 in previous. For Focus, not untested on the map either, so still plenty to talk about as the background behind me changes. Summer, we know the setting in which we're going to be on. I think for me, obviously G2, we know that they're a resilient team. We know that they're an incredibly strong team, even when the odds are stacked against them. We know what their Summit is like as well, at least the highs of it. We saw the Habos Babos game where they dispatched of those quite easily. Focusing on the present though, you know, no matter what you want to say between the maps, that recovery that Focus were able to put on is going to haunt you a little bit, especially when the stakes are this high for G2 Gozen.
Yeah, absolutely. And sure, it's not necessarily do or die for them in this situation. There are still permutations should Focus not win split 3. You don't necessarily want to leave your fate in other people's hands, and it's definitely not the situation where if you're Focus, you're going to be taking the foot off of the gas pedal at all, wanting to drive this home in that 2-0 fashion.
I don't know. Fran's just having a grand old time behind me. I don't know what to do at this point. I've left them in too much control. I should change it myself, to be honest with you. But look, I think as much as I want to hype up and drive this G2 goes inside off to what we saw on Summit, and as you say, there are permutations if G2 are to lose that they can still make stage 3. For Focus, this is only leaning into this narrative more of it capturing the hearts and souls of everyone, basically, in they continue to deliver astounding results in this lower bracket run, right? They are a team that surprised us in the group stage. They are a team that have delivered great news here in the playoffs, and they are continuing to do so. Obviously, I had the chance to speak to Mally before the game started, and even she was saying, you know, that they're just taking it game by game. They know that the highs are really high, and this is definitely the perfect demonstration of it. We head into our second map now, though, Summer, at least the agent select.
Yeah, looking on the G2 goes inside, sticking with that newer composition that they're wanting to run. Same goes for Focus Sakura, picking up the Omen and Harbour. And you mentioned Mally in the interviews before today's matches, and has sort of been the fail-safe for Focus Sakura, it seems, in all the interviews in the pre-matches, been doing a fair few of those. It's actually quite nice to see how eloquent she is in regards to those interviews and how she speaks about her ideology as an IGL, and especially getting to see the matchup between those two players in particular of Mally and Mimi. Definitely an experience difference, but I feel like they have the same mentality going in towards these matches and how they're approaching, well, competitive play and GC EMEA as a whole.
Huge opportunity for Focus to close it in 2. Their comp, the double smokes being brought forward. Addy on the Harbour, Cabot on the Omen. By the solo duelist in Star, who was a standout performer. A bright light, quite literally, in map 1 for the Focus side. Sammy moving over to that chamber. See what Focus can output in our second map. For G2, of course, it is the same change that we talked about the last time they played Summit here. Summer, it is Mimi back onto the Sage, electing out of the double duelist setup and focused more maybe in the depth of the team comp.
And I will say, not to just be thinking of that Habos Babos game because it's the only one we realistically have for Gozen on this composition. When you're looking towards who are the main heavy hitters, we mentioned Akita being one of the players you don't want to necessarily get online or let get online for the side of Focus, and they were relatively successful in shutting her down on split. So a repeat of performance from the Focus Sakura side in that regard will be massive in regards to pushing them forward.
It is our second map of this series, and for G2s, hoping it is not the last, they move in onto the defense of Summit. The Focus Sakura pick looking to test the G2 goes inside on this one. Interesting opportunity unveils itself after the revelations on Split. Lifeline for Focus, one map away from making top 3. We talked about what we saw from yesterday at the G2 goes in camp, and it was this map indeed, where we saw the 400 ACS game that Akita was able to put on. 100% cast to go with it, and one of those things that they are looking to deliver again.
I think she had 10 entry kills to her name as well, so G2 not shying away from those initial engagements, although Mimi put up a defensive wall, being the solo player towards A, calling for reinforcements as Akita and Amy push through B.
Goodbye. Sammy on the headhunter. Cuts Mimi out of this round. Her util used to delay, waiting for the rest of G2 Gozen to arrive, but different directions here. One from Kaze, now going towards Link. Up with Eva is Vania, and then the other two from A main itself. Paranoia burnt close. The spike planted in the middle of sight. Trying to give space here for G2. Now the approach into the site itself needs a huge round from Addy. She'll find 2, and that leaves it all on Vania as Star finds Amy. The Omen against 3, both players low. Mally confident enough to swing. And Focus will take our 3rd pistol of the series.
Star catching a stray bullet, but dead confidence from the rest of the teammates to swing to close it out. Fine margins in regards to the HP remaining, but don't necessarily care about that. It's a round on the board. I will say for my curiosity, we didn't necessarily get to see much from G2. The Habos Babos game on the defense, so interesting to see how they handle Focus side.
Sammy no scopes. Firing from the hip. Mimi, the last alive. Her position compromised. Self-heal, breaking the TP just in case Sammy wanted to try and outplay Mimi. But it does not matter as the Marshal finds 3. Focus. Successful pistol and a quick conversion off the back of it. G2 up to rifles though here in round 3.
You say G2 are up to rifles, so focused. Look towards Sammy and Star and Cabot. And Daddy, who made the conversation. Yeah, it's 4 players. And you're realistically looking at the only one who doesn't have a Vandal in their hands. And it's not as if they're ill-prepared either. Mally's the only one with a Bulldog, and seemingly another direct approach, at least in the initial phase. Barrel out towards A, no shenanigans. Defensive wall from Mimi, just going through the motions. Focus, that's an easy orb to collect.
Beginnings. Focus Sakura with such a deep investment. They know they're somewhat hesitant in their approach. Middle, though, is going to give them some idea as to the direction they want to take this round. Receiving some contact, but again, very, very slow. Sammy trying to chase down Eva. An overextension going to cost Focus the early numbers. A beautiful seize. Eva catching 2. Focus's exec delayed by a few seconds, moving in towards B. And while everything occurs on site, look at Amy's position here in main.
This could be the backstab. Star's looking for it, but doesn't quite adjust in time.
Bit. Being taken. Has to hit the shot. She will. Takes the TP away as well. So G2 still advantageous, but only by 1. Mally going to clear close left, but Eva swinging from the right. Amy blocked off by the Harbour Orb. Just trying to delay with her utility, wait for the cavalry to arrive. Addy able to punish, but now she needs a 1 versus 3. Her ult as well, swinging out wide. It was a dangerous and bold move. One that Mimi is able to punish. G2, they will get the response in round 3.
You can see the stars aligning with the Harbour ults, the Reckoning coming online.
30 seconds left.
Paint Shells forces the peak, and it's not a comfortable one. 2 players facing you down the line, but he's taken a couple out with her, and as much as it was a large investment from focusing towards the bonus, it's not going to deter them from investing even further into this. Sammy, operator now out, and even though G2 were the ones that won the round, they're the ones that are worse for wear in regards to money. 3 Guardians.
All round even for Focus, despite investing so much in the previous. Manage their control of middle under the watchful eye of Sammy. The rest of the heading in towards A, that has been left barren by G2 Gozen.
It's not without a reaction. 3 players walk down mid. Sammy, it's easy pickings. Play on the scoped weapon, and Anya and Nikita decide best not to go for the swing or a trade. Does mean that the rotations are starting to come over for G2 Goes, and it's not going to be completely undefended A site. So this could be devastating for any player playing up close, looking towards Vanya's positioning.
Gonna catch one. Actually a second Nikita blind as well, but Ever on the Guardian has managed to crack open this attack. It's beautiful from Vanya! She has just deleted Focus in A main. Down to just Sammy, 1 versus 4. And with such little time, realise it's better to tuck tail and save G2.
10 seconds left.
Just with the rebuttal, but they have themselves a follow-up as well. Only the operator will be kept in frame. Rest of Focus. Reconsider their approach in this attack. G2, it's a really nice round, and it all stems from Vanya on that Omen.
Yeah, even the Reckoning coming in and hitting her position behind the box is the smoke that goes down. Self-preserving utility. Reveal assists for the kill of Addy. A triple. It's playing through the smoke the entire time. Barely even saw any of her opponents, Ryan. Just needed smallest of margins to get those kills, and nearly tactical break. Saw how well Focus were able to play without them in regards to the second half of Split, having burnt both of theirs early on in the first. To have a little bit more success on the conversions off the back of them as we head into Summit.
First time out taken, as you say, for Focus, despite winning pistol in the follow-up. Much success when they brought the rifles out. So talk about the reasons why and maybe what they're going to do in terms of their approach into round 5. A very top-heavy investment made by Focus. Operator kept in the hands of Sammy, but for everyone else, it should just be a half.
Yeah, you can understand this though, coming in from Focus of what they actually have to work with this in this round going forward. Sammy has the money, but keep the operator out because full investment from her, she'll have the tour de force in the next. So this is the win con for Focus, but G2, they're gonna know it's still available for this player. Noting it was saved in the previous. No.
In by the Prowler, but only the information.
Here.
One of these G2 players. Still opportunities to present themselves for G2 Gozen. More of a time management issue now that they are trying to onboard. Limit control, but not much done with it as of yet.
Yeah, we're teeing up this sort of scoped weapon head-to-head between Mimi and Sammy. Only issue is, Sammy's actually one of the few players with shields.
Oh my word, and out towards B. G2 get aggressive. Sammy has found Mimi, but it's the only kill painted red in the feed. These dropped in, causing more problems.
30 seconds
He's gonna
left.
get some health back, but even then, bike retrieve, but time left low. Ultimate's gonna be quite interesting to see where it goes. Even then, the A site, 15 seconds. This round, you're never gonna have enough time. Nice shot from Addy. 10 left. Vania waiting patiently. He's able to activate. Tap of the spike. Now here in a second tap. That's her cue to swing. Vania back-to-back multi-kills. G2 take the lead.
Important kill from Akita. Taking their only real weapon. Pull the focus side offline before they were able to get in towards that A side, get that spike down, or at least make an attempt to. Still, keeping back in mind, that was a relative non-investment from Focus.
There.
They are so dead.
Aggressive setup in mid from G2. Vania up on the elevated position, spotted out by a jump peek from Cabot. Has to back off. Start to pressure Ever on main. Real commitment from Focus. They're just trying to poke and prod across the map. Just the elusive entries.
Picked up. Saying a slower tone for Focus, not really indulging in the idea of early round aggression. Being their confidence maybe a little bit to improve their odds of winning a round. In goes the Prowler towards A-Link. The paranoia from Vania in response. It's all still kept very quiet. Cards close to the chest of Focus Sakura. 35 on the clock.
Nightfall goes out towards main, doesn't spot anyone close, but there is a follow-up.
Counter Nightfall used as well, so both teams investing so much. Ever able to slip out of the range, and she's stuck in the back of sight. Might give the illusion that it's all going to be clear, but it's a 2 for 2. Akita one back to level the numbers. Vania can't hit the mark. 10 left on the clock. Spike will go down. Mimi to bring up Vania, the satchel to try and push the plant off from happening. Akita gonna have to ride the waves with the Vandal. She's already found herself a couple. Needing 2 more. Players locked into this retake, baited in. Sammy pre-fire on the corner. 1 versus 2 for Akita. And Mali brings home Focus's third.
Now the slow from the confirmed kill just stunts Akita on this walk around. Really is coming down to those chaos fights on site. I think it's fair to say both players from each team out of position and just trying to fight for the same space. Very dynamic between both teams, and Focus, a rebuttal to the streak G2 were able to collect. It's an investment from Akita, operator online, posted out towards B. Under threat, Cabot. Making that out. Yeah, it's just to confuse the G2 side, because you can see them being concerned about possibilities of Amy holding in towards spawn. So I'm thinking.
Chess being played by Focus Sakura. Again, it's one of these slower starts, looking for the harder hitting mid-round call. The paranoia from Vania is strong. She's caught in response. Mimi expecting Cabot round the corner. Ever waiting in the wings. Blinded is Vania here, but still able to activate from the box as Mimi finds another. All on Sammy, 1 versus 4. And while she's checked in to hold a sight, it's Amy that shows her the door in round 7. 4-3. Back and forth here at the start of Summit.
It seems they're really struggling to clear Vanya out of this position. Sure, a little bit more reinforcements this round, but still, Vanya behind that double box. Thorn in the Focus side, and talk about on split, Focus burning both of their timeouts early in the first half. Similar story on Summit.
Back break used by Focus. Interesting that from this scoreline, especially Summer, that burn out here. I guess understandably don't want this back and forth to continue. Though in a round like this, where does the impact come from? I suppose it's the wider picture, the rest of this half. What exactly the Focus need to do to punch that ticket to top 3?
Well, winning the next would definitely be a start, but given the money, it's an awkward investment. You have Stars Ultimate to work with. We've seen how the direct hits from Focus can catch the G2 side off guard. Maybe that's what they want to try here. Heavy in towards the B main.
Going to be well aware. Presence out towards B, not to mention 2 more bodies in blue. B site. In these half by Summer, even when Focus are basically on a cut and dry eco round, done with the shift key held. No one making a peep. Very concise. The element of surprise to be the biggest contributor.
I mean, that's going to be denied, at least for now, with the destroying of Mimi's wall. With the door being open, Mimi just cycling those slow orbs in towards main. Good contact play ready. The rotates are quite far away, so for G2, you have to be careful. Have to make sure that they stand their ground.
30 seconds left.
Today, it's Focus that have been able to close the gap. You can hear on voice line going out, stunned in sight. Amy's got so much to do here all on her own. 15 seconds, the C's misses. He's able to find one, ever a second. Eventually taken down with 10 on the clock. Addy's just found 2. A response needed out of the Keita. Showstopper used eventually from the grave. She'll find Star. Ever left in the 1v2 originally. Down to only 1 survivor for G2. You could see with the amount of space that Focus were able to get how scary this round could have turned out to be.
10 seconds.
Focus getting away with the maximum.
And with such an investment, it gets a little bit scary if you're G2. And Amy being isolated on site didn't necessarily help with that. A lot of great placed and great timed utility on Focus to enable that, along with the slow walk up. Amy popping the Viper's put early on over towards B. Mimi, going for a bit of a wander.
Oh, and she's successful in her adventure. And he dropped. This Focus Sakura attack is on perspectives. And out. Peter. Walked on by it. Mally able to trade the operator, not to mention that Sammy's found Varnier, so Mimi's early aggression voided. Requires Amy to step up outside B. The pit, ever problematic. Cabot able to find her though. 2 on 2.
Thing is, Eva's got to be careful of getting a backstab here.
Enemy remaining.
Done by Eva. Cabot 1 on 3. Spike drops. She's going to try and move in. Instant headshot required. Eva the only survivor here on B. The 2 coming in rotation. Pulls out the smoke. at the worst possible time. Mimi just takes the immediate wide swing, and G2 gifted a 6th.
Yeah, possibly expecting the G2 side to be a little bit more respectful in the rotate over. Obviously, we can see them absolutely barreling it down.
Not kill my ally. Enemy remaining. Seconds left.
Worked for G2, making it their 6th out of the last 7 rounds. Upswing, considering how bleak the start looked. That their summit after the Habos Babos game yesterday was something to potentially be feared. Being taught the lesson why. But then again, focus at the same time. We've learnt Summer, even when the scoreline stacked against them, have the tools to take down anyone for the score.
Focus. Slight difference in approach. I mean, focusing towards mid. For G2, not necessarily offering up those early engagements. Well-timed wall from Mimi. Any element of surprise of this crawl-up definitely voided now.
I'm out of here.
Oh.
Bit of punishing kill. Flipped by Vania. Problem is that now that the jump spot's happened in middle, Sammy and everyone else probably not expecting that Vania is going to be playing discipline. Oh, it's huge. Oh, Vania, it's ridiculous. A huge transfer results in devastation for Focus Sakura. Cabot the last alive, and she takes the TP across, but she tucks into the safety of drop. This round is over. Vania stepping up in the most pivotal of moments.
Not to be that person, but you have to be holding your breath when she doesn't necessarily get the insta-kill towards the second person. Could have been the complete opposite of what we've seen. Obviously, incredible play, gets the first. Such low HP on Star, but it's the flick onto Addy. That one there saves the initial, not necessarily connecting the kill onto Star. But obviously, with Ever in support to help, no worries in the G2 camp as they put themselves up on towards 7. And for Focus, but the one stray round, it's mainly the pistol and the follow-up that's given them anything on board.
Discipline rewarding G2 with a 7th. Now, it is just a brute force approach towards this inside. Got to be careful here, Amy, only for the one. Like she was robbed potentially of a multi-kill. Good response out of Focus and some site control being kept. It's a nice trade again. Adding quick in response, Akita. Collecting one with the sniper though. Is the operator closing in potentially on another target? Akita. Blinded is Sammy. Mimi finds the last, and G2 very Focus in utility and weaponry. It is up to 8. This defense looking strong.
I'm feeding the orbs over on towards Akita. 1 round left in the half, but only 1 away from the showstopper now. Nice change of pace from Focus, but again, not necessarily being able to scale up off the back of it. You can see them getting stunted at the double box area. Ever staying alive a little bit too long in the close position. Proves difficult for Focus to really gain any space, and as you can see some of them trying to get back in towards main after the post plant. Haddy getting caught in transition, and G2 continuing the pressure on the Focus side even when they get caught off guard with the momentum swing.
Last of the first half, Prowler already put under the microscope by Focus. The early short pressure towards A. Oh, okay, given a freebie. I thought she was going to have a lot more to deal with there. Instead, Cabot caught out in the middle of the TP. Problems start to occur. The second Prowler now removed. Focus, this early short pressure really loses its bite.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Since Vanya's now come in to support this position. Doesn't even matter. Mimi wants to fight forwards.
The rest of G2 ready patiently. 2 on 5 this round, turning pear-shaped. Vanya. I mean, this has just been one disgusting half of Valorant for them. The showstopper really is the signature end for G2 Gozen. It's Focus Sakura that get blasted into the second half at a 9-3 deficit. We learnt on the first, however, that you should never count them out of a contest. The question is, do they have the resilience to come back on Summit? It's their pick and their chance to make their mark. We'll be back right after this. Don't go anywhere!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Of hell, maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled, mistaken for my angel face and just a high.
After misery on Split, it's G2 that clap back here in the first half. 12 rounds played, they collect 9 of them. Now they move to the attacking portion of this map. 6 in a row is where we left off, and G2 looking to continue that dominant form. Then again, Summer, after what we saw in the first, I think Focus, sure, work cut out for them, but can't be counted out in its entirety.
Yeah, definitely not, as they're going to be switching over on towards that defensive side, something that does favour them, especially with the composition as well. So work cut out for G2. Sure, they've got the lead, but that doesn't really mean anything for the Gozen squad. Need to keep the rounds flowing until they hit 13. 13 up for direct approaching towards B. Cabot, gotta be careful.
Mali does as well. Akita's just deleted the fading back sight. Mimi given safe passage to cross and deliver the plant. 2 advantage falls in their court. 4 on 5 that Focus will need to retake this B site with.
They're all retaken from the same place, though. Relatively one-dimensional for the Focus side.
Vanya and Akita both finding frags. Cabot tagged up as well. TP faked by Cabot, baited in. Sammy's had 2 with the Headhunter. Now transitions to a drop ghost. Needs 2 more. Swings into the open. Too many angles to clear. Not enough time. G2 up to double digits.
I wonder if Focus will do something similar in this, of playing for that force up, but unfortunately they don't necessarily get that boost of getting the spike plant down given they're on the defense, so it might just have to be a grin and bear it situation. Pistols, a bandit investment for Cabot. Really hoping the Headhunter and Sammy in towards mid can get something done for the Focus side, otherwise G2 steering down the barrel of 11, and talk about win conditions. First one to fall.
But Akita saw that can't happen through the middle of the map. Both players removed in the short position. 3 on 5. Because left to regroup with the Bandit and 2 classics left in their arsenal for G2. That's the red carpet rolled out towards B. Still sent towards site. All brought down, the wall to go up. Mimi sits top of nice cube placed for safe transition. It's a dink. He'll receive, takes the heal. 5 on 2. Akita confidence building round for her. Just Cabot left alive, 1 on 5.
At this point, too tall of an ask to make any significant levels of damage, really. Still looking to get one on the way out. Might be afforded the opportunity. Keita comes running, and even with the Sheriff, collects the kill, drops the Vandal over towards Amy just to ensure it's safekeeping. But for G2, not looking to squander this lead. Up to 11. The gap now widening, and strong bonus ahead of G2. Focus, a lot to prove.
I mean, for Focus, this is basically the buy that they're going to have to carry till the end of this map. They want to take it in 2. Goes and only needing 2 rounds to close out here on Summit and take us to a decider of ascent. Early pressure towards short with the Prowler, the remaining pieces of G2. The main jump spots for Mimi, but Akita turns the corner and might have just turned the lead for G2 and playing on Ascent. Showstopper invested. No one's played the close corner. It could be damaging. It could be huge for Cabot. Fuse going low, but Akita still finds the mark. Heroics out of the rifle close B main, but it could be for naught as G2 settle into this one, 3 versus 2.
Mandy's position known. Door closed, wall up, slow up. G2 just dropping utility at the feet of both Focus players. There's no element of surprise with numbers in favour of the G2 side. It's more than heroics asked from Focus. Mandy starts to make her way out.
The instant does get there eventually. The Harbour Orb. It's Akita on 3. Up for a 4th will be required now as it's a 1 versus 1 attack for the spike, Addy! It's fantastic in the 1 versus 2. Focus will find their 4th. Their campaign on the defense starts with a Red Bull clutch.
You asked for heroics and one's provided. Starting off though, with that of Cabot. Hides from the boombot. Threads the needle, gets 2, makes at least a believable round for the remainder of the teammates, and Anti doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. Third Red Bull clutch to start off the attempt to build back into this. The issue is one slip up and you look towards the money. Still not necessarily there for Focus, but for G2, a full reinvestment.
Now Addy hitting the counter wall, but G2 have already broken through out on the short position, so direct yet again in their approach. Akita, that is disgusting. Star caught out the Odin spam, only good for 1. The util catching Mali, she's forced to break the boom bot, and even then taken down as Akita is on her rampage. 3 in the round already. Sammy and Cabot left to pick up the pieces.
Akita taking the fight that she couldn't clutch out the previous personally, gets the quadra, but Amy denies the ace, and you can even see into the interaction. Akita not too impressed, but for the fact that we're starting it off with that kill through the smoke as well, just return fire on the Odin that's spamming down your teammates. And this is one of the conversations we had on Split. Focus did such a good job in shutting down Akita. One of the few maps we've actually seen her struggling. Going negative, sure, still top on the board for G2, but not necessarily the performance we expect. In this map, you see the difference that has. 23-9, and we're seeing a strong G2 at 12-4. And you look at the money for Focus to try and push this into another round, try and keep themselves alive. There's only one weapon available, and it's in the hands of Mali. Look like it's going to be the one taking first engagements. Posturing up. Engage onto Sammy. Decent line into main.
My word, Akita is really fired up here in this section. Double satchels to clear deep sight. Who goes and plant their flag in on A. It's a nice shot out of start. Now not over yet. 8 in a row required. It has to start with the Sheriffs. Quickly, Amy looking to derail the paranoia. Catching Mally. Prowler soon to follow. Akita's brought back up. Amy, a nice adjustment onto Mally. And the showstopper invested again. Akita blowing Addy up out in caves. Cabot 1 on 4. This one looking doomed. G2 wasn't just a one-off against Habos Babos. This is the summit treatment you will get playing G2 Gozen. A quick second map. Akita topping the sheets at 25 and 11. An unbelievable performance from her.
And you talk about it's the summit treatment from G2 on this map, whether it's against Habos Babos, whether it's against Focus. I think it's the Akita treatment. Again, over 400 ACS, Ryan. So yesterday it was only 400. This time it's 407. So it's still just Akita being such a difference maker for G2 Gozen, not only in this series but on this map in particular, and just in general for the Gozen side. Definitely the MVP of that map. No doubt about it.
I know 407 ACS is nuts. 285 damage per round is ridiculous, by the way. That is nearly 2 kills worth of damage in every round she plays through the entirety of this map. Forget about the cast. The kills per round is quite obvious. Look, that is unbelievable from Akita. And for G2 Gozen, I have found a diamond in the rough with Akita here on Summit. She has been outclassing teams on this map single-handedly. And for Focus, to be fair, you have a look at the stats here, Summer, considering how lopsided the score is. 7 first kills, you know, a 60% conversion in the post plants, a clutch as well involved in all of that. You kind of feel like they didn't have a terrible game. They just, the Akita treatment was given, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I don't think we can gloss over the Akita treatment at all when it comes to this map. Definitely a massive difference maker for G2, but for Focus, something that they're going to have to adjust going in towards Ascent, because if you're having a player like Akita get online early, start to play with the confidence aspect, and even on Ascent you start to think about, okay, Mimi's going to be back on towards that Phoenix as well, so having 2 duelists to contend with, it's definitely something that Focus seemingly struggled with incredibly on Summit compared to that of Split, which they were able to shut down Akita. Just the consistency of that, it comes into question.
Yes, Ascent are decider where G2 start on the defense. Of course, between then and now is a little bit of a break, a chance for Focus to reset and think about what they want to do in the future. For G2, they want more of the same as they head into this decider. Of course, their Sao Paulo tickets on the line. The question is, can they convert here and make it a guarantee by the end of today? We'll find out after this. We'll be back in just a minute.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Know why day again. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away.
Alright, let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. A third and final map required between these two teams, Summer. Smiles heading into it, of course, because we know the stakes of this match, and it only gets interesting from here. A decider between G2 Gozen and Focus Sakura to see who will make top 3.
Yeah, and it's not even just top 3, or obviously all the permutations of GT champs, Focus champs. I'm just here for the banger of a matchup that we're getting in regards to this isolated best of 3. Close game on towards split, and you talk about G2 and the lead that they're squandering, Focus being able to build back into it, Summit being an absolute Akita show, making it a dominant 13-4. And we're heading into Ascent. This is a little bit more of a question mark for me in regards to Focus aspect of things. Not necessarily the best showing from them so far on this map in particular in regards to the last couple of matches they've had on it, have yet to find a win. But also for the side of G2, they're not new to struggles on this map. You think back to the quadruple duelist we had Habos Babos playing against them with, and being able to have that massive streak of rounds. So it's definitely not all sunshine and roses for both of these teams on Ascent, and I think that's why it makes it interesting for it to be the third and final map of this series.
Yes, definitely. I don't have any disagreements with you, Summer. I'm kind of just here as the neutralist, and I'm ready to just enjoy a fantastic game, right? Both teams showing exactly what they're made of in this series so far. G2 putting out some staggering leads, one of which Focus were able to claw back, and it's almost this G2, the flair that they have versus the versatility that we're seeing from the Focus Sakura side. And I'm really excited to see how those clashing of heads will go down here on Ascent. Do believe we have our agent select to talk about as well, Summer, in just a few moments. I think all in all, you know, the only way that we've, at least in recent times that I can remember G2 losing this map is the Habos Babos treatment. But I kind of want to drown that out, right? I want to move into what Focus can do in this matchup in particular, other than picking a ridiculously curveball comp. We learned that G2, look, they can be really strong on that defense. They didn't really handle the aggression well, though, right? Even when they were on the attack and the defenders were getting aggressive, it was G2 that kind of felt compromised in a lot of the early rounds. So interested to see if Focus have watched that game back and poke any holes in what G2 have to offer. Of course, for now, though, we can only look at the agents that are being brought in into this decider.
Yeah, and when you're looking towards the Focus side, it's actually a little bit of a change coming in regards to the composition. They were initially running a similar sort of composition to G2 Gozen of the double duelist, but instead opting for the double sentinel. Beginning on the attack as well, a lot of pressure is going to be on Sammy on the chamber. Same goes for Star on the Yoru, being those difference makers. Well, for G2 Gozen, no changes there. Obviously, mentioning before about Mimi heading back on towards the Phoenix, and Akita on towards the Neon. That's another one that I want to focus on for the Sakura side, to really be adamant on shutting down this double duelist, especially Akita. Not necessarily giving them the space. And you talk about the aggression of the quadruple duelists and pushing down mid even on the defense. It keeps G2 Gozen on that back foot, which is definitely what Focus Sakura need to be able to do in this matchup if you want to start talking about the G2 Gozen side starting to falter and feel the pressure themselves.
Our decider lies here on Ascent. G2 Gozen have qualified for every single GCC since its inception. For Focus Sakura, a surprising stage 3 leaves them with a good chance. Have to get over this hurdle here though, and for both teams, well, with greatness in mind, it basically comes down to who can get to 13 first. For both teams, it's Operation Istanbul, and both teams required to head there if they want to guarantee a spot in Sao Paulo. It is time for our decider. G2 Gozen, Focus Sakura. It all comes down to Ascent.
With Focus beginning the Ascent Gambit on the attack. An opportunity to set the pace, for one. An opportunity to start Ascent off on the right foot, be able to build up that lead, which is something that they've yet to have. You think back onto Split, sure, they were able to win it out in the end, but it was a grueling fight back into it. There's an 8-4 lead, an 8-1 lead even for G2. An early lead for Focus would mean the Worlds take a little bit of pressure off their backs. Make it more about closing out the map rather than building back into it. But it's been G2's games to lose.
To build on the point that you've just made, Focus have always sort of come into this feeling like the underdog, right? And in the upper bracket games, at one point you're going to have to play one of the three, right? G2, SK, or Gentlemate side. Even in the lower bracket, they've had to beat Giant X. Now they're against G2, and despite all of that, they've been putting up fights left, right, and center. Incredible stage 3 run, and it doesn't have to end here. Start required well for Mimi. Finds the opening kill. Nikita sliding out of the garden smoke. Through tree. Finding the mark. Spike regathered for Cabot. Able to slip away from the short engagements, but now might turn their attention back to it. Sammy's able to find one on the headhunter. Dink is found. So much damage to both of these players, neither of which dead. And now this relies solely on Vania. 2 quick flanks, but the site itself only controlled by one. Paranoia sent out, 10 seconds left. Shot dart, that's beautifully placed by Eva. Vania's found a second, and it starts off with a G2 pistol.
So much delaying towards that tree, but fight obviously bolstered up by the fact that they got the 2 initial kills. One for Mimi, one for Akita, clean. Spike gets dropped, and you mentioned the time. They have to make it in towards site, have to make that cross, and electric bolt to their feet shocks them into the next round, and with it, any hope of an early lead when it comes to the pistol and the conversion taken off the board. He's got to be careful. This is a Phantom.
Yeah. They, even when it's silent, Focus not scared away from applying the early pressure.
Yeah, and you swap out positions. Vania up close person with the judge. This is perfect.
Oh, there goes one. A second. Vania, the meat grinder here on short, finds a double. Mimi's Phantom kicking into a new gear as Vania finds 3. Well shut down. A decent handle on these pistols that Focus tried to do some damage in. Sammy already spotted in main, tagged up. Akita going hunting. Should now know. This is where the chamber lies, and Akita confident in her movement on that Neon. 2 from 2. G2, good start here on Ascent.
Love the little switch up. Mimi can feel the presence. A little bit too many players up close and personal and short. Sends Vanya in. Weapon now dropped over to Akita. Mimi picks up the Marshall.
Wall. Feeling this is just basically going to get instantly tripped here. Vanya will know it's there. TP through it as well. Argument for aggression or to just bait out the Uto in general.
Close with the judge.
Right. There's no way she's TPing through. She wants this to be the element of surprise. Swinging these corners. Vanya, I mean, all the damage. Just short of the frag.
And that's going to, in the back of the minds of the focus players, that sure, they've got the numbers, but Abbott's walking wound at the moment. Position of Vanya. Replaced by Akita on the deeper line. More premium weapon. Cabot. Size against the peak, but worried about where they're going to be ending. Players start shifting over.
Spike's making its way towards B, as you say. Akita's so aggressive. This is a surefire frag. And now what do you do if you focus? You don't know how many people are close B. You don't know how many people are still laying in sight.
But it's the same thing for G2. Mid is a massive gap for them, so Akita has to back off from this angle. Worried about players coming in through market, and although we know it's none the wiser, players isolated.
15 seconds, Akita gonna have to traverse this round all by herself. Swing out, it's a huge opportunity. Squandered by Star. 3 on 4 post plant, the bonus for G2. Still looking to do damage. Sammy spotted, Mimi removed, and Amy short to follow. All on Ever, 1 versus 4. And a beautiful re-swing puts focus on the board.
As much as it was a relatively dangerous buy from G2, the essential 1v1s, trades, intervals that be made. Wants to close out this round, incredibly clean.
That's a good spot.
Nanta back in the bonus, but a bonus was all it was for G2. Now with their investments made, it's the expected buyer from Ever on towards the Odin, Akita on towards the Operator. Early denial of the sightline and an early reposition. Again, another denial. Anywhere Akita finds herself, there's a smoke at her feet. So, side of focus, Addy doing well to nullify that threat.
We know that Focus are a team that like to play very respectfully, very silent across the map. Don't really want to give too knowledge as to what the final destination is. The smoke towards tree, creating at least some of the illusion that taking the tree fight. Mimi! A line up between Star and Mally. Dropping the spike on short as well. A 3rd frag for G2. A lifeless Focus here in round 4 as it's just Cabot and Addy left remaining.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia used, Akita waiting in the wings. All on Addy, 1 versus 5. Flash to go round the corner, but it's Ever to close the show with the Odin. Well handled by G2. Pressure beautifully taken care of.
A lovely double from Mimi here.
30 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
It's a formality. Spike dropped. Time necessarily in the Focus's favour. Have to push through. Again, it's these early timings coming in from Focus. I believe this is a... I think every single map, both split Summit and now Ascent, we've had a timeout from Focus within the first 5. Definitely feeling the pressure early from the Goes inside.
Very proactive in the way they take their timeouts. It's something that I've commented a lot of teams on doing. Nothing worse than seeing, at least in my opinion, that there's nothing worse than seeing a timeout taken too late, Summer, and then you're kind of just there to deal with whatever's left, right? Like, oh, we can't win the half, but we've still taken a timeout. Tricky. Eventually, wait. Back into this one, a bit of a discussion offered before heading into round 5. So we'll see what changes and what adjustments Focus Sakura look to make. G2 have done with the minute as well, understanding that maybe a lot of pressure towards mid in the early round. Oh, you almost want just to telekey it to press mouse 1. Saw that the crosshair was placed over the silhouette of Sammy.
Shock dart. And Shock Dart misses on the trip, so either a second's going to be sent or someone has to go looking. So with the long angle from Sammy, an operator investor, GT not necessarily jumping at the opportunities. Give over early engagements. Been relatively happy to allow mid and at least Cubby on short to get overrun. Takes the fight into tree. Now for Focus though, making their way up in towards market. Never's gotta be careful.
Standing ahead. Beacon dart in towards B, trying to use the cage as the marketing tool to let the Odin spam. 5 on the clock, pressure towards B, still being applied. The run it back now heard. Key to try and put the wall up and create further distraction for Focus. The stun is good. Catching out Cabot. In the sight lies Amy though. She's able to find the first. Nikita's found a way to cross it as well. 2 kills out of Focus. Still 2 defenders here. Amy's just on a swivel right now. And made this round a little more believable for Amy, for Mimi, excuse me. 1 versus 2. Sammy and the operator now caught out. Breaks through the garage door. And Mimi to try and make her pressure on short. Self-blind. It's not a pretty way to go. Star will close out round 5.
I mean, for G2, they had the pieces in the right places. Nikita, like you said, managed to find a way on towards site. Vanya as well with the TP from the Shadow's ultimate towards back boat. It was actually Amy getting majority of those kills as the Focus players rattle on through, and an awkward end to the round for Mimi, but Focus, good conversion off the back of the timeout.
Gonna be awkward. Dimensional drift used for Star, not to mention the Steel Garden invested as well, so very heavy against this investment for G2, forcing them basically to agree to a retake.
We also have the backstab of Sammy, the threat of the slow crawl up mid. Ooh. Threat no longer. Now the Focus is back full onto this retake.
Nowhere to run.
Fury deployed, Cabot opening kill, still more to be done here by G2. And as the numbers spin, a 2-on-4 for Amy and Eva. Operator in hand as well. I don't see Sova making way in towards the site. A save is more sensible considering the situation. And that is Focus back up to a level standpoint. 3-3 after the first set of 6. That's an impressive turnaround, and that's why I like the timeouts being called early, Summer, because you can see instant impact off the back of it. They're getting towards the B site a couple of times. They've used a few ultimates, and it's worked out quite nicely.
Maybe not necessarily a tactical one, but a break nonetheless. Moment for each player individually to mull over. Focus, the benefit of the their initial timeout, being able to answer back with 2 of their own in relatively dominant fashion as well, of getting out on towards that B site. getting into the post-plant situation, and for G2, possibly the weaknesses of not going for those early committals into fights on mid. You see, talking about how they were playing relatively far back, really challenging for the deep mid control. Might not be a bit of an adaptation they're coming through in towards this with. Obviously, still with the saved weapons. Operator and Vandal are going to be shuffled around. Not really much extra funds to invest around it.
Technical break over. A chance for G2 to back into the driver's seat. Done with only 2 saved weapons, however, for Focus. Been a brilliant display since that timeout. But we saw magic from her on the operator yesterday from this exact position. Ping. And will walk into her crosshair.
Are you expecting Sammy to make her way? Already considering the tuck corner. Silence across the board for all players on the server. Not necessarily wanting to make that first move.
Seconds left and Focus have no control. That's how passive they're playing. Okay, sure. See that Sammy was wandering out middle.
Spotted.
On in, must hit shot for Akita. Opportunity gone. Takes the re-swing, however. Different result. Akita just wide of the mark. Star able to find the trade, and the operator is now dropped. 25 on the clock. Not to mention, this bait and switch is perfect. Vanya has just sold Eva into this angle completely. 18 seconds. Any damage here would be nice. Waiting for the spike to get planted.
Mali needs a cross.
Gonna be in the open. 10 seconds left. Oh no. Oh no, Emma! It's hard to watch. Mali keeps composure. The spike goes down. And G2's best opportunity to drop the objective with little time is now gone.
One enemy remaining.
And unfortunately for Mimi, her life doesn't get much better. Just getting gunned down. Gunned down! Oh my word, Amy! She nearly wins the 1 versus 3. In my head, I'd already written the round off. But it comes down to fine margins. G2 concede a 4th. 2 weapons invested, 4 kills found. Speaking of 4, that's what Focus currently sits on. They are leading here on the attack of Ascent.
Oh, not the replay. They didn't have to do it, but yeah, that would have been such an impactful kill if it came to fruition for the G2 side. And if there was more bullets for Amy, could have been seeing a difference in the scoreline here. But for Focus, they weathered the storm of the half buy from G2. This is a disgusting position to have from Eva, especially with the Odin.
Could be dangerous. She spams in every direction. Mimi eventually gets one with the volley.
There.
4 on 3 for G2. Flames doing well. Cabot spamming out the trip. Advance somewhat silently for G2, bunkering up in towards the B site. Problem is, time for Focus to chop and change where the spike ends up.
Well, you say that the spike's in towards lane, so maybe for the Focus side, not necessarily wanting to cross the spawn angle, wanting to commit in towards B as you start to see Sammy inch out.
Flash to go wide, recon in towards boat. It's going to be destroyed by Mimi. Amy might just get overseen in this situation though. The smoke covers the spike, but the damage already done. It's all on Cabot, 1 versus 4. Now stunned in on lane, and Akita will close. 4-4. We're tied up after 8 here, Summer. This game, we knew that these two teams We're going to clash heads. We knew it was going to be competitive. This exactly what we anticipated.
So that's the entry you get for that round, is just Ever mouse 1. Here's the TP. Full blind. Has to follow the sound of Star's voice to get that initial entry, but answer back from G2. And the streak Focus had off the back of their own timeout.
Habit, Star elsewhere, able to punish Akita. Got to say, after what we saw on Summit, Focus have done an incredible job at making sure Akita hasn't found much impact at all in any particular round. That she can change the direction and outcome of a round in an instant. So the VIP for G2 getting cut out early.
Posturing up for a flash and peek.
Wow, damage
Even
done.
so, yeah, blinded through a wall. Mimi down to 14, no wall or hot hands to heal up that HP. So walking wounded for Mimi the rest of the round.
Seconds. Just making
30
approach
seconds left.
through mid, smoke towards spawn. Con dart at the ready forever, but realizing maybe it's just better to play with the gun out, spotting the arm of a couple here. The recon could be huge. Amy finding one. Sammy's caught Vania, but that's at an insignificant space because Focus still trying to pile in towards B. All on Amy in the back of sight. Amy stands the test of 3, looking for number 4. The spike is tapped. She'll swing out. Is there enough time? I don't think there is. There is. How on earth? It's milliseconds. And it's all on Mimi, as you said, tagged earlier in the round. Cannot get healed and cannot find a way in. Focus. It is down to the finest of margins that they find a 5th.
And it is down on this B side that Amy's doing the best work. Just not enough, doing so much. A triple kill and 0.3.
0.39 is ridiculous.
Off the back of that, sure, it becomes a close round, but the side of G2 necessarily close because of heroics from Amy. It's not necessarily how they want to not only be winning rounds, but even when they're not able to get them across the lines with heroics like that coming from individual players. So something to change for this defensive side. A couple of ultimates online as well might be the difference maker. At the moment, something that we commented on Focus needing coming in towards Ascent, given how arduous the comeback on Split was, how one-sided Summit became, being able to stay toe-to-toe with G2 and, if anything, have the lead at round 10 speaks volumes.
The wall yet again. It's something that G2 looking to do.
That was incredibly fast, though. You pop the molly down. As soon as the wall gets placed by Cabot, Mimi's already jump peeked it and already back to safety. So quick dismissal of the Vice utility.
Rock. Vania out the corner just a little bit. Not enough. Focus to compromise. Play up. 10th round, and the philosophy for Focus just has not changed. Very slow in these rounds, very patient. Finding every inch of control out of this G2 side. The flash is good, but Vania unexpected in this angle. Good trade. Valley's found one with the shock dart and a second with the Vandal. It's a 3-on-3.
The only issue for Focus is that starting to make their way into
30
short.
seconds left.
Amy, a little bit of adaptation, normally plays towards that B site, switch towards A. Sammy trying to find some space through mid, will be afforded.
I'm afraid my triggered.
13 seconds, spike is tapped. Trying to force the reaction, Amy bites, but unfortunately to no avail. Recon to go high. Using her ultimate, able to just cut things down to Mally, the in-game leader of Focus, having to lead by example in the clutch 1 versus 2. Instant headshot onto Akita, looking for another, but ever able to shut things down. Keeps G2's cool. It is 5-5.
Also keeps Focus modest. Keeps the rounds equal. No team really being able to step away with much of a lead other than that one singular round. Always at threat of equalisation and a couple of awkward engagements for both sides.
One enemy remaining.
That is a really nice shot, by the way, for Mally. I don't want to overlook that. The quick adjustment. Flying Akita. Shut down. Fortunately, rifle in sight to supersede the rest of Mally yet again. Hands this time. No one's baiting. It's Akita holding the angle, and a quick adjustment catches Cabot through the wall.
You can almost understand from Cabot though, given how aggressive Mimi was in the previous. Instead it focuses towards mid. 1 for 1. G2 still up in numbers and knowing a player has crossed. Just gotta be careful here. Sole defender of the B site. Focus is cut sound. Make G2 second guess themselves on the rotations.
Another one of those silent rounds where it gets G2 thinking. A lack of mid knowledge, a lack of tree knowledge. Is any different to any of these other rounds? Good start for Vania, holding the right side here in the Omen TP. Akita baited out. Fortunately, her teammates here to stop the push before they find a way into sight. G2 up to 6. One more left in this first half.
Through the wall as well. Abbott obviously not having the most shields to her name. The eco or half buy on the previous bolsters up this final round for Focus on their attack. 1 away from the Steel Garden, and then 3 others online. Posturing up for a fast and direct hit in towards A, but this is where the Cypher and the Sentinel utility is placed.
You say that, it's just a complete pace change that G2 probably aren't expecting. Run it back has to be used by Mimi. Flash out through! A nice first shot onto Addy. That damage irreversible as the run it back removed. 5 on 4, Flash is good. The paranoia also excellent. And the molly at the feet of a couple of these Focus players, forcing the hand here of Focus entirely. G2 have read this play well, and they have kept this threat from getting too out of hand. Akita to close with the shorty. It's beautifully well done. 7-5 at the half here, Summer. G2 only leading by a couple. Focus arguably enough done on their attack to keep this one going. The question is, will they be able to keep up this pace on defense? We'll find out after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night.
The most even set of 12 rounds we've seen at the halftime whistle, Summer. 7-5. G2 leading only by a couple. Our deciding map really will come down to fine margins. It's now G2's turn on the attack, and for Focus, 5 as they move to the defense, looking pretty promising. Last pistol of this series. G2 can extend their lead, or if it's Focus, have an early resurgence in Ascent.
Really cheeky from Sammy. Obviously, he gets away with her life, but that's the pace setup. Going forward, G2 better watch out. Cabot, good for one, and back to safety. Massive entry kill from the Focus side, completely untraded. A lot of information of where G2 is posturing up to end.
Deliberation as to who will continue their surge. It's through short to the A site. Addy waiting already behind the double box, spotting a couple of these bodies out towards Jens. The paranoia is good and the flash is great. Cabot able to punish Akita. Vania finding one back, an important kill for Amy. But it doesn't go her way. 2-on-4 for Vania and Mimi. Already one found with the classic. 2 versus 3. It's still winnable for both sides. Mimi might have just been gifted this timing. Left. Spotted though. Pinged out, but she's still managing to fight her ground. 2v2. Now seeing that the chamber's dropped into sight. Focus try and force the issue. Cabot's up to 3. And it's all left on the queen of G2 Gozen to come up clutch. Timer factor as well. 10 seconds left. She drops into sight. That's a ridiculous shot. Sammy able to hold on though. That is a nail biter for Focus Sakura.
Almost an opportunity given. Lovely pressure though from Focus coming out on this defense. No opportunity for G2 to get that spike down, forcing Mimi to play forward. You can see the time ticking. And it's a shoulder shot onto Sammy. Concerned the opportunity was given for Mimi to win that. Talked about it a couple of matches ago of Mimi's ideology towards orbs is they're all hers. Collecting them.
What you've done there is paraphrased exactly what she said.
I would not say that on broadcast. It
was her words. It's fine to quote.
Her quote. Yeah, but what if people didn't know? And then I just come out and say it. But for Mimi, all the orbs are hers. Her name's written on them, especially on this Phoenix as well. Getting the run it back available and online going into round 15. Get an extra orb, get a kill, or just die. Would be something that they can work with going forward.
Goes up. Free roam for G2 out through lane. So much spotted on the recon though. Nobody there to break it. So it's all through the wall for Focus. Valley. First body spotted for G2. And it's the 4th kill in the feed. Sammy's hat-trick to keep things flawless here for Focus Sakura. 7-7 after 14.
Rifles out. The Focus though. It's not a bit of a strange bonus what they're bringing into it. Bits and bobs of weapons, but especially focusing on towards Sammy. Switching away from the Marshal, forcing up a secondary rifle. Playing forward.
Found my wire.
That is so nerdy. I'm not sure if you saw that, but they heard the trip go, they pinged the position, and then they just bounced the shock dart over the top. There goes here of Amy being able to be main under the watchful eye of her utility. Instead, applies a bit of elbow grease. Second cage towards B main. Trying to force them back, but in the meantime, it's been very distracting. Allowed G2 to move up through middle.
It's not gone unnoticed. Sammy gets her head out of the way and probably need to get their head away. Vanya gets a dink through the wall with a Spectre. Fortunately, lives to talk about it.
Spotted. Addy still in this smoke. Is it detected by G2? Has this been considered? And amidst the mayhem, this bonus buy, the weak weaponry, it could be damaging. In fact, it's a lethal dose delivered by Addy, who's just gone on a tear. A 2v5 for G2. Now all in the hands of Mimi. And the Spectres have been worth their weight in gold here in round 15. A bonus converted for Focus Sakura.
You pose the question, will Addy be considered in the smoke dropped on site? The answer is no. Threads the needle between the G2 players and comes up with a triple. A bonus conversion. Again, we're talking about the side of Focus. Know that they have the grit to build back into games, but being able to keep it close and now press the lead yet again. Unusual pressure found upon the G2 goes in players. Yet again, down onto pistols. Sammy, outlaw in hand, wants to farm up these ego kills. I'm saying that. When you put a chip damage onto Akita.
She's hit the only person with full shields. Akita bought 50 points, and it actually does keep her alive. Admittedly, only 10 left to her name. Yet to concede. Now, however, a different story. That's a good spam from Cabot. Nearly finding more as well. Amy down to 13 points of health. Do their eco. Turning pear-shaped. Cabot keeping her call towards tree. Or left on Amy. 1 on 5. Find Cabot making the upgrade to the Vandal, but not clearing out Star in Heaven. Be the 9th put down next to the Focus Sakura name. Things are getting interesting here in the last half. Our best of 3.
Spike down.
Utility to work with going into the 17th. Not many ultimates, but Mimi's can be ever so impactful. Though on the opposite side, Focus being able to delay time. You've got Cabot, Steel Garden. With G2, all forces piled up in main.
As one of the forces, luckily for Mimi, offered a second chance at life, but and it back already removed, and with no ground taken, Summer towards the B site. G2 feel forced to retreat, forced to back up out of the main presence.
Wanting to reshuffle the plan of attack, G2 flips the map, decides to go towards A. B didn't work out. Maybe it will be slightly different, although Star and Addy still in position. No ultimates to be afforded Mimi for the way out.
Drone sent in by Eva to start. Huge approach towards the A site. Careful with Vanya moving through the smoke. It's just outright rude. Star caught by surprise. Eva's able to find Addy. 3 on 5. Looking at the money here for Focus, they can afford to go for a retake. However, operator in hand, there might be some reluctancy. Focus. Take the easy way out. And got to be careful of what's approaching through middle as well. And while she's able to find Cabot, it's quickly traded. 2 on 4. Already the defenders moving away from the site. G2 have a response here in round 17. Score will move to 8-9. I mean, exciting as it gets, Summer. This is really the third map we were looking to watch.
It's not as if it's rocket science coming in from the G2 side. Relatively simple. attempt a fast hit in towards B, utilising the run it back. Only wanting to go for a couple of exits here.
Just catching everyone by surprise, Mally. It's huge damage on the exit. G2, it must have been hands off keyboards or people just with their knives out. I don't know what it would be. But no one reacting to the late aggression, paying the ultimate price. I mean, look, it's just got to be
out.
hands on keyboard, like hands off keyboard, excuse me. We know they're on boot camp. We know that Mimi is an IGL that loves running off of vibes, the feel-good feeling. I can only think that is like one of those moments where it's near the end of the round, you just extend your arms out to fist bump your teammates, and then all of a sudden, yep, owned by Mally.
It sounds as if they were in a great position in regards to the economy. It was being back and forth between the two teams.
On a Guardian. That's how damaging it was. 2 shots and 2 misses from Sammy. Uncharacteristic to the way that she's played this series. Stars tried to bail them out of the B site. Instead, the 5-on-4.
But because of how early they've gone for this heavy aggression in towards B, Addy's obviously brought the TP out. They don't have to commit to this. Neural Theft is going to give all the information that B is heavily fortified. And it's time to leave.
Yeah, Vania takes the TP. One through the defender side spawn. Noise being made. A vocal point now has to be Cabot. Still Garden used. Amy's found one. She's still lurking. She's still kicking here on the B site. Sammy might just walk into the guillotine as well. And back towards B goes the spike.
Absolutely perfect from the G2 side. Mimi has them locked in. All 3 players on site have to cross that line of sight, and well, nobody managing to make it quite that far. Cabot, you're not going to go unnoticed position. You have to break that trip. Here's pricked on the G2 side. Maybe not afforded a 4th. But it does give...
there for the taking.
Yeah, it does give Cabot an opportunity to slink away with an operator in hand. So, for Focus, silver lining.
Like, too far gone. No way that G2 are going to be pressured in this retake. Cabot keeping sniper in hand. Who goes in as a whole. Now play from a level standpoint. 4 rounds is what both teams need. This moment in time, Summer, I could not tell you what way this game's going to go. Both teams very up to the task. This happens from Amy. Really nice adjustment onto the second. Selected frag for the third. Breaks apart the B defense. G2 able to rotate in and take their tally the same that of Focus's. Tactical break called. It's Focus using their last hero regulation.
This is something that's quite new for them, of being able to have a timeout this late into the game. The fact that they have been able to keep it close, not necessarily letting things run away in the first half. An opportunity for further impact coming in from the coaching staff. Tactical break input. The initial one, we saw 3 rounds on the trot, so a hefty conversion to be compared to, but just around 19, getting across the board, getting Focus as the first team up to double digits. Necessarily seeing the lead slip. They've kept it in tow so far, so good. Couple of ultimates to work with. Thinking of Stars and Mally's, both for site retakes or instant aggression. Couple of options for them to work with.
Yes, cage trigger.
Around the corner start. Her own has to take the TP away, Summer. Overextension, G2. Avoid that move. Very slow, methodical almost.
Cut Noise, similar treatment Focus gave them. So I'm not necessarily active on this defense. Rotations are not coming in just yet, and side of G2 fully posturing up for an A hit.
Shadows traveling. What occurring? Paranoia spotted as well. So G2 really are pulling the pin on this play. Hunter's Fury deployed for this attack. Vania and Akita combined. They're actually just shooting teammates. Look at the damage done, by the way. Dangerous amount of health lost. Maybe able to recover her HP, but reversible action for most.
Make a conversation of it being for the greater good. 5 alive against 3 retaking. A lot required from the focus players. Sammy starts it off.
4 more though. Habit leaping into sight, now spotted. 1-for-1 trade as Amy able to hit the mark. Akita for her second. Sammy, operator, looking to create some space between herself and the spike. D2. I'll move up to double digits. Again, one of these close rounds comes down for a retake. Very well done. 10-9.
For a retake that doesn't necessarily even get started from the side of focus, you're instantly in a deficit of 2 players. Sure, a lot of your chip damage, but most of it unconfirmed, given Eva was the one inflicting utility damage on her teammates. And you have the attempted retake started off by Sammy, but given the numbers instantly fall even further out of whack, it's more important to keep that operator alive. Keep it into the next, knowing you haven't got the money to reinvest.
Sammy's early extension out on middle detected. Use of Amy's cam. Run it back, deployed by Mimi. This is just lights out aggression, down to 2 points of health. But she stays alive and gives some good information. Sight is indeed clear, and that carves the pathway for Akita to cut down this focus side. Get her, the teammate firing over the top of her head. But even then, enemy spotted out in heaven.
Amy posturing up for a flash. Spike still not planted. We're looking at the back line. Amy on the flank. All players from focus retaking from heaven.
Getting tased by the shock dart. Everyone baited by the Yoru clone. Look at the flank.
Oh no!
So much information, if anything, for Amy. But they can't afford to lose bodies here. Cabot and Star will find 2. Ever and Vania with 1 apiece, however. 2 on 3. Vania finds another. And what could be a colossal round in terms of momentum. G2 find their mark. Vania again on these multi-kills, the most pivotal of moments. A couple of times out on Summit. Comes out in numbers here on Ascent. G2, they are 2 rounds away from Sao Paulo.
A pivotal moment, starting to get that streak of rounds. 4 in a row, you can see it on the timeline. Focus getting silenced in the last few, but for G2 now taking the lead, stretching the round differential even further. Sammy wants to go aggressive on mid, but is punished by Vania, who TP'd up and over. Water Force offline early, a big difference maker. Get an opportunity
Portal closed.
to be felt.
Time to jump.
Again, it's the silent treatment from G2. They get the initial kill, cut any sound. Send Amy to get the neural theft.
There's only a couple of bodies out towards A as well. Problem really starts to occur. Time still enough for G2 to make their move. A couple of defenders now, only 1. It's in the hands of Addy. Been a joy to watch during stage 3. This might just have to top the charts though. Flash goes in, so many bodies flood through the smoke, and he can't do anything about it. Star has to tuck tail for Mali. She already knew that this was a job to save, not to retake. It is map series qualification point G2, and they get 3 stabs at it.
And that's the thing, you look towards when G2 were on the defense. When Focus, Cut Noise, grouped up in mains, G2 were proactive on the search for information. Something Focus not necessarily afforded or having the opportunity to do. Leaves their defense, after losing one, already down numbers, divided. 2 on B, 2 on A. Just expect, hope and pray that heroics are found on site. Enough is done to believe in the retake, but instead G2 with overwhelming numbers able to get out onto site clean, get the spike down, and that's been a consistent factor that's enabled them to get up onto 12.
5 in a row for G2 goes, and will need to make it 6 to deny Focus of any path. Stopping G2 in their tracks. Early swing for Akita. Deployed, it's going to partial block into this aggression, but G2 not scared of making it seem like they're getting aggressive. And look at this rotation. 4 players basically ended themselves outside B. It's the A site that could be put under pressure. Addy's been called back. It is a vacant A site that 3 of these G2 players will walk into.
It's the second pop and the second layer of aggression from Akita. Pulls Andy out of position, yes, again, and spikes planted. Numbers are there for G2.
Our drone sent through. Time ticking. It's do or die for Focus. 5-on-5 retake, a real test of mettle for this side to try and deny G2 of Sao Paulo, at least for the meantime. Vania opening frag is a good one as Sammy hits the deck. Addy, Star, both with trades. Akita in the middle of it all. A 3-on-3, the numbers cut down for both. But G2 look to step up from the hell. It's Star and Mali both with kills. Mimi needs to step up. The queen of G2 goes and sends her team to Sao Paulo.
And with a Red Bull clutch to boot, it's a qualification game, and it's almost poetic that it's the IGL of Mimi to close it out with the clutch and sending her team all the way to Sao Paulo. Only question is, are they going to be making it to Istanbul as well?
All right, well, let's focus on the present, Summer. Let's not jump the gun too quickly here.
Hey, I'm just questioning it.
A fantastic achievement, of course, for G2 goes, and to speak my regards on Focus Sakura, a team who fell short of the mark today. I think they are definitely won my heart and many others in terms of how well they've played, how far they've come here in Stage 3. The fact that they're top 4, bear in mind, they were in the Stage 2 relegation battle, Summer, merely 45 days ago. I think they have everything to be proud of. I know it's going to be a disappointing feeling today, but I am nothing short of impressed by the Focus Sakura side. I really hope we get to see them back next year. An unbelievable best of 3 series as well. For G2 goes and just about beating out Focus Sakura side. It doesn't stop Star from taking MVP of the map though. Just under 300 ACS, 21 and 15 in the scoreline. Summer, I mean, you know, it's a really good attempt from Focus. I don't know what else I can say other than I'm just super impressed by them. I can't wait to see them back next year. I really hope they are here. They have definitely proven their worth within Game Changers EMEA.
Yeah, definitely proving the mettle in regards to fighting off the back foot majority of this series, given G2 starting off not only the rounds you can see here with 16 first kills, but also when you talk about the first map, fighting their way back up on Split, a map that G2 goes and haven't actually lost yet until this series. So definitely some stock to be put in the Focus players, but you have to be looking and focusing on G2 goes in here, winning it in that reverse sweep, the 2-1 qualification, not wanting to have to rely on any of the other teams of SK or mates to win in Istanbul. Want to take their victory here to qualify for GCC.
Yeah, unbelievably done. Of course, the implications are for G2, Sao Paulo is a guarantee. The only way they wouldn't have made it is if Focus went on to win it all, so stopping that ideology dead in its tracks. So between the three, now it's just a battle of who's going to be turning up to Istanbul. And of course, the pecking order heading into Sao Paulo. Summer, I'm going to leave you for a second. I do believe I'm joined by Mimi, and by the looks of things, the entirety of the G2 goes inside. Girls, congratulations, first and foremost. You've made it to Sao Paulo. It must be a great feeling.
Oh my god, it's the best feeling ever, obviously. Like, this was the ultimate goal of just making it here. So we all just we're so relieved that it happened. I'm sorry, I'm so excited.
No, that's fine. Look, it's emotion. We'll forget about that. We'll forget about it. I want to ask about the first map, right? Because the ultimate G2 way, it feels like, for the last couple of days is to do so well in the first halves and somehow find a way to lose. Is that something that was kind of reflected again today? Was Drew there to sort of hype up the troops and bring things back together?
I mean, yeah, of course, Drew, again, after the first map, was like, do you want it? Yeah, we want it! But yeah, it was the classic G2, I guess, that we've been going on here for playoffs. So we're just losing our own map pick, but I guess it's just we're not even slow at starting, we're just not great at ending, I guess. And whenever the scoreline gets even, we're stressing out, and it's just something that we can at least work on for champs, to make sure that, because we're going to champs, to just make sure that, it's not happening when we really need to win. I mean, we really needed to win today, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course. I want to talk about Summit as well, because Summer had the opportunity to talk to you after yesterday, where we got to see that for the first time in Stage 3. Again, you deliver in spades on Summit. Is this quickly becoming like a G2 goes and map, or do you think it's just because other teams haven't really had the tape to prep?
I honestly think if there is a map that kind of looks a little bit like Corrode, you probably don't want to pick it against Gozen, right? I think it's just a map that we have gotten to figure out pretty good. We've had a lot of theory on it, and like we understand how we want to work the map, and we're also good at understanding how our opponents work the map. So I think it's just a map that our fundies are really strong at, and just happy they brought Corrode V2 back.
Awesome stuff. Mimi, look, I'm not going to hold you for any longer. I guarantee that the celebrations are going to be there today. So thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on making it to Sao Paulo.
Thank you.
Such a wholesome moment, and I couldn't be happier for G2 Gozen. They are a side that have proven every year, basically, that they deserve a spot here. Even when the pressure's stacked against them in Stage 3, even when it feels like, they've got their work cut out for them, G2 goes and deliver, and it's on the biggest stage. They qualify for Sao Paulo, and our third team in Game Changers EMEA.
Yeah, it was the same rhetoric we had last year when it really did come down to that grand finals in Istanbul. It was G2 versus Twisted, and it was sort of that conversation of, is it really Game Changers Championships without G2 Gozen, and proving to us last year and in this that it just is not. And looking back on towards that series, it's definitely a well fought victory for them, like she was mentioning in the interview. Not necessarily the starting is the issue, more of the closing out their map picks, because we've seen how strong they are from start to finish now, and heading in towards what the bracket now looks like. Obviously, we're talking about the Istanbul finals. You can see at the very top, mates are already confirmed and locked for that. It's just whether we see G2 Gozen joining them, or if it will be SK Nebula.
Yes, a huge game in that lower bracket final, of course, happening tomorrow, which is going to be very exciting for us to be a part of. Again, we're just eternally bound to G2 Gozen, it feels like here, Summer. However, you've got to look at the point tally here. It's the final time. We'll probably have a look at it, as it is Gentlemates in number 1, SK Nebula 2, G2 Gozen 3. At least for the most part, 3 teams are in gold. That will not change, as it is our 3 teams locked in, our representatives from Game Changers EMEA heading to GCC Sao Paulo.
Yeah, the only thing you really now need to play for, obviously, is the victory of GC Stage 3, the pecking order going in towards Game Changers Championships. But also for me, it's also getting towards the Istanbul LAN. Sure, GT goes in are not lacking any sort of LAN experience, but for the side of SK, it would definitely be a boost to them, not even if they don't necessarily win in Istanbul, but to be there, have that experience and be able to take that in their back pocket into Sao Paulo. But like we said, the matchup tomorrow, everything to play for, LAN finals in Istanbul, and it will be from the G2 and SK teams, which is going to be a best of 5 tomorrow actually, Ryan.
Yes, it is true. Our first of 2 best of 5s of Stage 3. It'll be really, really exciting stuff. As we said, we'll be joining you there tomorrow to catch that one. It will be a huge, huge game. Look, I do believe we're ready to wrap up here, Summer, and call it a day for now. I think it's almost poetic that G2 goes into here. I mentioned it when I was sort of introducing this series in Map 1. Mimi has been a part of G2 for just over 1,750 days, right? It is an insane tenure that she's had within this roster, and she hasn't missed a GCC. That fact will remain true after today's game. For Focus Sakura, of course, Summer, to be honest, I could probably spend the next hour talking about how I've been impressed by them and what they've done, the hurdles they've gotten over in Stage 3, and obviously if any of them are watching right now, we'll go back and have a watch. I think it's fair to say I had a read of the interview questions we ask every player, a little insight into that, and the amount of teams and the amount of players that were like, Focus Sakura is the underdog at this stage, like they are the scary team this stage. I don't think I'm just the only one that echoes that sentiment. It's real disappointment for Focus, of course, but for G2 Sakura, for Focus Sakura, their road ends here. For G2 Gozen, of course, they make Sao Paulo. For us, we are done today, but we'll be seeing them play SK in the BO5 tomorrow to see who will be making Istanbul. That grand finals of Stage 3 will be decided. Same time, same place. We'll see you there. Bye-bye.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. A. Player standing. Remaining. Is left. 30 seconds left. One.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home or back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm a villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down.